that you will believe. I got the power to cut through your negativity. I'll sing it louder, 'cause I'm empowered. I'll sing it louder now. I'll sing it louder now.
Hello.
Good morning. Ohio gozaimasu.
Konnichiwa.
Annyeonghaseyo. Buenos dias.
Dzień dobry.
Yeah.
To all of you beautiful stream monsters out there, beautiful guys, gals, non-binary pals.
What's up?
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are back for day 2 of Upbeat Denver. Once again, it's two of your commentators, the hostesses with the mostest. I am here. My name is Adrian Jamari outside the entrance of the Nets, and I'm here with the lovely Roger Clark.
Roger Clark at Roger Clark on Twitter.
Yes.
And we're here to tell you all about the tournament today. And just to describe it a little bit, if you are just tuning in and you don't know anything about it, or if you want to hear the spiel again anyway, this is Upbeat 2023 here in Denver, Colorado at the round 1 in Littleton, the Southwest Plaza Mall. And round 1 is very generously allowing us to perform this tournament here. So just huge props to them. And also all the other people who are making this possible. Red Note Gaming, Las Vegas-based rhythm gaming organization. Check them out at rednotegaming.com. Got the SF Evolved crew here. That's me and Oliver, and Dalton did a bunch of work on the stream graphics. Renatalis and Ajiken and Fusion and everybody else from the Ohio DDR team doing like production and organization. Everything it's shaping up to be one of the hypest DDR tournaments I've ever seen.
And let me tell you, it's already been pretty damn hype. Let me tell you, so day 1 went kind of crazy. We had pools A through C, and if you want to go ahead and follow along and check out the progress, you can go to upbeatdenver.com. We have the results as they have come out on the website. They will be continue to be updated throughout the day. So pool A, I'm just going to go ahead and bring up this list just for y'all. And if I could get one of the lovely moderators, shout out to all the moderators in chat. Shout out to Tiza putting in all of that work out there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tiza, and anyone else who's moderating, thank you. We're doing like just a bit of pad maintenance here, and that's yesterday we were having some issues, and a lot of people noticed. So have to make sure that everything's going to work out today.
So, Pool A, we started off Pool A. We had Chris for Life, Spencer, Blastoise, Pac Rob, ZZZ, Chaos, Fideline, and Dwayne. Chris for Life ended up, so how it kind of works before I kind of go deeper into the pools is that there are 8 people in all of these pools today. Today we're doing the last 3, pools D, E, and F. The number 1 person in the pools advances immediately to top 8. So they get to take a break off. They get to take a break, take a day off, and enjoy themselves.
Yeah, I saw Chris
Saturday.
in the lobby earlier, hotel lobby.
Second and third place get entered into the second chance pool, a.k.a. the pool of death, a.k.a. fighting for their life to take the last 2 slots in top 8.
As a lot of people have imagined, the last chance pool is going to be absolutely insane.
It's going to be crazy.
It's basically, you could consider it a loser's bracket, and I think whenever I'm watching DDR tournaments, like that's a lot of times like the most evenly matched that it really tends to happen, and you just get some insane like pushes from people.
Yeah, that if anything happens at that's going to be the point where Adrian goes into like ascension mode. I start popping off. We're going to see some really close matches. We're going to see some good-ass DDR. You're going to hear me say that this weekend, but it's true. It's going to be some good-ass DDR. So in that same pool, Chris moves on to top 8. Spencer and Blastoise move on to the second chance pool. Pool B, we had Chunka, Kaze573, a.k.a. Hudson, Bogo, Grady, Paranoia Boy, J-Boy, Talkion, and Sesu. Chunka ended up moving on to top 8 in that pool, and Hudson and Bogo are going to go to that second chance pool.
Damn.
So already adding, that pool is already starting to get super spicy, right? So Pool C, we had Bestwood, VVV, times 8, Ambones, Duncan, a.k.a. Dunk, Ty, Evil Dave, Dr. D, and Mark. And Mark, one of the locals here at the tournament, ended up advancing to top 8. Dr. D and Evil Dave move on to that second chance pool.
Mark truly got to your player. if you're not familiar with him, like, you're going to be after this tournament. It's just
Man.
his scores. I don't even know how to explain some of them. Like, you'll just be on Gold Cap, you'll just be scrolling past, and there'll just be just MFCs by Mark on some song that just came out like a few days ago. You're like, all right, whatever.
And he's just like the quietest and just most nice guy. Just
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm sorry to bother you. And it's like, oh my God, you just popped off. Whatever you want, dude.
It's crazy.
So that being said, just off of those names alone, that the last chance bracket is looking kind of spicy.
Yeah, it's pretty stacked.
So today, and we're about to get started really soon, in Pool D, we're going to have Kevbo, a.k.a. Kevin Bodie,
AKA Mega Man X.
a.k.a. Mega Man X. We have the prodigy, the Wonder Kid, flying all the way out from Japan, one of 3 players from Team Japan making it here today. Harujun.
Well, June lives in California, but, you know.
Harujun. We have Rerime, the legendary No Bar Ben. We have Fenrir, Chance, DDR Flash, and Campsta.
Dude, I mean, I feel like this list, people are calling this the death pool.
I
and
mean,
it's
I'm not gonna lie to you. You're kind of right.
like, what are the results of this going to be? I mean, Campsta. If you haven't heard of this guy, he's been a name in the DDR scene for 20 years or something.
Yeah.
And same thing with Kevbo. I mean, Flash.
Flash,
I don't know.
Flash,
dude.
one of the few combination like full-time ITG and DDR players that plays both ultra consistently in this tournament.
Chance is also another Denver local here.
Another Denver
Colorado,
local.
Colorado local.
So what we've been saying yesterday is that, like, if you're from Denver, you automatically get a buff.
Yeah.
A lot of what we saw yesterday is a lot of people had trouble adjusting to the altitude. And if a lot of you aren't familiar, Denver goes by the nickname of the Mile High City. And that's because its elevation is about 5,600 feet above sea level, literally a mile above sea level.
Yeah.
The air is thinner here, so if you're just flying here and you're just coming here for a week, you may find trouble kind of getting a little bit winded, recovering, stuff like that. So they, as Bane said, I was forged in this.
I mean, it seems to be working out for Mark. And Chance, I haven't seen a lot of his scores with DDR, but I know that he's really good at ITG.
Yes.
So
Solid ITG player, has a really, really good fan club out here. So I see y'all in the chat up there. We have No Bar Ben. I mean, his name says it all, but that doesn't even encompass just the raw skill of.
yeah,
You know,
I mean, he's PFCing songs that a lot of people using the bar who are considered good aren't doing. You know, what I mean?
PFCing 17s cleanly. It's absolutely impressive to see.
Yeah.
Saw him warming up, getting 12 on a couple of songs, just absolutely ripping it. So it's going to be a real treat to see. I got to talk with Fenrir earlier on, hang out with him before the tournament. Awesome guy. I'm looking forward to seeing him. Then Harujun, who, I mean, I love Harujun for one. He's super dedicated on top of being the youngest player in this entire tournament. Super dedicated, and his family is so awesome. They travel all over to all the tournaments. I love seeing them every time.
Extremely supportive.
Extremely supportive. And then we have the legendary Kevbo, who, if you followed DDR and ITG for any length of period, you know that he is probably one of the greatest. I would say, a lot of people call Chris for Life the GOAT, but then a lot of people say that Kevbo is the GOAT.
For us old school players, I feel like, especially being in the Ohio DDR community for a while, like I don't know, back then Kevin was getting insane scores that people in Japan couldn't be getting.
He was
They
getting
weren't
world
getting.
first just all the time.
I don't know, like, I feel like a lot of my play style was just directly copied from Kevbo. So I think a lot of players could probably say that, especially players who are here today who would look at Kevin and say, oh yeah, I pretty much cribbed the whole thing from that guy.
I would agree. I would also say that, growing up with Kevin he was also just a massive motivator and influence to me as well. So that's the poll that we're going to see coming up next. Right after that, we're going to go into Pool E, which is just as disgusting if you want to take a look at this. We have Nate from Canada, one of the best players in Canada easily. This man puts up casually some of the craziest scores that I've ever seen.
Yeah, he just mips 15 just left and right.
Then we have, all the way from Puerto Rico, we have Chrono joining us this weekend.
I would say Chrono, he can just play on anything. Like, if it's a DDR pad, if it looks like a DDR pad.
If it has 4 panels, he's going to rip on it.
Somehow he can do it, no matter what the pads are like, no matter if it's like an ITG pad from a long time ago, a DDR pad, a Cobalt Flux, or it doesn't even matter.
He goes crazy.
He'll just go crazy on anything. It doesn't matter what the sync is like, what the machine is like. It just always works for him.
So then next up, we have one of Team Japan here. We have Hero coming all the way out.
And I just got to say, like, it's very exciting to have players from Japan competing in an American tournament. You know, like, it's pretty rare, it seems like.
It is, and I'm so grateful that they were able to come out. They're having a really good time, really supportive, and I can just see smiles on their faces just the entire time that they've been here. So then next up we have Blue Buster, one of the players that, I said this yesterday with just kind of like a good handful of the players that really has kind of gone crazy over the past few years.
Dude, there are chats that I'm in where I'll just like paste Blue Buster scores, and just like that's all I do is like I'll just paste it, and he posted some like recap of some of his scores from last year where it was like, oh yeah, I just got 3 on Endymion difficult, which like it's the 15.
It's the 15, but still
3. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's like the sync on that. It's just crazy.
So I'm looking forward to seeing how he rips in this tournament because he's pretty good for just showing out in the tournament. And speaking of which, we have Salamina, another player who I put alongside with Blue Buster as someone who's just like made ridiculous strides throughout the tournaments. The past two tournaments that I've been in, that I've been commentating for them, they've consistently upscored every chart that they've touched. Salamina is one of those players that you need to keep an eye out on. He's really good at just some of the oddest charts that like trip up a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see what he picks in his pool and how he kind of shapes up with all the other.
It was a very impressive player.
So then after that, we have the boy MDX. That's a name I was so happy to see. I haven't seen him in a minute.
There's a lot of players in this tournament who are, have been around for a while, and you've heard their names over the years, and then they just end up popping up in the top 48 of a tournament like this, which is extremely competitive. So pretty much anyone who like makes it into this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and MDX, I would say, we see Evil Dave, who's here representing Texas, representing the Yeehaw crew. Shout out to that crew down here. MDX is one that your favorite players in Texas say, yeah, no, he's probably the best player in Texas. Free. He's your favorite player's player. So it's gonna be crazy to see him just like actually just show out for all y'all. And then next up, we got to see him yesterday on chat, be a guest commentator. We have Pollo. Shout out to all of my Espanol, my Hispanic crew down there, everyone from South America. I can't wait for you all to pop off. Super nice guy.
Just amazing to have the international players. I think this is kind of what we've been missing in the U.S. at least, is having this kind of like cross-pollination that's happening. And thanks to our sponsors, it's happening right now.
It is, and I'm so glad we got to get him out. We got to get Fidel out. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get Keo out just due to kind of like the bureaucracies of him residing in Colombia.
State mechanisms.
But I'm so glad that we got to get them. We got to get these two out here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they go crazy. Then lastly in that pool, we have 4199.
I would say, I don't know. It's just this entire pool is just completely stacked.
This pool is gross. So, last up, Pool F. As I did mention, Keo was not able to be here, so it is going to be a little bit of a shorter pool. We're going to have Squid and Caveman going up.
Brothers from the Florida area.
Yeah, shout out to the Florida crew out there. Y'all be doing it. And shout out to also the Florida crew. one of the communities that's been around for a long time, but now just starting to get a lot more access to the actual official DDR cavs, with round ones opening up out there and Dave and Buster's getting it. So I'm sure that boosted amount of access is we're gonna see some dope things, and they're very well known from the Florida community. They travel to tournaments pretty regularly, so I can't wait. Ooh, someone said Team Humidity. Mwah, I love it. I'm gonna be using it. I'm gonna co-opt that. Team Humidity going crazy.
Okay.
So we're getting a little bit of information over there. Okay, solid. Then next up, the other member of Team Japan, we have Ringo.
Ringo, I would say, he's a no-bar player.
Yes.
And that's probably the first thing that you need to know about Ringo. And when he got here, he played a set with No Bar Ben and took a picture of it, posted it online. And I think it's like they're definitely the two best No Bar players right now.
Yeah.
And if you haven't been following Ringo for a while, he's always posted just like mind-boggling no-bar scores on 18s and 19s, and he's been doing it for so long.
And an actual dancer and a very, very strong and avid freestyle player as well.
Yeah.
His first set, when he came here, he just decided to just freestyle on the white pads and just had a ball for it. So if you follow him on Twitter, you can go ahead and check that out. Next up, we have Hootsman.
So Hootsman, also known as T-Swag, and he's coming in from the Vegas area.
Yes.
And also, I think he kind of might be low-key one of the best players in that area.
I think so.
And it's when I go to the round one, for some reason I didn't really connect that Hootsman was the same as T-Swag. And I would go to the Vegas round one and see all those records, and I'm like, who the fuck is Hootsman? Like, I'm trying to beat these scores. So I just...
It always throws me off every time I go to a tournament. I see that name. I'm like, how do I? And then I see him walk up, and I'm like, oh, it's T-Swag. Oh,
Yeah.
You know,
But-
it's sometimes, you know, if you've known T-Swag for a while, or if you followed him, you probably know him as the player who wears the nice tall top hat. And he
sure.
often shows up to tournaments wearing that same top hat. So,
And so I want to say one more thing about T-Swag. He's really well-rounded as far as DDR goes.
Yes.
He's really good at double. And again, pretty much all the records in double in the Nevada area are
from him.
T-Swag.
next up we have Desk Lamp.
Desk Lamp. Desk Lamp is California, and he also kind of just has had this really steady progression from like being like, oh, this kid's pretty good, to like, oh, okay, now this is one of the big serious DDR players in the country, and the dedication I think that he shows to just keep grinding, and I don't think he really ever seems to get in his head, as far as I can tell. Like, I'm not sure how to describe it, but there are a lot of players, maybe yours truly included, that like get up to a certain level and just kind of like, all right, I'm good, I'll just chill. But Desk Lamp has just like kept going the entire time, and I can't wait to see where he is in about a year or two.
The entire weekend, super positive player. One of the few people that came up to me was like, yo, I finally get to meet you. And watching him play, watching him warm up, you know, he was just making sure everyone he played with, he's like just dapping them up like, yeah, good stuff, good job.
Yeah.
Just always a very positive person to be around. And then lastly in this pool, we had, no, not lastly, one of Team Australia, we have Bar X coming out.
I mean, again, the international stuff, I just can't thank our sponsors enough for making that happen. And Bar X is a Pump It Up player, Sound Voltex player. I would say like anyone who's kind of running the gamut of rhythm games, like you're kind of training your neural network with like a bunch of different variations, and you just come up with like a very consistent way of like, okay, I completely understand this genre.
Yes.
I'm just going to execute the whole way.
Yeah, Bar X, actually a transplant. Recently, I think he said as of 5 years ago, moved to Australia and is now an Australia permanent resident. And also, he's the birthday boy today. Today is Bar X's birthday.
Let's go.
So,
HB.
chat, we got to make sure that if you are still here when his pool comes up, we got to wish him a happy birthday. I might get the entire arcade to wish him a happy birthday. And on top of it, if you happen to follow his Twitter, he has been posting just absolutely grimy PFCs just out of nowhere. Like, I remember he went on the gold cap and he just decided, and first time playing teleportation, PFC'd it, clean. And he's just popped off with it. So I'm excited
That's
to see what he brings to this pool. And then lastly, to round off the pool, we have Andrew.
We got Andrew, a.k.a. Androopy, and also an old school player, been playing for, like 20 years, 22 years, something like that.
Yeah.
That's a long time. So it's like one of those names that you've been seeing in like the DDR scene, the dance game scene for decades. And these people are still good. It's extremely impressive to be running it for that long and still qualify for international tournament like this.
Yeah, it's been very impressive, not only seeing players of that ilk, but also seeing someone as young as Harajun. So, and that's what's been really nice about this tournament is I've been saying it, the top 48 people from all over the world are converging here in Denver. And it's not just people who've been playing at this for over 20 years, but people who...
Oh, yeah.
There are people who just started 3 years ago and made it to this stage,
Yeah,
putting up ridiculous scores.
Bogo and V playing for what, 3
V
years?
started in 2020.
Dwayne playing since DDR Ace came out. It really doesn't take that long to become this good. You just gotta have it. You just gotta want it,
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone can do this. DDR is for everyone. I always love to point out different people in the community. Like one of my favorite people, one of my really good friends, we have Uno Lego, aka Jesse Uno. A one-legged DDR player, able to pass 15s, and just a super, massive motivation to a lot of people out there.
Yeah, I think that the combination of people in this community is particularly unique. I would say specifically because, you have to go to the arcade to play DDR, which means that you're going to be socialized around this just random assortment of, humanity who, oh yeah, this person might be really into Japanese stuff, and that's why they like DDR. Or this person might really be into physical fitness, and that's why they like DDR. And those two people maybe wouldn't have become friends originally, but they start talking and then they get linked up, and then before you know, you have this entire community filled with a bunch of kind of eclectic geniuses who are all I don't know, just obsessed with getting better.
Yeah, and and as we see, we have people from all over the world that some don't speak English. We have people that just primarily speak Spanish. We have people speaking Japanese. But the one thing that brings us together is just the appreciation for this game and the love of this game.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't speak the same language, the same spoken language, there's 900 song names that we all know, and there's step charts that we all know. There's a large package of information that exists in my brain that also exists in yours and Ringo's and Camstafor's and Poyo's. We're all brain linked in some way, which is, I think, extremely sick.
Yes, it's a very beautiful thing. And what's a beautiful thing is all of you stream monsters out there today joining us. We're about to get the pool started soon. We are just making sure that these pads are about to be nice and crisp. So in my hand right here, I have the songs, what I like to call the playlist for the pools. So how these pools work is that each player picks a song. For pools, it's going to be levels 15 through 18. It can be expert, it can be difficult, it can be challenge charts. And every player picks it, and it's round-robin format. We're going to have players play together as if it's a head-to-head. We may talk about it as if it's a head-to-head, compare scores. But how it's going to work is that all of the EX scores from all the players, depending on how they do on those songs, they're going to get ranked, from 1 to 8, and they're going to get set amount of points depending on how they do with those songs.
Yeah.
Then you add it all up, and the top player moves on the top 8. Second and third go to the second chance pool. So
I'm really excited for the second chance pool. Gotta say.
we're gonna In a second, we're going to cut away. We're going to take a little break. We're going to do a little bit behind the scenes stuff and get ready to get the pool started. But chat, I'm going to go ahead and tease you with a little bit of what's going on. So I'm surprised that just now got here.
Oh,
that's a good one.
That is
a good one.
That's going to wreck a few people, I think.
Whoa.
You know, that's not maybe not a surprise at all.
Okay.
Oh, I love that one.
All right.
Ooh.
That makes sense.
Ooh,
that totally makes
yes.
sense.
Strategic pick. And that also makes sense, like based on his skill level. Okay. All right, let's go.
Ooh.
Okay, so I think we're going to have a pretty sick playlist here. The first pool. Pretty different from what we were seeing yesterday. I think only a tiny bit of overlap. And
Yes.
the
one of the
viewers might-
teasers, I'm going to immediately tell you, chat.
Yeah, viewers might be able to guess what the overlap is.
So we get to have yet another discussion about Degris. Degrees, boy band 98
I mean,
degrees.
it really is the ultimate tournament song, so we know it's going to happen.
And and I'm going to, let's see. And then I'm just going to tell you, someone picked Pluto the first. One person picked Pluto the first.
I mean,
you see our faces.
It's good. You got to put Pluto the first in the tournament.
First appearance of Pluto the first. That being said, chat, we're just going to go ahead. We're just going to take a little bit of a break. We're just going to go ahead and get the loadout started, get ready to show a little bit of these players warming up. The pads are pretty good to go. So it's only going to take about 2 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. Talk amongst yourselves. It's about to get really hype. And then we're going to go ahead and get started with the tournament. Thank you so much, all of you. We're going to be right back.
See you in a
Don't
moment.
go anywhere. Whoop. There we go. And we are back, chat.
Yo.
So it is warm-up time, and I'm going to need for you to direct your eyes to the bottom of the screen right there and take a look at the playlist that we got going. So, starting off,
Wait, wasn't it Roppongi D?
it is.
I see. It says
Ah.
an A there.
Okay. Rick, whenever you're ready, we're about to get ready to start the timer. Timer starts in 3, 2, 1, starto. Yes, so
Let's
the rules
go.
say that they have 45 minutes for their pulls,
Yeah.
and their last song, they have to pick the last song for their pull by 45 minutes. So as we go ahead and just readjust, yeah, it's gonna slide.
Oh shit.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll make an adjustment in a second. So
That's why you didn't do that. Okay.
got it.
All right. Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay. I just like to say we do it live around here. We do it live. So the order's a little bit messed up, but I'll go ahead and read it in the proper order. We have Roppongi D. Kevbo,
D.
that is Kevbo's pick. Chance picked Cozy Catastrophe Challenge. Harajun picked Dead End Groove Radar Special.
That makes sense.
Fenrir picked Spanish Snowy Dance Challenge. No Bar Ben picked Sweet Home Party Expert. Flash picked Max 300 Super Maxi Mix Challenge. Rerun picked Pluto the First Challenge.
Damn. Damn.
Lastly, Kamsta picked New York Evolved A. Thoughts?
Well, I would say probably the one that. So Deggers, of course, is really hard, and it's a really good tournament song, so that makes sense.
We have seen it. We have seen it 2 times in the tournament so far.
But I would say Cozy Catastrophe Challenge might be one of those picks that like a lot of these players might be dreading. I know, especially for instance, Flash is may not have like studied that song. I know that a lot of people might have trouble with some of the like intense crossovers, especially Ben, who is playing No Bar. I mean, he's amazing, but I gotta say, like, Cozy
It's a tough
Catastrophe
one.
Challenge,
That's
like,
an absolute tough
executing
one.
that No Bar, very difficult. And it's pretty much all these songs are hard. Sweet Home Party on the part of Ben, I'd say it's like a pure MA play, and MAing a song that isn't quite on sync. There's a lot of tempo changes, and he's banking on people not getting very high EX scores on that.
Yeah, definitely. That is definitely a counter pick for the pool. I look at Roppongi D and I go, Kevbo's as MFC that. That sounds about right. That's pretty
has?
accurate. I'm pretty. If I'm
Roppongi
correct,
D?
I think he has.
Damn.
We're going to find out, of course, but I know he has a really good score, and I've seen him pick it in tournament before.
Yeah, Spanish Snowy Dance, of course. Super hard. Really technical. And I guess PTF, Pluto the First Challenge. That's gonna be impossible for pretty much anyone who hasn't studied it.
It's going to be a wild one, dude. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and adjust the order just so it makes sense. Roppongi D. So bear with me, Chad, as we just go ahead and do a little bit of editing live. We're doing it live.
Yeah, my apologies to Mario. I screwed that up.
Hey, no worries, no worries. We're doing all good over here.
Right now we have Kevin and Flash, Kevbo and ITG Flash playing their warm-up set.
Yeah, so by the way, for every pairs that go up, we go ahead and give them 3 songs to warm up. They can choose to take it, or they can choose to, not warm up and kind of play it as they wish. Very helpful, just so that way you can go ahead and get yourself warm, because when you're playing at a high level, you kind of need to kind of be stretched out a little bit, kind of be a little bit ready to go. And the last thing you want to do is go and just start your first song off as an 18.
For sure.
That's just like asking for a bad
Cosmic
time.
Hurricane, that first warm-up song was, I bet it was Kevin. I know it's his favorite tag song. This is probably Flash. Really great remix, and that was a pretty close performance on that. Okay, wait. It's,
They got, oh,
I
just,
see. Both got the 14.
yo, they got the same amount of perfects. Let's go. This is what we're about to, this is about to happen. We're about to get some close matches coming up. I love it. I love that that's how we start off, that we're already seeing the closeness.
These guys have been going head to head for, you know, like a really long time. Monkey Business. This Monkey Business guy is a grifter. You look at him and you're like, oh, that's definite grift.
Chad, if you could have seen my face.
He's got a podcast where he talks about the evils of society and how you can cure them with canned bananas.
Oh my God. Are we now giving the monkey from Monkey Business lore? Is that what's going on? So to answer a question, by the way, all of you, thank you so much for tuning in. We do read chat. We may not always respond to chat, whether you are on YouTube or if you are on Twitch. Right now, 348 of you have eyeballs that are on the tournament.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a whole lot of eyeballs. And hopefully more to come. So thank you so much. We like you. We love you. We appreciate that you are here. So, as we said, the pools are levels 15 through 18 for your song picks. Your warm-ups can be literally anything that you want, but they cannot be any of the songs that are in the pool. That's the only exception. Besides that, have a blast. Some people choose to warm up with some easier charts. Some people just decide, you know what, we're just going to go ahead and rip an 18 real quick. Whatever
they're feeling that day.
Exactly. Whatever moves your spirit. So, also, we do like to mention, we are here in Denver, the Mile High City. So, there is a little bit of an altitude factor going into this. A lot of these players, there are about a few players there's a couple players that are local to Denver, local to the Colorado area. We did have Fidel yesterday, who is from Chile, which has a pretty similar altitude. So he had a pretty good time. He's pretty okay with acclimating, but a lot of people are still acclimating to this altitude.
Yeah, there's less oxygen in the air and less moisture in the air.
So what ends up happening is that you kind of gas yourself out a little bit. It takes a little bit longer to recover. Some people, you know, depending on their flights, their travel conditions, may not have gotten a good amount of sleep to accommodate it. So it's going to be really interesting to see how all these players adapt. But at the same time, that also means that when you see some people ripping good scores, it means that they're playing at like maybe less than 10% of like their natural output.
Yeah, I mean, some people seem to not have trouble with that at all. I don't know what it is. Some people do. It really just seems like a toss-up depending on, you know, their physical health or how much rest they got or, you know, whether they partied the previous night or whatever. Who knows?
I mean, it's as some of the kids say, the youngins say, some people are just built different.
Yeah.
And we're going to see some of that on display. But speaking of which, we're about to get started with pools right now.
Pool's about to start. So, again, to emphasize, these two are playing next to each other, but not necessarily against each other. Of course, they're against each other in the pool. And, you know, it's a good indication of what's going to happen at the end of the pool when everything's tabulated.
Yeah,
But
absolutely. And despite the fact that they're not playing against each other, there still is the motivating factor of having someone next to you.
Yeah, for sure.
Pushing you, and you're kind of like chasing the pole, so to speak,
Yeah.
chasing that pole position.
And it's still a tournament. So, they're probably just experiencing the exact same emotions that they would otherwise.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and get started with song number 1, Roppongi Evolved version D.
So D is the Roppongi Evolved variant version that has some slow parts, which makes it probably the hardest one of the Roppongi Evolved series. Roppongi Evolved being basically 4 different songs, slightly different songs, all based on the same general framework, and it was part of an event in, what was DDRX2?
Yes, correct. On top of it, if we look at the scores, it looks like Flash doesn't have a score on it, but Kevin has 3 perfect. So that's why I thought, I'm like, he's really close to the MFC on it. And here we go, chat. Eyes open. Your Upbeat 2023 starts right now. Let's get it.
Kevbo was adjusting his sub to plus. Okay.
All right, we're 1 point off. Kevbo still looking at that MFC right now. And it looked like Flash picked up another, so Flash is sitting on 2 perfects.
Very nice.
Just clearing 150. Finally, Marvelous breaking right there at about 164. And Flash picking up the great right there at one of the stops. Kind of caught him off guard.
Yeah, it seems like just lack of familiarity with Roppongi D.
Both of them handling the speed up gorgeously.
Yeah. Roppongi being a neighborhood in Tokyo known for its nightclub scene.
Shout out to Kevbo, just barely getting the sudden slap. You saw that he had to kind of brace himself on the up arrow just to make sure he got it and didn't break combo. All right, Flash picking up a good and a great right there. And Flash just now clearing 1200 EX. Kevbo still sitting on the PFC. Couple of perfect.
Kevbo's ripping.
All right, here we go. Eyes open. We're about to see the end of this. Flash looking to clean up at the end. Beautiful.
Oh.
Kevbo, 1661. Flash, 1600 flat.
What do we got there? A 13 piece on Kevin's side. And that breakdown on Flash's score is really interesting. That's how you know, like, someone with incredible timing playing an unfamiliar song. They'll have like very few perfects, but a bunch of, a few greats, a few goods, a few misses.
Mm-hmm. So not bad showing from Flash. Kind of took a little second to get acclimated. You could kind of see the little bit of just like oh man, that's right, this chart does this.
Now this might be another case of that. Although Flash does have a 992 on it, so
both of them
he
pretty
probably
familiar.
knows it.
Yeah, pretty familiar
it.
with the chart. I expect to see an up score out of Flash coming into this.
I don't think Flash has been playing a lot of DDR lately, so I wonder about how recent it was that he played this song.
Yeah, that's a good point. He has been doing a lot of ITG content, especially with Rumble on the Prairie coming up.
This track is a banger. I believe it was an extra exclusive in DDR Ace. And really nice drum step by Soon here.
All right, Kevbo has 21 perfects on this, so we're just going to go ahead and get it cracking, chat. Here we go.
All right, let's go.
Looked like Flash kind of slipped on that one, the one roll right before the speed up. doing a good job of making up with it for this MA right there, as he MAs that entire pattern.
Kevin's dialed in.
Both players handling the slowdown. Flash did pick up one good, but doing a good job of recovering right out of it.
Yeah.
Kevbo picking up his first great right into the speed up.
A lot of crossovers there. Kevin lost his PFC, but he's maintaining a great full combo.
Meanwhile, Flash doing a really good job of not letting it get too far out of his reach. MA is looking mighty crisp throughout the slowdown. Slowdown absolutely tough because all of the notes just get really clustered together, a really dense section. Still not giving you a chance to breathe. Flash breaks combo right there on the step jump. Kevbo still sitting on the full combo. Both players doing pretty good on the slowdown. All right, here we go, chat.
Got a miss on Kevbo's side.
Kevbo still coming out with the PFC outside of the combo break. Flash breaking 1800.
The hype conclusion of the song here. Let's go.
Woo! Kevbo 2037 Flash.
Flash just cleared it out with a really cute white combo there. 55 steps, white combo.
So Flash 59-9, 5 goods and 3 misses. And we have Kevbo with 58, 2, and 1 miss.
You know, honestly, if you look at, again, looking at Flash's breakdown, MA-wise, he really wasn't very far behind.
No, and what made it kind of really cool is I brought it up before is that Flash, even when he kind of got like a good or like some of those misses, he had the MA just to go ahead and just recenter himself. He was white comboing just completely out of a lot of those sections. It was an absolutely just beautiful thing to see.
It's hella good.
So next up, we are going to go ahead and get to the third song of this set.
Dead End Groove Radar Special, and Flash has no score. Kevbo has
A
the
PFC.
Yeah, perfect full combo on Dead End Groove Radar Special. One of the most difficult DDR songs of all time.
Yes, 46 perfects at that, an absolutely just crazy score.
It took over 10 years before this song was PFC.
Correct. And soon, chat, if you haven't seen it, you're going to see why. Both players now taking a second to take a break. You are allowed breaks to kind of just let yourself, you know, recover, drink some water, in which, chat, first reminder of many, I hope you're staying hydrated out there, whether you are drinking water, juice, Gatorade, or adult juice. Stay hydrated out there. No one likes it when you're thirsty. Love to see it. We
It's
like
simple,
you saying
not
that.
complicated.
It's so
when it's
simple.
hot, just stay hydrated.
Even when it's not hot, stay hydrated. I mean, water didn't have to go, two hydrogens and 1 oxygen didn't have to go so hard, but it went ahead and did it. Keeping our species alive out there and powering the players through this tournament. All right, so in a second, we're about to get ready and get started. Both players chatting it out, and that's the thing I do love about this. Even when you're going head-to-head with each other, it's still the love. There's still the community with all of the players.
Definitely.
And
These guys are like old school bros. They know what's up.
And I said it yesterday, is that one thing I love about the community is that even if someone is your rival up there, you're playing against your rival, or you're just watching from afar, everyone loves the gas. We hype each other up, we big each other up, and we celebrate scores. So let's go ahead and celebrate Dead End Groove Radar Special and see how they both do.
Let's go. A little bit of background here. Dead End Groove Radar Special is it was a special song introduced in DDR Supernova 2 to max out the Groove Radar. Konami designed a set of steps that would max out every point on that pentagon.
And right now, this is kind of the more tamer part. You're going to see where it opens up. We're going to go into a slowdown in a second. One fact about this is that it's always fascinating to see people's strategies with this chart. The chart is very unorthodox. It has some pretty unique patterns in it that you don't see in other charts. And a lot of players either elect to play this on shuffle because it becomes more comfortable, where all the notes are rotated, they're randomly resorted, or they turn it on left. So a lot of the weird crossovers that we're about to see become more natural. ITG Flash is playing it on what I like to call vanilla. He picks up his first miss. So very impressive so far. Kevo still sitting on the PFC.
That is unbelievable. The tension. Watching that gold combo on Deggers.
Yeah, and right there, Kevo and both Flash both break combo on those triplet jumps. Those are double jumps that are going at 16th rhythm. All right, we're about to go into the last speed up of the song, chat. All right, and there it is. Kevo 1583, Flash 1446.
Oh my God.
Kevo 56 and 7, 3 misses. Flash 92, 38, 4 and 12 misses.
Yeah, I'd say going from 0 to 90, 94-3 on that, really sick by Flash. Kevo, unbelievable score.
Absolutely, good showing from both of them. They are now, while we go ahead and reset, they are going to go ahead and take advantage of that little extra time that they got, as they should. So far in the tournament, Dead End Groove Radar has been picked in playlists, has been picked in pulls 3 times. And if I'm correct, only one person is full comboed, and that was J-Boy yesterday.
I think
Or was
both
it 2?
Evil Dave and
Evil Dave
J-Boy
and J-Boy full
comboed.
comboed.
Yeah.
Yes. So only 2 people full comboed it. So
That's, I mean, only 2 people, I would say, I don't know, like, it's crazy that 2 people in a tournament full combo Deggers.
yeah,
We
it's-
might see it again. Like,
I mean,
I would assume that it's probably going to come up in every pool. Or,
I wouldn't
or
be
maybe not
surprised.
every pool, but
you know, it won't be the last time that you
Yeah.
see that song pop up. And also, as we look further into this pool, there's definitely some monsters that have the capability to do that. If you remember, that was Harajune's pick.
it was.
So he might have that in the bag for himself.
Jeez.
So next up, we are going to Spanish Snowy Dance Challenge.
Spanish Snowy Dance. So the 15, people often regard it as one of the hardest 15s. The 17 is extremely technical with, you know, just kind of a smattering of the yellow notes, the green notes. We've got some 24ths in there.
And this was Fenrir's pick. This was Corey's pick.
Yeah.
So as we look at the scores, Kevo has a PFC on this. He has 38 perfects. It looks like Flash doesn't have a clear pass on that, but that doesn't, in my opinion, I think he does. He actually has. He does have experience with this chart.
Yeah, he more than likely he has seen it multiple times, and there are no tempo changes in this at all.
It's straightforward,
So-
but it's obnoxiously technical.
Yeah.
So looking forward to see what the scores come out of this are. Here we go, chat. We are in our second set between the 2. Let's get it. And Flash picking up a great kind of really early,
White combo on Kevo's side.
but still doing a pretty good job of maintaining some good MA. I've only seen 2 perfect come out of him so far. Kevo still hitting 100 with the white combo.
Ooh, look at this. Oh my God.
Come on, everybody, make some noise.
Flash picked up a good,
Very
but
crispy.
still MAing outside of it.
Both of these players step so light right now that you can barely hear their steps.
Both players still sitting on the full combo. And as we mentioned before, Flash is an ITG player, a very, very strong predominant ITG player. So it's always fascinating to see the different kind of techniques, the different play styles between the different players. Flash a little bit more minimal, but of course this is Spanish Snowy Dance. This song is pretty technical. It does require you to turn quite a bit if you want to hit.
Yeah, you really got to move your body.
And it looks like the triplets into the triplet step jumps ended up getting Flash right there. He ends up breaking combo, but it's still doing a good job of like MAing right out of it. Kevo still sitting on the full combo, but picks up a grade along the way. All right, and here we go into the step jump run. Flash handling it a little bit better than the last time. Love to see it. All right, here we go at the end run of the song.
Very nice.
Kevo,
Very
22-34,
nice.
Flash, 21-77. Flash, 75, 5 greats, 2 goods, and 2 misses. Kevo with 38 perfects and 1 great. So impressive run from both of them. So next up, we have No Bar Ben's pick of Sweet Home Party. So we're going to go a little bit easier on the difficulty. However, the song is a song with some BPM changes. As you see listed right there, it goes from 180 BPM to 134 at times. This song is I would say it's a relatively technical 16. A lot of people, if you're going into the 16s, this will kind of kick your butt.
Yeah, the sync on this is really not ideal, and also there are some tempo changes that are just designed to throw off your PFC. So,
yeah. So, Flash does not have a score on this, so I wonder if it's going to affect them. Kevin has 11 perfects PFC on this one. So, we're going to see how this is going to go. Flash, a really strong player, as I see him over there also. The first player that I've seen this entire tournament that's walking around with some oxygen. So he is doing a really good job.
That is a great idea.
That's a man who thinks ahead. Is going to go ahead and get that boost. And I see right after he took that hit of oxygen that he's definitely a little bit more stable. So
that's something that you always kind of saw in the past 10 years with ITG, but I've never seen anyone do it with DDR. The oxygen thing.
Yeah, I need to hop on some of that tech. Clearly, some of that oxygen tech. That's good. That's strong. All right, so here we go. Next song, we are going to into Sweet Home Party Expert. Let's get this shot. All right, so we are starting off slow. We're going to start off at 134 BPM. Flash picking up a great right at the freeze. And as you said, this is a little bit tricky, especially with those gallops, those green gallops right there, requiring you to kind of turn. You can, of course, double step them, as we saw Flash did on a couple of them. Both players now sitting at a great full combo. Kevin picks up a great along the way. Both players doing really well. Looks like Flash is actually just 2 points right behind Kevin right there. Handling those crossovers beautifully. And Flash picked up a great right there, so we are going to go into the next section of this 134 BPM section. Flash just 6 points right behind Kevin. MA looking godly, especially right there on those green trills. This roll is looking nice as we speed up. Hit the stop. Kevo a little bit more prepared for that stop. So we're going to go ahead and start speeding up slowly right back to 180 BPM. Flash doing a good job of handling it right after that. Kevo still sitting on the full combo, showing that he does have this chart knowledge. And there we go, 1361 to Flash's 1314. Yeah, we got it. Shout out to Flash with a little bit of the chart unfamiliarity, was able to identify that BPM speed up and adjust.
Yeah, it's quite impressive the way he's able to adjust like that.
Yeah, he actually MA'd that entire that section, and it wasn't until the stop, and he sniffed it, he smelt it, and he tried to go step it to try to gauge the timing of it, and he ended up catching a miss right there. So, last song of this set, song number 6, we are going to go to Max 300 Super Max Me Mix, in which this was Flash's pick. And
that makes sense. Flash, what does he have on this? Perfect?
He has
one perfect. One perfect on that. That's kind of absurd. It's the kind of, it makes perfect sense for Flash because this song came out in like 2006, and that was when Flash was playing a lot of ITG. I mean, I guess he always was, but this is the kind of song that all the ITG players were playing on DDR back then.
So meanwhile, Kevin also with the PSC, but with 13 perfects. So we're going to see, this is going to be a tight one. This is going to be a spicy guy, chat. Both of them taking a second, getting their breather on, as we mentioned. It's that altitude adjustment.
Yeah, that one perfect record on Flash's side is undeniably crazy.
It is kind of
However,
crazy.
I would say, you know, anything can really happen here. Kevbo's really good at this as well, and that one perfect, is that reproducible?
I don't know, but we're going to go ahead and find out. So far, it's looking the same way for both of them. Flash picks up a perfect at 25. Kemba still sitting on the PFC.
Make some noise.
Flash with 2 perfects. Kemba, PFC, just breaking at 61. So we are going to go ahead and open up the song. We're going to do a little bit of these trill section right here.
100 combos.
1 point difference between the two. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into these jumps.
Yeah, jump spam.
Both players handling it. Top tier. Let's go.
This chart is so hype.
All right, we're about to hit the first slowdown, chat. Still 1 point difference between the two.
Make some noise.
Flash picking up a couple of perfects right there. But Kevo also doing the same. We are back to 1 point
They are
difference, chat.
so close right now.
All right, we are about to go ahead and get into the speed up. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do these triplet rolls right before we get into the death runs that make this song very well known. Here we go, chat. Eyes open.
Go.
The snow coming down. Here we go, chat. It's going to be really close. Eyes open. Dual PFC. Kevbo 2005. Flash 1999. Flash with 17 perfects. Kevbo
Both insanely sick scores. for a
Kevbo
tournament.
tying his PB with 11 perfects. Absolutely amazing showing from
Let's
the both
go,
of them.
boys.
Chat, let's get hyped. This is that good-ass DDR that we've been talking about all weekend. Yesterday was the first course. Today, you're getting that second course. We're giving some healthy servings. Chat, isn't this what you came for? This is what you came for.
Yeah, I just love watching these guys play.
Absolutely. I mean,
What do we got next?
So next up, as we go ahead and look at the last two, we have a spicy set. So they just got off of a 16, a pretty intense 16, really close match. So we're going to go to something even wilder. We are going to go to Pluto Part the First.
Pluto the First. And when was Pluto the First introduced? I think wasn't that from a
Yes, that
Hottest
was
Party?
That was a Hottest Party.
I
chart.
think that was from DDR Hottest Party for the Wii. And definitely one of those charts that there's no possible way anyone could do it on a soft pad. Maybe it is. But
I mean, we were
You know,
built
honestly-
different back there, and the struggle was real, so we made that happen back then. And on top of it, Pluto the First, on top of having just absolute wild BPM changes and stops, just like Pluto, is known for having some random shock arrow parts.
there are the shock arrow parts in this song just require extreme precision, and I think based on the fact that Flash has no score on this, could get a little rocky.
So on top of that, yeah, just like Pluto and Pluto Relinquish, in which this song is a remix of Pluto. It has a lot of the gimmicks that you see from Pluto, a lot of the double steps. This
Stops.
chart has been in X2 actually. In X2 is where we actually saw the challenge chart of this.
Oh,
And
really?
this
I
was
see, I see.
and this was actually the first 18 that got shock arrows. For a little bit of my trivia heads out there.
Nice.
So we're going to go ahead and see this. Kevo with a respectable score, Flash with no score. Chat, eyes open. We're going to see this a few more times. Here we go. All right, both players handling this section beautifully. First stop. Flash picked up a great, but he was ready for it. So that does show that he does have some chart knowledge of this. So we're going to go even slower, chat. We're going to go to 50 BPM.
Look at that just wall of notes.
50 BPM, wild. All right, and for those of you who are new to this DDR, new to the stream, those are what are called shock arrows. If you touch those at all, and that doesn't mean if you step on them, if you even have your foot anywhere on the pad, it's going to go ahead and set off a shock arrow, which is going to give you a miss, and it's going to go ahead and blank out your screen for about a couple of measures. And so you might pick up even more misses, especially on a song like this where we're moving at 440 BPM at this point. So looks like Flash did pick up a combo break. Kevin is still sitting on that full combo, but a great full combo.
Yeah, no shocks on Kevin's side yet.
And no shocks from both players. Up, just
really?
right there. Sorry, we take full responsibility. And look at those 8th runs at 440 BPM.
Damn.
Kevo, full combo.
That's pretty much what I'd expect from Kevo.
And you see them both laughing. I'm not sure if Chad, I'm not sure if you caught it off of the mic, but right when Flash hit a couple of those shots, you heard him just let out an audible scream of like, "Oh God!" Absolutely crazy impressive score. And this is just starting off the pool. These are the first matches of this pool, and we are about to get ready to end off with New York A.
New York Evolved, Type A. Again, another Evolved song. There's 3 of them. And New York is a city in the United States of America.
It is, and I would say that we have some players that are in attendance that reside in said city. A lot of them that we saw
Doug,
yesterday.
We got Spencer. We got hella people from New York.
Shout out to everyone who came out. So New York A, the faster of all the New York songs, BPM goes from 95 to 380, despite what you see there up on the screen. It is a little bit of a deceptive, and a lot of DDR charts are very known for kind of faking you out with the BPM on the screen.
I would say New York Evolved Type A, definitely the hardest one of the New York series.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of the one that kind of that you do need to have a little bit more of as what I like to call a knowledge check. These songs are knowledge checks. In the fact that if you don't play them and you get caught off guard in a tournament, you're going to have a bad time. We see that Flash doesn't have a score in it, but I'm pretty sure that Flash has played this chart in tournament from all the DDR tournaments that he's been to.
He's at least seen it.
Yes.
Once, I would guess.
All right, here we go. We are in the last song of this set between the two. Chat, let's get hype. Let's go. All right, and Flash caught a little bit off guard by those first stops. But remembers that first stop right there is good. Kevo finally breaking the MA at about 52, but still sitting on the PSC. All right, both handling those bursts really well. Flash looked like he finally dialed it in. Just nothing but a white combo going out into the freeze. And we go, and we're speeding up just a little bit. We're about to hit another stop. Beautiful, both of them handling it beautifully. Kevo still sitting on the PSC. Flash breaking 700 EX. Picks up another miss right there, but NFC is right out of it.
Kevo's MA is extremely on point. Wow.
All right, here we go into the 380 BPM section.
Look at all that bling. Yeah, the combo king.
MA looking crisp from both people. Flash picking up just a couple perfects right there. Kevbo handling those skips right there. Flash caught off guard by the stops. Both players are about to finish really strong. Let's go. We're going. Kevbo still sitting on the full combo. Picks up his first break right there, right before that stop. Continue to the speed up. Here we go. Kevbo still trying to work out that full combo. Flash finishing strong. Let's go. Right into the final slowdown. Last freeze.
Ooh.
Kevbo with that get it combo. 1946. Flash with 1775.
Very nice. Whose pick was that? I have to.
That was Kamsta's pick.
Kamsta. Okay.
So good showing from both players. Chad, give it up for Kevbo and Flash, putting in the finest of work on that good set, and giving a preview for what's to come for all the other players in this set.
I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait. But so far, just want to give a shout out to Round 1 here in Denver. Thank you so much for hosting us. They have been awesome. The staff has been super accommodating for making this happen. And you love to see it when people, without even prompting, just come up to us and say, hey, we understand how important this is to you guys. Let us know if we can do anything.
Yeah, it's
we want to thank them
extremely
so
nice.
much for it.
And not only that, these tournaments are kind of like some of the most demanding things that that Round 1 can really do, because they have to move all kinds of stuff. They have to maintain the pads like multiple times during the tournament. So yeah, huge shout out to them.
Absolutely. And then I also want to give a shout out to Red Note Gaming, because I'm pretty sure without their support, we wouldn't be here. Red Note Gaming is a rhythm gaming venue out there in Los Angeles, and it's a community. Check them out on Twitter at Red Note Gaming, and also check them out at rednotegaming.com.
Yeah, so if you're in the Las Vegas area, look them up, see if there's any events going on. And they are thinking about doing something on the East Coast. So if that interests you,
let them
chat
know.
them up on Twitter.
Absolutely, let them know. I also want to give a shout out to SF Evolved, Roger being a part of it, and Ohio DDR, myself as well, for bringing you this lovely production that all of you have just been very vocal about how much you enjoy the production. We do it because of you. With all of your feedback and all of your critique and feedback and support, we're able to bring this to you, to your eyeballs, and show you some good-ass DDR, and that we all have a good time. So thank you all
I think
of you.
we are. The chat, what's going on with the stream? So we got about 400 people.
We just broke full hundo.
400 people watching.
Whew.
That's kind of huge for a DDR tournament. And it's not even the final day. So
It's not. This is day number 2, aka Drip Friday. As you see, the lovely Roger Clark and I decided to swag out.
Yeah, I had to turn it up a bit.
I had to make the drip a little bit stank today. So glad that you all are able to be here and share this with us. But next up we have, and let's just go ahead and cut to some warm-ups. We have Kamsa, and I do believe that's Chance.
So again, Chance is local to Colorado, and he's wearing a Colorado Apex hat right now.
Hey, represent.
The Colorado Apex is the local rhythm game community.
Select level.
All right. Start timer 3, 2, 1, start. Oh, timer starts.
Let's go.
All right, and good of you all to notice one of the lovely things that we have in production.
So this is Fenrir on the right.
Yes. One of the things that we do have in this production is that we have the lovely pad mics. And compared to the last one, we had Kevbo and Flash, and a little bit light steppers. You get to hear the lovely step from the pads in your lovely ears in glorious stereo. So please enjoy, especially on Hard Brain. One of my favorite 15s in this game, not only for its song. The song kind of goes crazy. It goes bazinga. But also The sync is so dead on this song.
It's
that-
very pleasant sync.
Pleasant
I would
list.
say.
Yes, we said we used the terms. It was very pleasantly synced yesterday, and
We also kept saying the word free, and the chat had some issues with that, but
there was the word free. That if you are a player who is able to consistently PFC 15, this song is pretty Fritos. Both
that also
players-
makes it a great warm-up, though.
It
So
does.
it's still in the 15 range, but it's not too bad.
Yeah. That being said, I like it. I'm also one of those people who loves to warm up to the song because with that sync being so just like at worst you can say it's pleasantly late. With it being so dead on, it's a great way to kind of calibrate yourself
Yeah.
and just go like, all right, I know what it feels like when stuff is dead on, and then we're just going to go ahead and kind of. I'm going to adjust depending on what songs are later and songs that may be just like ridiculous very early.
Yeah, I think this song is a tad late, personally, but it's late in the same way that a lot of songs from the DDR Ace era were late, so
That's fair.
it's kind of like, it kind of blends into that.
We are
It
playing
seems-
on the white cab, so depending on which cab you play on, you may feel a little bit you may feel a little bit differently on this one. This song, of course, for all of my Be Game fans, this song originally is from 2DX. And then we ended up getting this in one, I do believe this was a course song, a
Yeah.
non-stop course song.
It's a nice, like, Trons-ish techno.
Yes, super good. I'm so glad that it ended up making it in the game. I like to call that song like Stoic 2.5.
It's quite good.
It's quite good. So chat, as we are sitting here warming up, watching these two players warm up, I hope we're out there enjoying ourselves, staying healthy, staying awesome, getting mad W's out there in the world, and enjoying some of this good-ass DDR.
This Real X song, Give Me, really fun. Also good warm-up. It's a bit faster than Hard Brain. A little bit more technical, but it's got some 16th notes in it. They're relatively simple drills, though. It's a good way to get your foot speed going.
One thing to kind of point out, if you had never have played this song before, the beginning is pretty tricky as the steps do go to kind of like a weird, they do kind of go to the forward part of the melody. And so just kind of keep a listen out, listen to the song and see how those steps sync up.
So Fenrir on the right here is, both of these guys are doing great.
Both of them's piffing this song, handling this section I was talking about with ease. So that's a sign of things to come, and they're within just about a couple of points of each other. All right, now we're just going to line up to some pretty straightforward runs right here. Yo, and I also want to say, for all of you stream monsters who tuned in yesterday to watch Day 1 pulls, I enjoyed waking up, opening up Twitter, and seeing how watching these players motivated you to go out to the arcade, and some of you all were putting up some wild scores yesterday. It just absolutely moved me. It warmed my heart, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit jealous because I want to go and play some DDR. I want to go ahead and pop off on some crazy
Yeah,
scores.
watching this is making me really hyped. I wish I was in the tournament.
I love the motivation. I'm loving that seeing some of these top players from all over the world are just giving you the spirit energy to go out there and just crush it at the arcade. And hopefully today does more of the same. I'm looking forward to waking up and seeing y'all pop off on some of these scores. All right, both with the full combo on the second song of the warm-up.
All right. Yeah, that song has a challenge 16 in A3, and it's pretty much exactly the same level of straightforward as the 15, but just a tad bit more stamina draining.
I have yet to touch that, so I'm gonna have to check that out when I get the chance. I'm hearing mixed opinions on it from chat. I'm hearing mixed opinions, so we're gonna have to, the jury is out. Stay tuned. We'll come up with a conclusion on that. So lastly, we're gonna go with the Wake, a song that has been we've seen a lot. A lot of the players over the past couple of days have been warming up with this
So
song.
it's a good way to just get your day started.
Yes.
180 BPM, 16th note runs.
I mean, if first pun, first dad joke of many, I'm glad that this song is something that all of us did today was we are now awake. Hashtag awake, hashtag goals, hashtag 10 toes. Look forward to more puns. We're here all weekend, chat. It's gonna be great. Again, as Roger said, awake, CSP, pretty straightforward. Nothing too crazy. A good song to go ahead and kind of dial yourself in. Really warm yourself up to the 16s. Only thing you do have to kind of watch out on is, especially some of those runs in the beginning, you do have to make sure that you're not getting a little too confident on it. It's really easy to kind of like step a little late and just kind of throw off your calibration on a lot of those.
Make some noise. That's what I'm talking about. You got the magic touch, baby.
Both players looking really sharp on these warm-ups, looking very dialed in. You know, we do have Chance, one of the locals. You know, he is used to playing in this arcade, and then we have Kamsa, who
This is Fenrir. So Fenrir is he's been doing really well on the 17 folder lately, and he's got I think he recently PFC'd the new foot switch 18. Been 18, like AAA 18s, and he's got like pretty much all 17s AAA, which is really important. Just like really impressive.
all right. And as we see, Fenrir, Corey popping off that 26 perfects on Awake. So, I mean, chat, who are you rooting for? I think this is going to be dead close. Once again, both of these players, as we kind of watch the warm-ups, evenly matched. They both have a career of playing at ridiculously high levels, popping off. So, I don't know, chat. What do you think is going to happen? Are we going to see some pretty crazy? We're going to see some up scores? Are they going to pop off? But as we look at this playlist coming up, we do have Roppongi D starting off. So that's going to start off that set. And then we have Cozy Catastrophe, which was Chance's pick. Then we're going to go ahead and continue that 18 train and round off that first set with Degris.
That is going to be, I don't know what Chance's experience is with songs like Deggers. As we were just talking about, since Fenrir, he's been playing a lot of hard songs.
Yes.
So he's probably familiar with all of that stuff. Since Chance is also good at hard songs, but not necessarily on DDR, it may be the case that he's that those are the ones that he's studied.
Yeah.
Out of anything.
So we're going to see, but we're going to go ahead and load up, and we're going to go ahead and get prepped and see the history of these two with Roppongi D. All right, so it looks like Fenrir does have a PFC. He has a PFC of 66 perfects. Chance with a full combo with a 99.6, which is still really good. That means that he is within striking distance of a PFC of this song. And as Roger did bring up, we don't know how long it's been since either one of these players have touched this song.
Yeah.
So that could come into play. But we're just going to go ahead and get started. Chat, get hyped for your faves. Fenrir, Chance, let's go. As we mentioned before, Roppongi version D, the faster version of the Roppongi songs, the more challenging one. Both players still sitting on a PFC, handling it beautifully, within about 8 points of each other.
Both cleaning up pretty well.
Handling the stop, gorgeous.
Fenrir's up on his PB right now.
And it looks like Chance is kind of on the precipice. Picks up his first great right there, right before the speed up. And it looked like Fenrir did pick up a good, still sitting on the precipice of his own PB. Great run from Fenrir, just picking up only a couple of perfects as he reaches over and gets the slap for the 7+. One great right outside of it. Both players still sitting on the full combo.
Fenrir deciding to do the Sutton Plus. Chance not doing it. Pretty confident in his ability to read slow.
And it's showing, it's paying off. Still sitting on that great full combo. That Chance now breaks past 1300 EX. Both players handling that run with ease. And a dual full combo, Fenrir 1597, Chance 1541. 66 perfects and 4 greats, 1 good from Fenrir, and 117 perfects, but 8 greats coming out of Chance.
Yeah, that was an impressive full combo with no Sutton Plus, no high-speed mods on Chance's side.
Yeah, definitely something that a lot of people do struggle with, and what makes that song incredibly difficult outside of that 380 BPM speed up is just how slow that section is and just how dense those notes are. So it's really easy to kind of like go completely off. But next up, we are going with Chance's pick of Cozy Catastrophe. Chance does not have a score on his card on this, so that makes me wonder if he has practiced at home.
It could be tough for him.
So we're going to see how this pick pays off. Let's go, chat. And it looked like Fenrir picked up a miss really early on. Chance still sitting on that PFC. Fenrir picking up a miss and a couple of greats right there. Chance still sitting on the glorious PFC as we go into the speed up. Showing his mastery over this pick. Fenrir doing a good job over the speed up, only picking up 2 perfects to make up for the early great and the miss.
Chance is crushing it.
Chance finally breaking that PFC, still sitting on a full combo.
The speed changes and crossovers don't seem to be phasing him at all.
Looked like Fenrir had a little bit of trouble kind of coming out of some of those sections. But doing a good job of MAing some of it. Chance still sitting on the full combo. All right, we're going to go into this last little slowdown right here. Last speed up, here we go, last run. Chance still sitting on that full combo. We're going to see if he can go ahead and get it. Fenrir, MA looking nuts. Here we go, let's see, finish strong.
Ooh, damn.
Chance.
Damn.
Pick working out, 1944, gets the full combo.
Gotta give it up for Chance and the Colorado crew.
With a very impressive score to have on the card. Chance with our first full combo of that song of the day. Chat going crazy. I see chat just going nuts off of that. As Chance takes a picture of his accomplishments. We're going to see that later on. Keep your eyes out. We're going to see that later on, chat. So next up, we are going to round out this first set of the playlist with Dead End Groove Radar Special.
Good old Deggers, or Degris, as some people, one person likes to say.
Or Degrees, in which we decided that if you're using the acronym and you're from France, you say Degrees.
You know, honestly, degrees is a real word.
It
You know,
really
we-
is.
We kept talking about degrees, but honestly, degrees, that's, I mean, we can just settle on degrees.
I don't mind
It's
it.
real. It's a real word.
All right, so we are about to start Neil deGrasse Tyson. Chat, here we go. We're going to go ahead and end this off. Chance with no score, but showing that he is a contender to be reckoned with. Here we go. Fenrir choosing to play this on left with sudden plus.
Sudden plus might be a bit too high on Fender's side, if I had to guess.
Yeah, Chance playing the
Maybe
vanilla
not.
version of this. Second time that we're seeing this today. So we're going to go ahead and see how he handles some of these patterns. All right, a little bit of adjustment from Fenrir's side, but he's doing a good job of making up for it, keeping the combo going.
Yeah, it's a nice combo on both sides.
All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead, and it's going to start to get a little bit more difficult.
They're keeping it, though. It's very impressive.
Both players
All right.
combo breaking at the same exact point.
If you're going to break combo anywhere in the song, it's going to be there or here.
And both players, Fenrir nailing the triple jumps. Fenrir also plus 17 of a PB, looking to get that up score. And a good slap from Fenrir. He nails it, but ends up lifting a little too early on the freeze. And we're going to go into the speed section. We're going to go out to this. And there we go. Fenrir 1454,
Yeah.
Chance 1363.
Yeah, great first try on that from Chance. And Fenrir, honestly, 957. That's an extremely solid score on Deggers.
Absolutely. So both of these players, they are now going to go ahead and take their break, go ahead and kind of reset,
They're just gonna chill
hydrate,
for just a moment.
and we're going to go ahead and get ready to start our next set with Spanish Snowy Dance. So chat, once again, thank you so much. I hope you are having a good time seeing this ultra spicy set, staying hydrated, but also it's
Also
time.
hyped.
It's time for the first of many can checks today. If you
I'm,
have a can at home, what are you drinking, chat?
I'm drinking this cube here, which is
the
tropical
Red Bull cube, the wing cube, yo, the board cube of energy.
Cube check.
Cube check.
Yeah.
Chat, what cans are we drinking at home if we're can checking? What are we doing? How are we staying? I see some water, some good waters out there. The original water. Ooh, CC Lemon. That's a
Ooh.
that's a hit. That's a
Very
hitter.
nice.
I saw
Available
some-
in vending machines in all the right places.
I saw some La Croix, some cherry La Croix, some cherry Coke. Some people with the G Fuel. Yo, I saw the Arizona Energy. Have you had that yet? Have you had the Arizona Energy drinks?
I have not.
They are strange. Let me tell
I'll
you.
have to buy it as soon as I see it in the store.
Yeah, you can go to a gas station and catch them, but it's strange because you expect to taste like your Arizona green tea, and then you get hit with, oh, these are energy chemicals.
I love chemicals.
I mean, chemicals are literally the building blocks of all of us and make us survive.
Even
But it's super
DDR is
strange.
made of chemicals.
So we are going to go ahead and get started with Spanish Snowy Dance for these two.
Ooh, listen to those steps.
Ooh, look at the assist hit coming from Fenrir, getting that snow, the Denver snow combo going off. Chance, +5 over his PB, still sitting on the PFC. Both of these players I expect to handle this song really well, really
Look at
technical.
this white combo on the right. Fenrir going off.
At 160,
Let's
still
fucking
MA.
go. Oh, he's keeping it. Oh, that's amazing. Look at this. Hell yeah.
All right, and finally, after about 240, getting his first perfect, and both players picking up a great at the same exact point. And it looked like Chance kind of, and I think he kind of missed that turn in the placement of his foot. but doing a good job of recovering it. Look at that white combo on that run from Chance. Oh my God, Chad. Both players getting an up score right now. Absolutely impressive showing from both of them. MA looking clean.
Some cool turns there.
And Fenrir picking up a miss right there, but white comboing right outside of it.
This song is just relentless. It just does not stop.
Yes, and we kind of saw right there Chance suffering, getting caught at the step jump section right there.
100 combos.
Fenrir still sitting on a PFC out of that miss. As we get the section, which is like the last little chance of break that they get for the rest of the song, as we go ahead and kick it up into the step jump section. Fenrir picking up another miss. As Fenrir MA's that last run. Both players with the up score. Chance 2097 to Fenrir with 2216.
Yeah, that MA on Fenrir's side, got to give it up for him. He's just he was just dialed in.
But also shout out to Chance. You know, despite that the high perfect count that he got, still managed to get an up score on that. Love to see it. Very impressive showing from both players. So next up, we're going to go ahead and we're going to dial it a little bit back, just a hair back, to Sweet Home Party. We saw it earlier on. If you missed this chart earlier on, this chart pretty strange. Not only does it have a BPM change, starts off at 134, then gradually goes up to 180, drops back down, and then goes back up to 180 throughout. This chart sync is also very not kind. If we're gonna put it in some words, the sync on this chart is not great.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have tempo changes like this in a song, it's just really difficult to get it right. It maybe even impossible, really, unless you have access to, like, you know, all of the data from the producer, and it's just really difficult to get it right.
Yeah, I see Chance does not have a score on this, so he will be sight reading this. We saw this last set with Flash also sight reading this, did a pretty good job, only kind of got caught on the stop. So we're gonna see if Chance can go ahead and adapt to that stop, but both players so far handling the beginning really well. I think it looked like Chance lifted his foot a little too early on that freeze, so he ended up breaking the combo. Fenrir still sitting on the PFC. Chance, despite the miss, doing a good job. MA looking pretty on point, just picking up his first perfect after the miss right there, after the freeze. And both players showing that they are match skill, getting perfects at about the same exact points in this section right here. These step jumps with the crossovers are pretty insane. So we're going to go ahead and slow down.
Fenrir's still carrying the PFC, the gold combo.
And we're going to go ahead and speed up to 180.
It looks like Fenrir's still improving his score.
And Chance picks up a good but doesn't break combo. Fenrir ended up in that 180 BPM speed up, getting his first break, but still maintaining the full combo.
So some people have mentioned the fact that Chance is not using the dark background and he's not using the... Yeah, good. I feel like the result of this, gotta say, Fenrir, did he still upscore it?
Fenrir, he did upscore this one. Shout out to Chance. Off of the sight read, only getting one miss. Very impressive score.
I mean, who knows whether he's actually seen it before, but... So I was saying, people have pointed out the fact that Chance is using the regular background, no dark filter, and combo above arrows. I really kind of think that shows, like, his performance, and Paul is doing combo above arrows. I kind of think it just shows maybe those things aren't as important as it
No.
seems like they are.
And it was brought up quite a bit on Twitter last night that seeing this at a high level, it's really kind of visually overwhelming to some
Yeah.
people. But the fact also is there's not a lot of players actually this whole entire tournament that have been using. I mean, most people do use the dark background, but not a lot of people have been using the combo behind the arrows.
Yeah.
It's been pretty much.
I only just turned it
kinda
on like 2 weeks ago, and it's been 6 years, so it doesn't really affect me.
Yeah, after a certain point, you kind of adapt, and it just kind of becomes just like filter a little bit. But here we go.
Max me mix. Both of these guys should be able to execute this pretty crisply.
All right, both of them within 2 points of each other. All right, so we're going to go ahead and open up into these runs right here. Both players handling it beautifully. Fenrir just picking up just a couple of greats in the skip section. Be going to the jump spam.
So they
both players.
Both still have the PFC.
And both players, as we get ready to break this into the slowdown, both players actually MA'd that entire jump spam section, and they also got greats at the same exact time. So we are still within about 10 points of each other. And then both handling the double steps beautifully. So we're going to go ahead and hit these freezes right before we get into the runs. We're going to hit the triplets, and then we're going to go into the runs. I expect both of them to handle it really well. Here we go, chat. Triplets. Fenrir's MA looking amazing as we get ready to go into the death run.
Yeah, he's not far off from his PB. Both of them doing very well.
All right, here we go. Both looking at the full combo. Chance 1901.
Congrats, guys.
Fenrir 1937, 65 and 7 out of Fenrir, 103 and 8. Coming from Chance. Impressive full combo from both of them. All right, so we are about to get ready to go into the last two songs, and boy, what a crazy last two songs that they're about to get hit with, chat.
Everybody loves Pluto the First.
Everybody, and by everybody, I mean Chris for life and maybe a small handful of people
Yeah.
in chat.
Yeah, I used to say whenever DDR Ace was out that if I could remove any song from DDR, it would be PTF.
That's your
But-
removal. Ooh.
But honestly, things have changed for me.
Okay.
It's just so hard that you gotta have songs like that in the game, you know?
Okay, there's an excuse to be made for that. We can thank Rerhyme for that PTF pick, by the way, in case you're wondering. So after that, and then we're going to go ahead into New York Evolved. We've seen that Chance kind of has, he doesn't have plays on some of these songs. Pluto, and these two are ones that are massive skill checks that you don't want to be sight reading.
It looks like Chance does have a score on the expert, but not on the challenge.
So that being said, Chance is familiar with the gimmicks. However, PTF Challenge does add the shock arrow gimmick, and it makes it kind of visually messy.
Yeah, it turns it up to about 1,000 times more absurd.
And if you look at Fenrir does have a 96.3, which, I mean, is PTF. That score is respectable. I don't care who you are.
For sure.
All right, so both players, Chance ready to go, just gave the thumbs up. Having a conversation with one of our awesome TOs. Shout out to Fusion, TOing this along with our co-TO, Telepron. All right, chat, here we go. It's going to be a very exciting set. We're going to see, I want to see how they both handle the shock arrow spam that's going to come up off of it. With Chance being an ITG player, he is no stranger to tech that does involve mines and having
Yeah.
to lift off of it.
Mind-like behaviors.
But at the beginning of this, it's a little ridiculous. But that's what kind of gives this chart its special flavor. All right, so far, both of them handling it beautifully. So far, Chance only with one great at this first stop. Familiar with the stop. And we go to the super slowdown, 50 BPM. Chart being very dense, both players showing their mastery, their top level skills at reading the density here. Handling the shock arrows beautifully. And it looked like Fenrir picked up 2 shock arrows and broke combo. And Chance still sitting on the full combo. We go into the speed up, the 440 section. Fenrir hitting another shock arrow right there.
Those little bursts. Oh, it sounds so good.
Chance sitting on a full combo so far. And Fenrir going well out of his way to make sure he is not tapping the shock arrows, getting a little bit extra air. Fenrir finally breaking the PFC. And both players nailing that burst at the end. Chance, 1372. Fenrir, 1382. Good showing from both of the players. Shout out to Chance. Only with 3 misses, almost picked up the full combo. Just got one miss right.
Cool.
He just got 1 miss right before that burst section. The 16 burst, and then he just ended up tapping 2 shock arrows to finish out the song.
Yeah, impressive results by both.
Very good showing from it. Now we're about to go ahead and finish out the set with New York Evolved Type A.
Type A, not version A.
Type A. So both players do have a score on this one. Chance with 96.3 and Fenrir with a very impressive 58 PFC. So this has been a absolutely fun set. It's been phenomenal. It's been phenomenal not only seeing how Fenrir has been adjusting and MAing his way out of any kind of like slip-ups that he may have had if he had a great or ended up picking up a miss. But it's also been very impressive sight reading from Chance on some of these charts.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess that he's probably seen YouTube videos or something, but you know, you can never really tell. People might even be playing on alternate e-amusement accounts. Yeah, who knows? But it looks like Fenrir might have an advantage here since he has the PFC on record.
All right, Fenrir using the sudden plus to get started. So far, both players sitting on the full combo. PFC broken for both. Fenrir picking up a miss right there, but getting the PFC right out of it. Chance, so far, +4 on his PB, sitting on the full combo still.
So Fenrir is, he plays in the Los Angeles area.
Fenrir still running with that PFC right out of the miss that he got earlier on. Chance still sitting on the full combo. Quite a bit of an improvement. Right now looking at about 18, now 20, just broke 20 improvement on his EX score. Ooh, and it looked like Fenrir just didn't reposition himself right after the slap. But I do expect to see him doing as we see right here, crushing it right into the speed up.
This 380 BPM part is essentially these freezes and gallops that are a bit hard to read.
Chance still sitting on the full combo. Both players handle the slowdown beautifully. Oh, and they handled that section up. Then it looked like Chance picked up his first miss. 1827, 1879. Crazy scores from both of them. 99-16, 1827 EX. 98-5 from Fenrir, 1879.
So that concludes this pairing. And the next pairing, I believe, is No Bar Ben and Camsta 4.
Chat, if you want to see some spicy no bar, the time is now. The time is coming. The time is nigh, as some people may say. Shout out to both of the players. Shout out to Chance and Fenrir. GG's to them. Thank you so much for giving us this amazing set. Absolutely great set from both of them. Beautiful performance.
This is maybe one of his first major DDR tournaments.
Yeah, and he definitely deserves to be here. Put up a good showing. Some of the most impressive sight reads that we've seen all week coming out of him. So that being said, chat, we're going to go ahead and get ready to go into the next set with No Bar Ben and Camsta. So we are going to take just a little break, just a little one.
Mario and I are going to take a short break. We might swap someone in for me for commentary.
Ooh.
And yeah, I'll see you all later.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. This is your time to go ahead and refill that drink. Grab another can, if you will. Grab a snack. Take a little walk. Stretch it out. Whatever. But just don't go far. We're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere, folks. See you in just a moment.
what's up? Hey, I'm Roger Clark.
You are Roger Clark just for a little bit. Roger Clark decided to, shave his head a little bit, go ahead and qualify for the death pool.
Do that, grow out a beard in a very short period of time.
But chat, you know what it is. We are back. I have a special guest commentator. You saw him yesterday.
Yeah.
Put in some work. Also, put in some work as one of the people who are the reason why we are here in Degris for the third time in polls.
Look,
None
man.
other.
You know the SpongeBob meme with like the old reliable and he's opening it up? That's Degris.
You opened
That's
it up.
Degris,
Degris
100%.
was right there. Chat, let's give it up. Say hi to Evil Dave. Dave, how are you doing today?
I am doing fantastic. I love the fact that like today, I'm not playing today, so it's just a chill day for me to like hang out, relax, watch some good ass DDR.
Yes, sir.
Dude, everything yesterday was so competitive. I mean, just to speak to how high level the DDR stuff is here, Chris did not like sweep his pool. He came third place in one of his songs. Like everyone here is so good.
Fantastic, and that's what I love about this. But speaking of good, right here we have Camsta and No Bar Ben getting their warm up on.
Hey, we got any Aussies in the chat?
Say
on Campster?
Yeah, say hello to your boy. Shout out to the Australian crew, Team Australia.
Absolutely.
Making it out.
Chris is now part of apparently Team Australia,
Yeah.
going off of his jacket.
Chat, fun fact. So, as you saw, all of the competitors got these amazing, upbeat jackets.
Yep.
Everyone, not only the people who made top 50, but there's a lot of people who made top 50 that couldn't be here for personal restrictions. Diplomatic reasons, and we actually had one competitor who had to fly back literally yesterday because of a family emergency.
Oh my gosh.
So, we got to hang out with him a little bit, but he had to fly back. So we made sure that all those people got jackets. But fun fact is that Chris for Life, and all the competitors, they have their name, they have their
with
tag,
their flag
with their
of
flag.
their country of origin.
And for this week and this week only, Chris for Life is an Aussie.
Yes, he is officially an Aussie.
He's an Aussie. Yes.
Yeah, and also we didn't mention it, but obviously we have fan favorite No Bar Ben also playing.
And I mean, his name says it all. You see, he is No Bar, along with Ringo.
I was gonna say, I really wish they could have rigged the pool somehow to where No Bar Ben and Ringo were in the same pool, and you would just have both of them playing with each other and just destroying stuff No Bar.
I don't know if the chat would have been ready.
No.
I don't know if the stream would have been able to handle all of that hype. Then we would have had to evacuate round one because we would have just tore this the heck down, dude. It would have went crazy. But, we got to spread out the love a little bit. But No Bar Ben, one of the best No Bar players in the world.
Yep.
And you're seeing this right now as he's playing Kimono Princess and getting the PFC.
I remember, so I played with Ben at Eclipse East, and I remember telling him it's hard playing against Ben because everyone roots for him. No one is going to root for you over No Bar Ben. No one wants to see you beat No Bar Ben.
But at the same time, we do have Camsta, as we said, one of the Aussies, an amazing player.
Yep.
Player's been around for many, many, many years.
It was really cool. I actually got to play a warm-up set with him I guess on Tuesday or Wednesday, one of those days that I think Tuesday actually when we first got here. So really cool, awesome. I'm so glad we got to meet all these Aussie people here this weekend.
Yeah, and shout out to our sponsor, Red Note Gaming, for helping making this possible. Seriously, without them, I don't know how much of this tournament would have happened. Red Note Gaming, of course, a rhythm game company. Also, they have an arcade out in the Vegas area, so if you are
Shout out
there,
to the Vegas community too. There's so many new school people, but I love the Vegas community.
then yeah, we have a couple of Vegas competitors here in the tournament. But nonetheless, if you are in the Vegas area, make sure you check them out.
Yes.
And word on the street is that they are looking into opening up a location over on the east. So if you think if you have some ideas,
like the eastern part of the U.S.
yeah, if you have some
Alright.
ideas, you want to see that happen, make sure you hit them up on Twitter at Red Note Gaming.
Yes.
Also check out their website at rednotegaming.com. We want to thank them for
Absolutely. Red
contributing
Note
greatly.
has been amazing for this. My other understanding, too, is apparently they're doing a pretty major Stepmania X tournament around October. I was told it's actually a decently large prize pool. I know they did an SMX tournament last year. It's kind of like a thing to hype up Red Note opening up a location in Vegas.
Yeah.
So That should be pretty cool. That's actually something I'd be interested in. I've got an SMX setup at home, so.
Absolutely. So make sure you keep an eye out and check them out. So, chat, we are about to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and get this pool started.
Yes, sir.
We are starting off with Roppongi D. Once again, this was Kevin's pick.
Oh, 100% Kevin. I actually talked with Kevin earlier. So he was debating about doing this. He wanted to do this. The one thing that he was a little bit hesitant about is because the pad distance here is a little bit more than we have a standard one, it makes Sudden Plus a little bit harder to toggle on and off.
Yeah, and if you saw earlier on, he did end up getting the pad. He ended up getting the sudden slap.
Yeah.
But he had to reach for it. He had He had to not only reach, but he had to brace himself
He
on
was
the up
getting down.
arrow and use the tips of his fingers just
So
to
he
hit.
actually told me something that I didn't realize with this. The freeze arrows, when you have like the left-right, it's either the left or right in slightly before the other one, so that can actually give you a little bit of, like, you can use your pivot foot to be able to get in and hit it a little bit easier.
All right, here we go. Both players have a PFC on this. No bar bend with an impressive 27 perfects, whereas Kamsa has 50 perfects on this. So we're going to go ahead and see how this goes. Both players looking crisp. No bar bend so far with the right combo going into the...
No bar bends destroying this. And this is also one of those songs where, you know, you might be good at this. Both players have a PFC, obviously, but if it's been a while since you've played it, the stop part that's coming up here can be a little bit tricky if you've forgotten it.
But both players showing that they are still mentally crisp, and it looked like Kamsa did pick up a miss right there. All right, here we go into the stops.
Yep. Both players doing pretty good on that, so it seems like they both aren't having issues with it.
No bar bend, still sitting on the PFC. Kamsa doing a good job of making up for the miss that he got, and PFCing his way out of it. Handling this speed. Here we go into the drills.
All right.
No bar bend, still with the PFC. Kamsa goes ahead and hits
the
the
Sun Plus
sudden.
toggle. Both players hit the Sun Plus toggle successfully.
Beautiful. Great execution on the slaps from both of them. All right, here we go into the stop.
No bar bend. Oh, unfortunately picks up the grade there. I was already first so hard to use the PFC.
So, but still, let's talk about Kamsa. Still with the PFC, even after that miss.
Well, he's gotten a miss earlier, so he doesn't have a PFC. But
And picks up his first perfect out of
couple
that.
good there, looks like, for No Bar Bend.
And full combo from Ben.
All right, good job, Ben.
Ben with 1623. And Kamsa with 1576.
Yep.
Kamsa 93 perfects, one great, one miss. Ben with 46, one great and one good. Absolutely impressive showing, not only from Ben, but also from Kamsa as well.
And
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's been reiterated on the streams throughout the weekend, but playing in altitude is so much harder than playing normally. You know, it helps, like, being here for a few days, being able to acclimate yourself to it, but you do get tired, especially when you're playing 8 songs in a row, and a lot of these are, you know, some of the hardest songs in DDR. You're playing 18s. The pool B that had to do, what was it, 5 18s, and it's like in Damien and Max
pool,
Period.
That pool was wild.
That pool was wild.
But what's also wild, chat, is if we take a look at these records, it looks like Kamsa has a 96.7, but No Bar Ben with a 99.2.
Yo, triple Aing this No Bar? That is ridiculous.
It is pretty crazy.
That's so good.
So we're going to go ahead and see if Ben can go ahead and replicate that, maybe even get the up score.
Yeah.
And Kamsa looking pretty good so far. Not too gassed. Just going ahead and wiping the sweat off of his brow. And let's see if we can go ahead and get this up score. Did a pretty good job on Roppongi D, despite the miss that he caught. Here we go, chat. Song number 2. Eyes open. Let's get it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start off slow right before we get into the speed up after this freeze.
Ben picked up a good there, looks like.
But Kamsa still sitting on the PFC.
Now, obviously, we were the first hard part's obviously this slowdown. It's really hard to be able to read it. Yep. Yeah, players picking a couple misses there.
But Kamsa still sitting on the full combo. You know what? I'm sorry, chat. I did it again.
Commentator's curse. Commentator's curse. Also, this is a rough song to play when you're not fully warmed up. I mean, the players obviously had a 3-song set to be able to warm up on, but it's really hard being able to go into like a very twist-heavy 18 when you're not fully warmed up.
Absolutely, and that's even more impressive when you say that we're playing at altitude.
Yeah.
And they're still getting pretty strong scores off of this. Just a couple of combo breaks from each of them. Nothing too drastic.
Yep.
No bar Ben breaking 1,000 EXC right there.
That's doing very well. And I'm going to say, it's really impressive watching people do these crossovers no bar. Like, it's really fun watching him do it.
All right, here we go, chat.
This part's my favorite part when you have like the Afronova parts where you have the side, that part. I love doing that.
You see Ben do a pretty good job. He picked up a couple misses on that Scooby section. Kamsa did as well as you go into the last speed up. And good run from both of them.
Good job from both players there. Again, that is not an easy 18 to do when you're not fully warmed up at higher altitude, just because it's a lot harder to breathe up here.
Oh man, that being said, I have a meme in the works about Denver. I went to go ahead and just do a quick errand, run across the street to Target, and someone's like, "Yeah, it's right across that parking lot." And I go out into the parking lot, and I kid you not, it's a literal mountain that I have to climb. A literal mountain, and I'm just like, y'all in Denver, y'all are literally constructed.
They're used to this, but
you are constructed in a dissimilar fashion than I.
All right, we have to talk about my favorite song in the game, Deckers.
All right, 96-1 from Ben, 95 from Kamsa. As we round out the way more ridiculous part of this set.
Yes, sir. I love me some Deckers. So this was June's pick, is my understanding.
That is correct. And just so far, it looks like Ben is going to go ahead and play this at 1 1/4.
That's actually relatively slow. I mean, if you're playing your bar, you're going to play slower than normal, but just because of the speed up, I'm surprised he's doing it at 1.25. Like normally, you would, if he's doing Sun Plus, you would usually do this like at 1.5 as the slowest.
Yeah. And Kamsa using Sudden Plus, but also electing to play this on left.
Yeah. So for most people, if you're playing this song, you usually have two strats. You can either do left, which is probably the easiest consistent pattern you can get. It's still not easy, but it's probably the easiest consistent pattern. Or you do it on shuffle, where shuffle is going to be the easiest patterns, but there are a couple shuffle patterns you can get that are a lot harder than the others.
Yeah, and we saw that yesterday when Amber played shuffle on this. Amber ended up kind of getting a rough shuffle out of it. And you know, we said the shuffle giveth, and the shuffle also taketh away. So we're going to go ahead and see this. I think Ben is going to go ahead and play this vanilla.
Ooh, man, more power to him. Anytime I see someone play this vanilla, it's just like, Godspeed to you. It's so hard without a turn mod on it.
This tournament has been crazy so far, so I don't know. All I'm expecting to see is some good ass DDR. I don't know about you.
Absolutely. We've been seeing good ass DDR this entire weekend already.
All right,
and
here
this
we
is just
go.
preliminary.
Here we go.
All right.
Oh, actually, Ben is using shuffle.
Okay, so Ben's doing shuffle. Kamsa, I don't know what happened there, where he had shuffle on and then turned it off and then turned it back on. So.
All right, a little bit of recovery coming out of it. Not too bad. Ben still sitting on the full combo off of that. Both players still, you know, having a little bit of a tough time kind of adjusting. I saw that kind of both of them with the shuffle.
Yep.
I mean, with the sudden plus. All right, into the slowdown.
Ben, I believe, still has a full combo going.
And Kamsa doing a good job of making up for the misses that he got really early on. Nearly MAing that entire slow section. All right, and the speed up. Ben picks up his first miss right there.
Ben actually got kind of a bad random here, just because you're going to have the double one where you have to do the double up tap into the left-right jump.
All right, and both players breaking combo on those triple jumps right there. one of the most difficult parts of this song, one of the most unique patterns of this chart.
That is absolutely the hardest part of the song, is trying to get the triple jack jumps. And even the best players, including Chris, opted for the great combo there.
All right, and both players nailing the sudden slap, choosing to kind of break combo off of that. That's pretty expected.
It's expected. We've seen that happen throughout the weekend.
And there we go.
All right,
No bar
congrats
Ben.
to both players.
No bar Ben, 15-22, 13-19,
Very
13-59.
respectable score there from Nobar Ben. 974K is a very good score on that end.
All right, and now both players are now going to go ahead and get a little bit of recovery from that. You see Kamsa just kind of going, oh, geez, I'm good. Take your time. Please take your time.
Take your time.
All right, so that being said, next up, we are going to go ahead and start off with Spanish Snowy Dance, then go into Sweet Home Party, and then end that off with Max 300 Super Max V Mix Challenge.
Yep.
I'm not, as I always like to say, as a commentator, I always have to remain unbiased. I have to be very impartial, give the clear and unbiased analysis. But I'm excited to see what Ben looks like. I'm excited to see his sauce on Spanish Snowy Dance.
So did Ben pick Spanish Snowy Dance?
Ben picked Sweet Home Party.
Okay, so he did Sweet Home Party. So Spanish Snowy Dance, I think, is probably one of the more, if not the most stamina-intensive 17s. I was talking about this with Hudson earlier, just because the first half of the song, it's like non-stop 16th bursts and runs and the 12th note stuff. The ending part's really easy, but you're so tired from the first half that you just start streaming perfects, because it's pretty stamina-intensive for that first part of the song.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're gonna go to Sweet Home Party, which was actually Ben's pick.
Yep.
The first two sets, we had some people that did have some chart unfamiliarity.
It's a very rough chart if you're not familiar with it. It's one of the hardest 16s to probably GFC in the game.
Yeah, and shout out to Chance in the last set for sight reading it and full comboing it off of the sight.
Really?
Yeah.
That is, I did not full combo that the first time I ever saw the song.
Not many people did. It is definitely a flag that you can fly pretty high for
Yeah.
it. So as we look at the scores, Ben has a 99.4, but we have Kamsa with a 99.2. So the scores are pretty close to each other on this one.
Now, obviously, in a tournament setting, scores don't mean too much because you're playing, on the spot. You're not fully warmed up, so anything can happen. But it gives you kind of a general idea of how well the players can perform on the song.
Absolutely, and the fact that a lot of people tend to play up in tournaments and go a lot harder than they normally do. I wouldn't be surprised if we at least see one up score or both up score out of this. All right, so both players taking a little bit of time talking about the chart a little bit and keeping up that camaraderie that we love to see here in the rhythm game scene. All right, chat. And you love to see No Bar Ben, but also one of our Australia players coming from the furthest distance of all the players here in this bracket. Let's see how Kamsa does up against No Bar Ben. Ben using that sudden plus.
Very interesting that he uses sudden plus, probably just because he's on 2.5, it looks like. So it gives him, he probably doesn't have an exact full speed mod, so being able to push that down a little bit probably helps him out a little bit.
Yes, and Kamsa choosing to play at 3 1/4.
Yep.
Both players sitting on that PFC, showing that they know this chart very well, playing at a very high level.
This is one of the hardest parts because you have the crossovers coming up here with the 16th notes. Again, very stamina intensive, and then you get to the 12th notes that have like the Scoobies in them.
Yeah, and as you see, both players ended up getting greats, but Kamsa ended up breaking combo on that section right there. Ben still rocking that full combo so far.
Yeah, Ben, just got picked up on this here. Commentator's curse, right?
Yeah, and Kamsa picked up a good coming out of it. So at this point, a little bit lighter. Both players are going to take a chance to kind of reset themselves right before we get into this section right here. Oh, with all the, I like to call these the windshield wipers. Just kind of swaying back and forth when you run these scoobies. And good showing of them hitting those jack, the double step right there.
Again, this is the second half of the song. This is much easier than the first half, but you're you're usually very tired once you get to these kind of like gallops that we have coming up here.
All right, getting a little bit of a breather with these gallops. Here we go, chat. The step jumps. Talk about the Kamsa with very, very crisp MA on those step jumps. Not one perfect. And beautiful
Very
showing.
well job by both players.
2184 for Ben, 2128 from Kamsa. Once again, I really was impressed with the MA that came out of Kamsa on that ending section.
Did Ben just up score? Or at least money score. I don't know if it's an EX up score because he had 994 and he just got a 996.
And yeah, he got an up score.
Yo,
we take it. Up
Yo, we
scores,
take
chat.
those. We take those.
Hey, there's no score like an up score, as I like to say. But going into this next set, Ben's pick, 90. He has a
Whoa, 29.
That says something when you're even like, yo, wait a minute. Kamsa with a 99.5, still impressive score.
No, that's a great score on
It's
that.
an absolutely great score, and that is within just reaching distance of a PFC. So we're going to see how this goes. No Bar Ben showing that he definitely has the history of the score on this chart. Well, Kamsa, let's not write him off. He is getting some of that good H2 Izzo over there. Hydrating. Both players hydrating. And chat, once again, this is your reminder, stay hydrated.
Sorry, go ahead.
Whether you have water, juice, adult juice, Gatorade, pop, what have you, or soda, depending on your region, I hope you're staying hydrated. No one likes it when you're thirsty.
No, absolutely. Especially when you're here in altitude. One of the best tips I've got being here is like you're getting dehydrated more because of the altitude, so you need to drink even more water than normal.
Yeah, you may have more frequent bathroom breaks, but you're still going to be hydrated and moisturized. It's a good trade-off, I say.
Yep.
All right, so looks like Ben is locked in, and now Kamsa is locked in. Chat, we are going to song number 5 of this set, Sweet Home Party Expert. All right, and as we said before, this song starts off at 134 BPM. Has a part where it drastically and then immediately speeds up to 180 before hitting a stop and then repeating that all over again.
I really like Nobar Ben's dynamic use of sub plus. He's used it in multiple songs. You can see here he's using it. It's a very small amount, but he's still using it probably to give him the most comfortable reading speed.
Kamsa doing a great job, sitting only 8 points right behind Nobar Ben. Picks up his first break right there, but MA is right out of it.
Yeah, he's doing very well MA-wise on this. And obviously Nobar Ben still has the PFC going.
Both players showing that they have the knowledge of the tricky patterns on this chart.
That part's really difficult to time right and slow down there. So we're about to get to the speed up part. This part becomes really hard to time into that stop. Probably the hardest part of the song in terms of timing.
Ben picks up his first grade, but MA's that entire section besides that grade. And Kamsa amazingly doing a great job of recovering outside of that good that he just picked up after the speed up. MA's the step jumps.
Yo, good job from both players. Nobar Ben killed it.
Both players with a full combo. Kamsa with 13.
24 and 1?
13-22, 56-4, one good from Kamsa, 24 and 1 from Nobar Ben. Good display, amazing
both players
display.
did well, but man, 24 and 1 on this.
That's impressive even with bar, chat. And we saw that, we've seen this earlier on with the first two parts of the pool. But we are going to go into the classic Max 300 Super Max Me Mix Challenge. This was Flash's pick.
Yes,
for
who has it flagged? I didn't realize that he had it flagged.
Yes, it blew us away when we saw it too. It's just like, does this man have single-digit grades on this? What's going on? And did an amazing job on that chart. So both players have the PSC on this. Ben, he has 36, and Kamsa with 51. So both players really have great knowledge of this chart. This is going to be very comfortable for both of them.
Yep. this is probably one of my favorite charts from the Supernova era.
This
A lot
chart's
of people really like this chart.
This chart's really good. This
Yeah.
song banged.
I
I
was going to say, I think either this or Paranoia Respect are like my favorite Supernova era charts.
I was a little spoiled on Respect just because I played a lot of like the PS2, a lot of the console
The home
games.
version. It came out on, was it Extreme Japanese?
It came out in Party Collection.
That's right. It was Party Collection.
And it was just kind of like out of nowhere, you know, Party Collection didn't have a massive song list, but then you have, it's the final unlock, and then you get to it, and you're like, wait a minute, time out. And for at the time, the part that made it crazy is it was one of your first appearances of your crossover freezes patterns that Respect is infamous for.
Yep.
But we get to this, in which the 15, when it first came out, a lot of people loved it because it was a great remix of Max 300. And then you get the 16, and everyone goes, wait, what's up with that burst pattern where you're just constantly just doing that run? I remember some of the early tech was just, instead of like actually doing the pauses, which we'll see, is just to completely go step through it.
Yep.
All right, so here we go, chat. We are going to close out the second set of this playlist. And both players now sitting on the PFC. Tie score.
Yeah, this is one of those songs that's relatively straightforward. You figure almost everyone is familiar with the chart, so you're probably going to see all the scores on this song pretty close to each other. You know, obviously, I think everyone in this pool is capable of PFCing this song.
All right, good skips from both of them. We're about to go ahead and hit the jump spam.
Yep.
No bar Ben only picking up one perfect during the jump spam.
Both players are very close to each other EX score-wise. Kamsa's doing a very good job, too, as well.
Both players MAing that entire jump spam section at the end right before the slowdown.
Oh, unfortunately, Kamsa picks up a great there in the slowdown.
Both players doing a good job hitting the double steps right there. We're going to hit the free section right before we go into the triplets. All right, you can see them both locking in. They know what's about to happen. Here we go, chat. Eyes open. Cam MAing this entire section. Whew.
All right, getting to the final part. I love this ending run, too. Oh,
All right, here we go.
Vegas. Woo, good job. We got the piff. 26? Is that an up score?
26 from Ben, 60 and 5 from Kamsa. Good run from both of them. Absolutely impressive.
Yeah, Ben's taking a pick, I think, of it. So.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
We got the up score, chat. Do we have another up score?
Yo, Ben's got 2 up scores this set.
Yo, let's go. Chat, I see. Oh, wait a minute.
Chat is popping off right
Popping
now.
off. All 475 of these eyeballs.
Dude, that's insane.
Oh, my God. You love to see it. Oh, this is some good-ass DDR. I saw Tizza say it in chat. Ben and Cam, they're really good at this game. It turns out.
Yeah.
They're really good at DDR.
Everyone here this weekend's good at the game.
This is what happens when you get 48 of some of the top players on the planet to converge together at one of the highest cities here in the U.S. You get some good-ass DDR. The air is hitting different, and we're having a good time, chat.
Dude, it's so awesome being able to watch it and enjoy it. I love it.
This is such a good. I'm so glad that you're all here. I'm so glad to be here, chat. We're going to go ahead and get ready to round out the rest of this set as we get these two locked in. We're going to start off with PTF Pluto the First CSP.
Ooh.
This is a pick courtesy of. This was Rerhyme.
Rerhyme, interesting. I'm really interested in seeing Rerhyme. I don't think I've really seen him play much, but I've heard some really good things about him. So it's going to be him in June. That's coming up after the set.
And then to round it off, we have New York Evolved Type A.
Yep.
Ooh, oh my God. Chat, here we go. Let's look at these scores. Ben with the 97. We have Cam with the 95. This is PTF. Those scores are just basically, they're similar. They're similar. We're just going to call it nearly identical.
For this song, yes.
Exactly. This song is, if you haven't seen it yet, chat, what makes this kind of nuts is that this was DDR. This was the first 18 in DDR to have shock arrows. And let's say that they kind of went a little crazy on the shock arrows. The song is very unrelenting early on with the shock arrows, gives you a little bit of a break, and then goes ahead and slaps you right back at you.
Yep.
Into the rest of the set. So it's going to be absolutely great to see how both of these two handle it. Ben has a very impressive score with a 97. At the same time, we did mention that this is a very long set. You have 3 warm-ups and you have 8 songs. This is song number 7. Maybe the fatigue, hopefully the fatigue doesn't set in with Ben and, you know, kind of make him a little bit kind of sluggish on the pickup with that. But anything can happen. Kamsta, seeing how he just crushed Max me right there, I expect to see an up score out of him. I think it's entirely possible.
We've seen 2 up scores already. Why not a third?
Absolutely. I mean, the momentum is there. The good vibes are there. And you can see that these two are definitely taking an extended break. Cam stretching out them calves, getting it in. It's definitely going to be needed for this.
This song isn't necessarily physically demanding, but it's so mentally draining because of the shock arrows. It's just, it's hard.
And on top of it, it's very visually spammy, for lack of a better term, because it's just so dense with the shock arrows and having to parse the step jumps and the gallops right between them. So far, both players handling it very well.
Yep.
Sitting on the PFC for both of them right into the first stop. Ben picking up his first break right before the stop, and Cam finally picking up his break right there. All right, the 50 BPM section, very, very dense. A lot of the start of that mental drain that we spoke about earlier.
And unfortunately, this is one of those songs that it's such a high BPM, you don't have a lot of good speed on options, and like then because he's doing Yobar has to play it on 1X.
And Cam picks up his first break right before the stop. But comes out of it with just 4 perfects right out of that.
Well, players did very well. Oh, unfortunately, we got the first shock arrow miss there. I believe Vince still has a full combo on this.
He's still going with it. Picked up a good along the way. Cam just picking up his first break right out of that miss, the shock arrow miss. And Ben finally getting his first miss right there. Still no shock arrows on Ben's side. And just right there, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier on. You just get blown away with all the shock arrows. And here we go into the death run. And Kamsta full combos it right out of the last shock arrows, getting that nice combo right at the end. 14.56 from Ben and 13.50 on Kamsta.
Yep. Money score-wise, Ben was not too far off his best. He had a 970 for his best, and he got a 966 there. So,
and it did look like Cam was actually incredibly close.
He wasn't too far away off his personal best either when it at least comes to money score.
Yeah, just barely, like a 94.9. So on this last on the set between the two, it looks like Kamsta has a 99.7 within striking distance of the PFC, and Ben has a PFC of 39 on the song.
This is the best New York Evolve, by the way. I love it musically.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All the New York Evolves share the same starting sequence, and then it ends up kind of mixing itself up. New York A kind of being, in my opinion, the more difficult one, as you have the 380 BPM that just kind of, it just goes.
Yeah. Unquestionably, New York A is the hardest New York Evolve, without question.
And as we did mention, chat, fun fact, all the New York Evolve songs, and this is a pretty consistent thing if you aren't relatively experienced or if you are new to DDR, sometimes the BPMs lie to you. Thankfully with this one, this doesn't lie to you too much. However, it does not go to 48. The songs lowest BPM is 95.
Really? I honestly never looked at the lower end of BPM there. So it's is it C that I guess goes to 48?
B goes to 48 and C goes to 48.
Okay, so both of them go.
However,
to 48.
Type C only caps out at 190.
Well, both B and C cap out at 190. I remember playing B for the first time and seeing the 380, and I lowered my speed bot in half and being like, wait, what?
So yeah, you wouldn't be too remiss for getting mixed up. That's pretty common in a lot of the BPM songs in DDR. All right, we are going to go ahead and finish out this last set. New York Evolve Day, both players using the sudden plus this time.
Yep. And again, this is a little bit of a faster sudden plus toggle you have to hit, so because of the cap distance, it can be a little tricky to hit properly. Both players carrying the PFC so far.
Good job on the first so far, still carrying the PFC. Kamsa with a plus 10 up score. Absolutely just slaying it so far.
Both players are very close on the EX score so far. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Nobar Ben decides to toggle there a little bit more time, so I can respect it.
Still on the PFC, both of them looking absolutely crisp so far. Kamsa going crazy on this up score.
That's a pretty significant up score from Cam. All right, we'll see if we can hit the sudden plus here. This is usually where people hit. Got it, looks like.
All right, he decided to trade a grade.
Yeah, but
for
he's
that.
up quite a lot on his EX. And still is carrying the PFC.
All right, here we go into the stop. Both players absolutely handling it flawlessly. All right, here we go, chat. Slow down.
Good
Gorgeous
job
in both
by both players there.
Ben still on the PFC. Woo! And we got the get it combo from both of them.
Good job by both players there.
Ben with the PFC 46 and Kamsa with an absolutely substantial up score. You love to see it.
Yeah.
GG's to both players.
So that wasn't at least was that a money up score for Kamsa?
It was.
Okay.
It was a money up score and an EX up score.
Nice. I mean, it was obviously an EX up score, but was that also an up score for Ben?
Ben, it was.
I don't remember what he had a PFC, but I don't remember what the EX count was.
If I'm correct, it was. No, it wasn't. Ben has 30. Ben had 36.
Okay, so he was just off by a little bit more, but yeah, still amazing by both players.
Good set, good showing, good set from both of the players. Absolutely love it as they take a picture. Good set. Thank you so much. GG's to both of the players. Australia, be proud of your boy. All you no-bar warriors out there. This is one of your heroes out there. Bringing some of this good-ass DDR. This is what we're talking about. This is what we love. So, chat, we're about to go ahead and get to the next part of this pool.
Yep.
We are going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. Dave, once again, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Do we want to tell chat who we have coming up on commentary?
I'm going to leave it a surprise.
We want it to be a surprise?
We're
Okay.
going to leave it as a little bit of a surprise. We got some special guest commentary coming up for you all. I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. Dave's going to go ahead and enjoy his day off. Dave, looking forward to seeing you on stream tomorrow.
Absolutely. It's going to be a complete death pool. My pool, I believe, is at 3 p.m. Mountain Time. So I know my pool is going to be me, Bogo, and Blastoise, and then it will be whoever gets second place in today's pools who will also be in our pool. So
all right,
it's
chat,
going to be a bloodbath.
Look forward to it. Once again, don't go anywhere. Don't go too far. Go ahead and get your refreshments, get your drinks, get your snacks. Go ahead and take the dog for a walk, pet the cat, whatever you have to do. But don't disappear. We're going to be right back. So you stay tuned. Peace. whoa, Evil Dave, you
Evil
changed.
Dave.
What is going on over here?
Ambones.
Okay, yeah, well, let's go ahead and change that. Chat, we got Ambones over here on stream,
Oh, Ambones.
aka Amber.
Oh, I've never been called that before,
Ooh,
but
first
I
time
don't
for
think I'll
something.
ever go back.
Yeah, I
That's
like
what
it.
I want.
I like it. Amber, thank you for coming on the mic. How are you doing this week?
I'm great. I am so stoked to be here. I mean, I think like the energy in this room, like you can feel it. It's one of those electric atmospheres, I think both in person but also online, like blowing up every which way you look. Amazing competition, amazing players, amazing scores, amazing commentary.
I appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and do
Please
that for
adjust.
you.
Adjust
Yeah,
for
there
me.
we go.
Thank you. Thank
It's
you.
all good. It's all good. And shout out to Amber, so far being the only player in this tournament with a copy pasta. You have copy pasta. The chat is given the copy pasta that is delivered.
Thank you. Thank you for my copy pasta. That is so sweet.
All right. So next up, we are coming towards the end of this pool. We have
Yes.
our last two players.
Ugh.
We have
That's it. See you
Haraju
next
and
time on the
Rerhyme.
And-
Just a little peek over there. Just a little peek as to what to expect. They just finished up their warm-ups, and I'm super excited to see
Yeah.
these two play. Rerhyme is responsible for the most dastardly pick, and the pick that has been quite upsetting chat
Which
as well as
one
some of the
was
player.
it?
Rerhyme is responsible for the Pluto the first pick.
Oh, stop. Oh, that's evil.
However, just to show that this pairing is even more evil, Harajun picked Degris.
No, I think that's come up in every. Has that come up in every pool? Nearly
pool
every pool.
except one.
Wow. I had to play it. Still recovering from that.
Oh man, but we're glad to have you here. So we are going to go ahead and get this rocking. We are going to start off with Rapongi D. This was
Sweet.
Kevin's pick.
Yes. This song is very tricky.
4 of 15 at that. So as we look at this, they're actually one perfect apart. Both of them have a PFC.
Yes. Yeah, I think also what's interesting just about the arrangement that maybe you can see a little bit on camera is a lot of players use sudden plus on this, so hiding some of the notes on the screen. Just when the speed slows down, it gets a little bit denser. So the actual physical setup, the stage is a little bit far back from where you press the button to toggle sudden plus on and off. So you'll see, it's very interesting, like which players are choosing to continue to use it or not because of the distance from the pad onto toggling sudden plus.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and see if that's going to affect either one of these players. Chat, let's go. We're going to go ahead and get started with the last pairing of this pool.
These are both such strong players. You've probably said this already, but just phenomenal, incredible at MA, chart knowledge, everything you look for in a match.
And we see it, both players still with the PFC within 2 points of each other. Still pretty early to songs. We're still kind of warming up right here. Handling the crossovers beautifully right there. We're going to go ahead and go into these drills right here. Making easy work of it, both of them.
Yeah, lots of marvelouses on both sides, too.
Right into the stops, here we go.
Yeah,
Both players showing that they have the chart knowledge of this.
crushing it.
And Harajun making the snowfall, just picking up only one perfect. It looked like Rerhyme picked up his first great right outside of the shootout.
Which is not unexpected for a song like this, for sure. And ripping, just
Both players just white comboed that entire run.
oh. June making the sudden plus toggle look easy.
Make some noise.
Amazing.
All right, here we go, chat. We're going to go into the stops in a little bit.
June is right on pace for his PB.
And both players go stepping those stops.
Oh, I'm just staring open-mouthed at the score.
June still sitting on the PFC.
So many
Rerhyme,
marvelouses.
Rerhyme also PFCing so far.
Oh, picking up a few at the end, but just absolutely incredible scores.
All right, June with the PFC, full combo out of Rerhyme. 78 and 6 from Rerhyme, 32 from
32.
June. Actually, if I'm correct, if I do the math, June coming really close to his PB right there.
Yeah.
With
That-
only a couple of perfects.
That is a hard song to time. That is a very hard song to PFC in a tournament. It is a very hard song to PFC any which way you look at it. Like even on your home cab where you're comfortable, even at an elevation or altitude that you're comfortable with. So just amazing. Just flabbergasted over here.
And speaking of hard song to PFC, we go right into Cozy Catastrophe Challenge.
Who picked this one?
The person responsible, this was Chance's pick.
Wow. Great pick.
All right, so neither player has a PFC on this, but this is upbeat. Anything can happen. People have been snapping all weekend. Chat, show some love. Let's go.
Yeah. Wow, and both players playing with a little bit of hidden plus at the top, huh? I didn't realize that. Just a little bit covering the top targets of the arrows.
And Rerhyme picking up his first good right there, but doing a good job of MAing right out of it. June still sitting on the PFC.
This song is very fast and very draining. You have to move your body a lot. Oh, June hit that crossover beautifully. Still got a grade, but just incredible execution to watch.
And the glorious ghost step in courtesy of the pad mics for you, chat.
Divine.
Both players still rocking a full combo.
Yeah, and I will say this is a great song to watch the chart for, but also make sure you're watching the players executing on these turns because it's hard and they're both nailing it.
All right, it looked like Rerhyme did pick up one miss right into the speed up, but is doing a beautiful job of making up for it, hitting those turns beautifully. June still with the full combo, +3 over his PB on this account.
Cozy Catastrophe is not just a song that makes you do the physical work, it makes you think a lot because of all of the slowdowns of everything that's going on. So staying locked in the entire time is very hard. June is gripping this. Wow. Whew.
What a finish from both of them.
And heart palpitations for Ambones.
Harjun picking up the full combo
Oh
at
my
the end with
gosh.
59 and 1, 2039.
Incredible.
Rerhyme 1973, but an impressive finish as he MA'd the entire end run and only picked up a great right at the end.
Wow. And a 987 money score on any 18, let alone Cozy Catastrophe, is so good.
And chat keeping us on point, making sure our information is crisp, informed me that June actually ended up getting a PFC on that on his Goldacab account.
Oh, really?
So there we go.
Of course he did. June is so good. June is such an incredible player. He puts in so much work and so much effort, and you can tell in a tournament performance like this, he has been training for this moment and this time.
Absolutely. Some people saying the future of DDR, but to have him paired up against an epic and a legendary player, Rerhyme, who has shown that his MA has been just like 450 degrees fresh out the oven, crisp this entire time. It's been amazing. So we are going to go into the last song of this set with Dead End Groove Radar Special. Both players choosing to play this on shuffle. So we're going to see if the shuffle ends up rewarding one person over the other or if it ends up being a detriment. But here we go, chat.
This
June.
song is just a detriment in and of itself.
It is a
so
toughie.
hard.
All right, June still sitting on the full combo. Rerhyme did pick up a great pretty early on and just caught a miss right there.
It's just so awkward. This chart is so awkward. You have to move in such weird, not smooth ways.
All right, the jacks right until we get to the stop.
And the other part of the song that I find really hard is the arrows are so dense in this section that it's very hard to time. So you're going to pick up a lot of perfects, you're going to miss things, and you're just trying to get through it. June is so good at this game.
And Rerhyme ended up getting kind of caught on some of those crossovers, the 16 crossovers right
June's
there.
up 11 at this point.
June picked up a miss and a great right there, so no full combo for June.
I don't think my eyes have been wider at this tournament than right now.
And to point out, both players ended up kind of getting robbed a little bit on the triple jumps. It's been doing that a lot for players throughout this tournament on this week.
Yeah, so the sudden plus strategy, June had to drop a freeze in order to toggle off sudden plus. Wow, crushed the ending. Oh,
Beautiful finish from both players.
good.
Beautiful finish. 14:37 for Rerun.
A 991, a AAA from June. Oh,
94 is still an amazing score on Degris. That chart is words. It's words. I'm just going to say it's words. We
that
have words
man
for that
can
chart.
rip. Wow.
All right, so first set out the way. Both players are going to go ahead and take a second to recover.
I need a second to recover.
And Amber, it's almost as if you were on the pad doing the charts with them.
God. I did play that song yesterday, and I'm still recovering from it.
You are living vicariously through them, going
I
like,
hope not,
"Oh,
right?"
I know. Oh, I was there. I was there."
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
But once again, thank you all of you stream monsters. We are up to 483 of
Yay.
you guys online. Thank you so much. We like you. We love you. You could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be right here on the stream. Tell a friend. Let's see if we can get over that 500 mark today. I'm saying. I mean, next polls, we have a surprise. You'll see. I can't tell you about it yet.
I don't know what it is.
Ambos doesn't even know.
I
what
don't
it
even
is.
know.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy.
It's a surprise for all of us.
That being said, I want to thank our sponsors. I want to thank the people who helped make this happen. Shout out to Red Note Gaming. Honestly, this tournament would have been possible without them. Vegas Institution, Rhythm Game Scene. They have an actual arcade out there in Vegas. If you are in the area, make sure you check them out. Also, follow them on Twitter. Check them out their website, rednotegaming.com. They do host tournaments. If you're ever in the area, stop and say hi. Word on the street is also they might be looking at opening up a location over on the east. So,
Are they?
That's what I hear.
Like that.
Check them out, Red Note Gaming. Shout out also to the SF Evolve crew, Ohio DDR, for the production.
They're the
We are going to
best.
go right into this Spanish snowy dance for these two.
Wow.
Let's go, chat.
Spanish Snowy Dance. What a song. This song has a little bit of everything. Lots of greens, lots of crossovers. It's another song that just makes you think the whole time. And it's exhausting.
An absolutely technical 17. Less gimmicks compared to the set that we just watched. But that being said, you do need to be very on point.
Yes.
It is really easy to, especially kind of midway through when we have some of those Scooby patterns, the crossover patterns,
Yep.
to like actually misplace your foot and catch a miss,
Yep.
or even a great or a good right there.
And even in terms of timing, it's so easy to fall behind and get a couple greats in a row.
So both players doing amazing. It looked like Rerun picked up his first grade around 270. Harajun heading into 300, still with the PFC. One thing to note, however, is that even though with that grade, Rerun still having amazing MA, MFCing that entire run right there. And
Both
June,
of these players are just nailing all these greens.
June
Just
picked up a good, however, a little bit early. Still +2 over his best.
wow.
And got caught right there on a step jump. Both those step jump rolls absolutely kind of checking both of the players. Now both of them are sitting on a good full combo.
June's still up on his PB.
All right, they get a little bit of a break on this skip section.
Not for long. And then it's right back into it till the end of the song. But it's just so taxing. The jumps that just keep going throughout the song. Really, like, you feel them breathing normally, let alone in Denver altitude. So yeah, both of these players, incredible scores. June's still up. Ooh,
June just MFC'd
my heart.
that entire section. Both players with the good full combo. 22-30 from Harajun.
Wow.
21-98.
37 perfects from Harajun.
Both players with a very high triple A. Absolutely crazy scores from both of them.
37 is amazing. That song has so many notes and so many sections that will just get you. June nailed the bursts, the little green bursts that happen. It's very easy to go slow on those or to just miss things. 37 is mine. If you can't tell by the intensity of my voice right now, It's pretty mind-boggling.
And so speaking of the scores that we have here, it looks like Rewind has the PFC, 70 perfects on this.
Oh,
But it does look like June doesn't have a PFC. I would beg to say that either it might already be on his other account,
Yeah.
or as Roger and I brought up earlier on, there might be a lot of charts that a player just haven't played in such a long
Yep.
time that it's a little bit, it's going to be a little bit fresh. Sweet Home Party, as we mentioned before, a pretty ridiculous 16. As you start off with 134 BPM, it goes slow. Then you have the speed up section that goes to 190. The sync drifts right there.
you have a stop? Just
You have
a
to stop. And as we saw earlier in the poll, some players that actually sight read this.
Oh,
That stop was
it'll get ya.
that was the one that got them.
It's like it's a jump scare. The stop is a little bit of a jump scare.
That's a great way to put it. All right, chat, here we go. We're going to go ahead and get right onto this.
Uh,
All right, let's go.
June does have a PFC on this, so
yeah, and I will say, at this point in the set, you're starting to find your comfort with the machine and with the sync a little bit more. Your legs are feeling pretty warmed up. These players are nailing everything right now. So I think like your nerves are winding down a little bit and you're getting a little bit more comfortable. So I hope to see if they're familiar with the song, they should both start to really rip.
and it looks like they are, as their scores are tied, chat.
This is such a hard song. This is such a great tournament pick. Because exactly like you said, a lot of people will scroll over this because you don't want to play it. It's very technical. They look so comfortable, which is not ever a phrase I would mutter during Sweet Home Party.
And they both handle that slowdown beautifully. We're going to go ahead and get into the speed up section in just a
Gold
moment.
everywhere. Gold everywhere. Oh, let's go. Ooh.
Oh, and Rewind picks up his first great right there. June still sitting on the PFC.
Wow.
But amazing run from both of them.
My jaw has dropped.
Second speed up, here we go, chat. We're about to get ready to get to the end of the song in just a moment.
Wow. One great and a PFC. Incredible. This is so good.
50, looks like 56 and 2 from
great.
Rewind, 43 flat from Haraju.
Wow. That is so impressive. Both of these scores, this is such a complicated song to play. Again, like anytime you play it, let alone, again, in a tournament where you're feeling the nerves, you're feeling different arcade conditions. Yeah, which really shows you how incredible these players are, that they can adapt in this
All
way.
right, perfect. So we are going to go ahead and end this set. Song number 6 off with Max 300 Super Max Me Mix Challenge. Both players with a PFC on this one. And actually, according to the card, PFC is very close to each other.
Classic song.
Here we go, chat. We're just going to go ahead and fire right into it. No break needed. Let's go, chat. Eyes open. Throughout this whole entire pool, every player has gone ahead and crushed it. So we should expect to see just the same in this ultra competitive set so far.
Yeah, the sync on this song feels pretty good, but there are a lot of kind of jarring speed changes that happen, and there's a gradual speed up that you might not notice if you're not super familiar with the chart. So it's just going to be important for both of them to find the sync and stay locked into it.
And it looks like they have definitely found it. Both players identical scores as we go into the jump spam.
And this is another song that you may tend to just scroll over as you're playing normal sessions because it has been around for quite a long time. So beautifully handled into the slowdown. But yeah, like you may not be super familiar with playing this because it has been around for quite a while. But you wouldn't know that by watching these scores right now.
And they are still crushing with the PFC. Both players trading perfects on the double steps, but still managing that PFC, keeping within less than 10 points of each other.
And Ryan picked up a miss at the end of a crossover there. And this is a very fun song to watch player form on too, because there is a lot of just beautiful crossovers.
Rerun picked up a great right there. I'm not sure if he kind of opted to double step that instead of doing a crossover. All right, here we go into the runs, chat.
Just got to find the sink and stay there.
And they found it, making it snow a little bit.
Couple greats on the crossovers. Otherwise handling it with some ease. And June with the PFC. June is crushing his set. 45 PFC from Harujun.
And
then
48 and 5 with one. So similar perfect count from both of them.
Yeah.
And we saw that as they were tied virtually throughout most of the song, all the way up until like that free section, in which it kind of started to break just a little bit.
This is divine. This is so great.
Both players just showing, just like we've seen with a lot of these pulls this entire weekend, these pulls have been matched up so well throughout this entire weekend. There have been no blowouts. It's just been good-ass DDR all throughout.
Yeah, and I think it's fun to look at the construct of the pool as a tournament within a tournament, too.
Yeah.
Because even just within this range of players, this is so incredible. And, you know, as someone who didn't make it through their pool, like, you are fighting for your tournament life at this point. And I did, just didn't get there.
You put up a good display. Come on now, let's.
But
No. I'm not going to let you do that to yourself.
I'm proud
of
of
myself.
myself.
You put up an amazing
I did great.
display. Absolutely amazing display.
But it is really fun to think about it as, you know, it's an 8-person tournament that you're running through, you know, as part of this larger tournament. Like, you qualify, you work really hard to get here, and then even within your pool, you're going up against some of the best players in the world. It's so fun. It's so cool. I will say something I'm finding fascinating about watching Rerhyme and June play right now is they are blazing through their pool and their set. They have not even hit 30 minutes, and they have 2 songs left to go. And it's a 45-minute cap, I believe, for your whole pool, to play your 3 warm-up songs, plus all of the songs within your pool. And they are going nonstop without breaks on a rough and stamina-intensive set. So just want to put on a little bit of respect on, they're not stopping. They're going so hard and not just taking a breath, which is incredible. It just shows, again, how prestigious they are and how elite of players they really are.
And that is spot on, because you see Rerhyme locked in immediately. June, she's going to kind of bop a little bit, take a little bit of a break.
Yep.
And they talk it out there,
Yeah.
chatting it out like just about, I saw the head shakes like, oh my God, I can't believe we're about to do this.
Yeah, Pluto the First is hard. It is draining and stamina intensive, and it's a real thinker. You can quote me on that. It's a real thinker.
I also want to point out, this was Rerhyme's pick.
Oh, wow.
And we look at the score.
Bold.
On this card, June has a 99.6. He has a 99.6 on this. Rerhyme with the 97.5.
So good.
So it's going to be really crazy to see how this final set plays out.
Yeah.
Pluto the First, as we've seen so far, no one has a full combo on it. There have been people who have come close, but just the second set of the shock arrows have just been just demolishing people.
Right.
I do believe, I can't remember who, but someone almost had the full combo.
Did Kevbo get a full combo?
He did not.
Oh.
Someone came close. It was the last 2 sets of shock arrows that ended up doing them in.
Yeah. Oh, there's just so much complexity to this chart.
It's so visually busy as well, so mentally draining that
Yes.
you have to kind of like keep yourself focused on this one. But here we go, chat. Last 2 songs,
Wow.
Pluto the First challenge. Let's go.
Cool. Even just hearing that intro start, I feel the nerves enter my body. And I'm really excited to see how Rerhyme does on this, with this being his pick.
All right, both players sitting on the PSC.
Oof.
June getting the white combo up until 50, and Rerhyme ended up hitting a shock arrow right
Yep.
there.
Oh, Rerhyme missing a couple jumps there. It's a pretty dense section of the song. We're gonna get fast here.
All right, both players handling the shock arrow section with ease. They both picked up a great right there. June picked up a couple of misses right there at the beginning of that speed out.
Yeah, and it's incredibly hard to find the balance between executing very cleanly on these runs and avoiding the shock arrows. It's a lot to do in terms of the form and your execution. June is getting so many marvelous hits. I think Rerime is also hitting his stride too.
And both players showing that they do have the knowledge check on the song, making these shock arrow sections look clean. June picked up one right there.
Okay, rip it. Oof, nice job.
Beautiful performance from those two. Rerime 1461.
Harjun with a triple A.
1560. 45 3 and 1 from Harjun with 2 misses. 81 24 3 and 7 misses from Rerime.
Wow.
96 out of Rerime. Absolutely great score. Pretty close to his PB actually on that. And Harjun actually, he didn't quite get. He actually, if I'm correct, it is an up score. No, okay, he had a 99.6. Okay. Still, that's incredible. That's wild.
A triple A on that song is so impressive. So deeply impressive.
All right, chat, we are going to go into the final song of Pool D. New York Evolved, Type A.
This song is hard.
This was Kamsta's pick.
Wow, that is such a bold pick. All of these, like honestly, all of these picks are so deeply technical and interesting and such deep carved out cuts of Dance Dance Revolution.
It's been interesting throughout the whole entire week watching these polls and trying to reverse engineer maybe the strategy going into some of these picks from people. It's been a joy to kind of try to metagame, so to speak. We've seen some direct counter picks, as we saw before in the first pool, where someone actually had inside knowledge that a player had not a good score in a song, and they directly picked it, and it ended up working out to where they made it to this last chance pool. So,
Wow.
Here we go, chat. Final song. Let's get it.
This is such a complicated song. Yeah, I don't, personally, if you want my personal opinion, worst of the New York Evolved series.
Oh my God. All right, so far Harjun with the PFC so far, it did look like Rerime picked up a great, but his PFC, his PA has been pretty strong, actually. Here we go into the stop.
They've got to be cruising at this point, though, after all of the songs they just played.
Harjun breaking into 800, Rerime just right behind. Only about 15 right behind Harjun's score. Right before the freeze, Rerime picking up an MA and June trading a miss right there.
And beautiful execution, though, on that weird turn.
Rerime still sitting on the full combo.
Oh, miss.
And he traded that miss right there at that stop.
There's just some tricky stuff at the end of the song, the section that we're seeing right now, where your footwork has to be very precise. Wow, nailed that. Yeah, you have to be ready to turn, but turn the right direction. Your foot placement really matters. And you have to understand where the sync is for this song. Gorgeous crossovers.
1903 from Rerime and Harjun with 1915.
Rerime's score is very good on this.
Rerime 58.5 with 1 miss, and June with 53 greats and 1 miss. So very, very close. 12 EX point difference between the two.
Oh.
I just want to say, good games, chat. Let's get some GGs in the chat for Harjun and Rerime for giving us some good-ass DDR to round off Pool D today.
Do you know where Rerime is from?
I do not. Well, Rerime, is he, if I'm correct, he's from, he's a Cali player?
Oh, I don't know. Harajun is definitely a California player. Rerime, I'm not super sure, but the scores.
Reno, chat.
Reno, yes,
Chat
that's
keeping
right.
me on my toes.
That's right. And I did chat a little bit with Rerime over the past few days, and I believe he told me, I don't think this was a fever dream, that this is his first ever DDR tournament.
Yo, that's wild. That
I
this is
know.
his first.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and it's one of like the most competitive, prestigious
Yeah.
tournaments
Absolutely
of 2023.
incredible. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, yeah,
Chat,
yeah.
the fact that I couldn't remember where Rerime is from is a good indication that it's break time for your boy Adrian. I need to take me a break, C. We need to go ahead and recuperate. I need to hydrate. I need to get me some snackies in my body, get my blood sugar up. But, so, spoilers. I have 2 spoilers. Since y'all have been awesome so far, I have the next picks.
There's something in there. There's something in there that the people should know about.
So, chat, I'm going through this.
Oh,
I'm going through this. We're showing these picks. We're showing these picks. These are spicy. These are spicy. Chat, one song in this pool is played 3 times. Take a guess as to what song it is. I'm going to let y'all marinate on that. And actually, surprise number 2, we just went ahead and just got the results. Take it. Just take it.
I get to give, oh, I'm so excited. Pool D results. So we have our top 3 placements. Third place we'll start with is No Bar Ben. So No Bar Ben going on to our second chance pool on tomorrow, which is incredible. No Bar Ben, amazing player. So excited for all of us to see more of him. Also coming in second, going on to the second chance pool is June, so Haru June, another fan favorite. This is such an amazing pool. Like, this is such an incredible pool of players. And then first place, taking home gold in terms of Pool D, is Kevbo, hometown hero, kid from Akron. Nope, not from Akron. Kid from Parma.
Cleveland area, now residing in Kentucky.
But yeah, so we have our top 3. So first for Pool D is Kevbo, second is Haru June, and third is No Bar Ben. Incredible performances all around, though. All of these players should be really proud of literally just making it through this set of songs. No joke. Really, really hard. But yeah, really excited to see the 3 of them continue to play on Saturday.
Absolutely. So that being said, chat, we're about to go ahead and take a break. Secret surprise, there's a certain someone right behind me that's going to go ahead and relieve me, show me some, that's going to take over this space. And we're going to have a back-to-back special guest commentary over here. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be really hype. Shout out to all of you all out there. All 512.
Yay!
Thank you so much.
500.
This pool is about to go really crazy, chat. Don't go anywhere. Don't go too far. We're going to be right back. See you in a little bit.
creativity. I'll sing it louder, 'cause I'm empowered. I'll sing it louder, let me show you who I can be. And I'm empowered, now I see what you will believe. I got the power to control your negativity. I'll sing it louder, 'cause I'm empowered. I'll sing it louder now. Let me show you who I can be. And I'm empowered, now I see what you will believe. I
chat, we're about to get started in just a second. These two lovely Canadians showed up with the Canadian flag on the pad, and I just had to cut to it and let you all experience it. So we're going to go ahead and get this Canada warm-up popping off, and then we're going to have our two special guest commentators come over here and do the damn thing. While we're doing this warm-up, I want to give a shout-out to our lovely sponsors, the people who help make this possible. Red Note Gaming, a rhythm game community and venue based out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Without them, this tournament definitely would not have happened, and we absolutely appreciate them for it. Check them out on Twitter at Red Note Gaming and on their website, rednotegaming.com. If you ever happen to be in town in Vegas, they do run regular tournaments, and word on the street is not only do they have a Step Maniacs tournament coming out very soon, but they are also scoping out a location over on the eastern part of the United States. Absolutely fire. Give them support, show them some love, tell them thank you. Red Note Gaming, we love you. Thank you so much. We also want to give a shout out to SF Gaming and Ohio DDR for bringing the production, keeping the production at the highest levels of quality, just for you, chat. Shout out to everyone who's helped out with the videography. We have people helping with the videography, the layout, the stream production, TOing, the best of the business. Make sure you show them some love to SF Gaming and Ohio DDR bringing this to you. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to Round 1, especially Round 1 here in Denver, Colorado, specifically Littleton, Colorado, at Southwest Plaza Mall, who are so graciously hosting this tournament and doing everything they can, being so accommodating to making this happen. And Round 1 in general for seeing the importance of the rhythm game community and providing a venue for all of us to enjoy some good-ass rhythm games, especially some good-ass freestyle. Make sure you go ahead and visit the local Round 1. So with that pop-off, chat, we're going to go ahead and pass it over to our lovely commentators. So, you ready? We're about to get ready to start polls. In 3, 2, 1, here we go, chat.
Hello. I'm Taukian, and yeah, we gotta change that.
Yeah, we gotta change that. I'm Ambones. Hi. This is such an intense pool. That was also an amazing score from Nate on Avenger.
Yeah.
What a way to start. And you love to hear a banger before we go into Pray 3 times.
Absolutely. I think Avenger is such a hype song.
It's
You gotta
so
carry
good.
that energy into the actual set.
So good.
But actually, before they get started, let me introduce myself in Japanese because I am here to provide Japanese commentary. はじめまして。タルキオンと申します。ここからの2グループは日本語で実況に挑戦することになりましたんですけど、日本語力に少しなりなんですけど、精一杯頑張りますので、チャットもその配信ご覧になっている皆さんも盛り上がってくださいね。So the way we'll try to do it is I'll be primarily speaking in Japanese during the songs themselves, and then Amber and I will talk, about like what happened and just like any relevant stuff in between the songs, and we'll try and juggle the two together.
We'll make it work. We'll make some magic happen.
So first song, Pray. There's gonna be a lot of this in this set. But, Pray, straightforward, foot speed check.
Yep.
All right, I've been told to bring my mic closer.
Sounds good.
はい。カナダ勢なので see the see the Canada flags. Seems like Chad is very, very passionate about both of these players.
Yeah, both of these players are from Canada. So 4199 is from Vancouver, BC in Canada, and Nate is from Toronto area.
Early grade. プレイ劇に関しては、発揮をできるかどうかっていうことだけですね。結構早めな曲なんですけど、ストロングスタイルで僕はもうありませんし、ただ踏めるかどうかの問題ですかね。
This is a pretty hard song to go into. Fourth song of the day. You're not warmed up quite yet, but both players looking
Probably
really
why
good.
they went with Avenger.
Yeah.
アベンジャーで、200bpm の先をやったのが、ここで身になる感じですかね。それにしてもナットさんのステップの精度もすごすぎますね。
Wow.
4199さんも結構検討してましたけど、ナットさんがもうすごすぎるだけで、トリプル A でも50以上の EX の差つけられましたね。
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, that might have been a PB for 4199.
You know, like triple Aing with a 997 and your partner still beats you by over 50 EX.
I know.
Could not imagine.
We'll see what happens when they play it again a little bit later.
Yeah, you know, you can't get too, calm. You can't rest on your laurels with that
No.
score. Got another one coming.
Right. And Remain.
That'll be after, you got Remain and then
Yeah.
that gauntlet of two
Yeah.
tiring 18s.
This is their only chance really for a break song, and I'm using air quotes for break song.
アンダーさんが言う通り、休憩になるのはこの曲ぐらいですよね。この後はトリップマシーン、XAC ミックス、あと東北鬼、八夜そば鬼というもう地獄のような構成になってますので。この曲に関してはやっぱりその低速度自体の時どれくらい乗れるか、その小さい音を聞き分けてどれだけマーバレス判定に入れるかが、そこが要だと思います。It's really this part that's going to be most important.
Yep.
Song's so quiet.
Yeah.
You just have to be able to lock in and just don't drift out.
Right. A lot of intense focus. It's very easy to lose the window with all the breaks that happen.
Absolutely.
Crispy steps. They sound so good.
Absolutely. You can still hear them through the headphones.
Yeah.
ここからも勝負ですね。300bpm 自体。ひねりも十分入ってます。
You can really start to see the body language change in these players at this point in the speed up, where you're adjusting back to going fast.
すごい迫力です。
Wow.
Just so intense.
So good. Oh,
You can see
Nate.
their form just get like they're fighting for those
Wow.
marvelouses.
Wow.
PFC すごすぎですね。勢いが止まりません。183, that's clean. 4199, no slouch either.
No. Really good scores.
Absolutely.
That is a hard song to PFC outside of a tournament environment, let alone really trying to dial into the window.
Agreed.
Ooh.
I definitely had a hard time adjusting to the sync on this cap.
Yeah.
I'm sure for people who are used to playing on JCAPs, which are part of the original batch of white cabinets that US Round 1 Dave & Buster's got, produced in Japan. So those are the older cabinets that feel a little bit different timing-wise than the newer cabinets that the newer Round 1 Dave & Buster's put together. Definitely requires some adjustment, but Nathan is locked in.
All right. Hey.
So adaptable. Like, Nate is such an adaptable player where I know recently he's posted some great scores in like offline mode, not having access to all of, you know, the different speed mods that you get with your EMUs.
Yes, and I think there'll be a topic that we'll have to continually bring up. A lot of the players in this pool live in regions that don't have,
Right.
you know, official DDR access,
Right.
or even if they do, they have a really hard time getting there.
Yeah.
So they have no choice but to play on, you know, like Stepmania
Yeah.
or like stuff like that.
Yeah. You work with the circumstances that you have. This will be a great song to watch.
Absolutely. この曲に関しては、まあ、どう踏むかを決めるかが大事だと思いますね。下手にスライドしようとしたら、まあ、パーフェクトとかグレートを拾いまくる印象がありますね。ただスライドするかどうか、まあ、正規のステップでやるかどうか決めたら一番ということでしょう。
This
Really,
is so
yeah.
awkward.
It really is.
Yeah, lots of ambiguous stuff.
You have to have a game plan.
Yes.
You have to decide whether you're going to turn, whether you're going to double step, and
Commit.
if there's a little bit of hesitation, that's it.
1000%.
300 combos.
And both of them seem to be pretty locked into the timing window. It's just a matter of executing on the chart.
Absolutely. When it gets to this kind of high level, I feel like you're expected to, know these kinds of challenging charts inside and out.
Yes.
Like if you're in the community, you know that these are the kinds of charts that are going to get picked.
Yes.
でこういう癖がある面が選びやすいっていうことでこそ、だからこそ練習して、まあ、準備しなきゃいけないことです。
Nate is really crushing the second half. Ooh. Wow.
圧巻。
8?
I don't understand.
8 perfects, 2 greats, and a miss.
Starting to
for
think
Nate.
society, you know that image of like society of, society if Canada had DDR access.
I wasn't ready to see 8 on. I was not ready to see 8 on that result screen.
I don't think you could ever be ready to see 8 on that in a tournament.
No, never. That's incredible. Nate is such a good tournament player.
Absolutely.
Oh, so good.
I think he's thriving under this pressure.
Yeah, one of the things that I know about Nate is that he has beaten I Am Chris for Life on some songs in tournaments, and taking a song off of Chris for Life, any which way you look at it, is like, you should put that up on your wall and have that be something you look at every day, and not just to take one, but to take multiple. Just an incredible player. Oh, we're gonna go right into Hoku.
Yep. We're done with the easy charts.
Air quotes.
So this is the beginning of a very, very grueling section of the gauntlet.
Yes.
We
yes.
have Hoku. Hachiyasawa, Prey Challenge, and then over the period 15, which is, I don't know how we're in a situation where I describe it as a respite, but it's a respite from everything else.
Yeah, you're gonna to have to find places to catch your breath.
まあアンバーさんが言っている通り、まあ、どうエネルギーを使うか、その難易度18の曲を、まあ、4つぶっ通しでやっているからこそできるだけまあ精度を落としたらダメなんですけど、まあ、どこでエネルギーを制限できるかを探して得意な曲には全力で挑んで、それ以外の曲はまあ少し省エネフォームでいこうかなみたいな、そういう作戦も大事になってくると思います。Alright, we heard a let's go. which
Hyping
means
up the
it's
crowd.
time.
Oh no.
Oh no, an early grade.
Having too much fun.
東北に関してはもうとにかく体力勝負ですね。170という結構優しそうな BPM 帯ではあるんですけど、とにかくひねりが多すぎますし、明確な休憩はないですし、しんどいですね。特にデンマーという標高が高いところでやっているからこそ疲れやすいですし、難易度が増します。
I haven't seen a perfect on Nate's side in what feels like hours.
You say that, but it's somehow his pacemaker is still like -6. I think that just goes to show how high level this match
Wow.
is. Alright, do they have the speed to memorize?
Wow.
4199さん少し苦戦しましたね。Both of them are still managing very well, even though they must be very tired right now.
Yeah. Grueling song. Grueling minute 30, minute 40, however long it is. Ooh.
And it is almost over.
Wow.
よくやりました。
Wow.
19. Insane.
That's so amazing. Both of those scores are incredibly good.
Chat, one time, can I just get a pray for all in chat? Let me get a pray for all. Can I see a pray for all in chat?
Ah, yeah, I saw pray for all. The kind of pray
Pray
that we'll be
for
seeing a
all.
lot of in this set. ここからは東北と少しジャンルが違う滑りに入りますね。八谷そばという低速度の低速度といっても滝とか、222ですからスピードも結構重要ですし、ひねりだけはないですけど、他の要素はもう全部詰め込んである譜面みたいな仕上がり。共通点といったら東北同様、体力がめちゃくちゃ必要となる譜面ですから、この後どうなるかがそれも気になりますね。It's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
Both of these charts are just so tiring.
Yes.
They're so different, but
Right.
the big thing they have in common is they give you 0 breaks and
Right.
it's just non-stop notes all the way through.
Absolutely. And 888 is a thinker chart too, so it's not just your physical being and are you staying on top of the arrows that are coming at you, but are you hitting them accurately? Are you executing well? Are you ready for sudden plus?
Oh yes.
There's a lot of weird complexities in this chart, and you're exactly right. Playing Tohoku before this, you're winded. It is such a sprint, that song.
But you still have 218s after this.
Yeah. How do you balance it? They're really good on time though, because you have 45 minutes to play all of the songs in your set, so they still have 20
Oh, yeah.
to get through these 4 songs. And they should, hopefully they'll be using their
it?
time. Right,
Yeah.
right, to take some breaks. Hyping up the crowd again.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Something that I find personally that I don't know if everyone finds this to be true, but when I'm reading notes at half scroll, I feel like it takes me more energy to defend than when they're scrolling at full speed.
Yeah.
My form isn't as efficient.
Right. It looked like Nate didn't quite get the placement of his sudden plus where he wanted it, so we'll see how that gets him through this chart. Also very challenging just during this tournament atmosphere is to set your sudden plus quickly and accurately.
サドプラスの使い方も意外に難しいという
Doesn't seem to have bothered him too much. He's ripping this chart.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I am seeing a couple of grades here and there. Maybe Nate is either struggling a bit with his reading speed or he's getting a little bit tired.
Yeah.
Definitely doesn't help in my opinion that a lot of these 16th runs are, drill stationary. I feel like when your legs get tired, it's easy for them to just feel like they're sinking into the pad.
Yes.
That's when you start getting early grades.
Right.
まだまだ終わりません。 サドプラスつけたまま入りましたね。
Wow.
ネイトさんにとっては思い通りにならなかったスコアかもしれませんが、それでも十分すごいと思います。I guess to translate what I was saying a bit, perhaps this wasn't quite the score that Nate was looking for on this. Sudden plus mistake probably cost him a bit, but it's still plenty impressive. I think that score will beat quite a bit of the full still.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider that was the 5th song.
Right?
5曲目ですよ。
Yeah, and his other scores are pretty high up there. Still thinking about 19 on Tohoku Challenge.
そうですね、電話には酸素が足りるかどうか微妙な。そうですね、慣れの問題でもありますね。その2、3日ぐらいあれば、慣れたという、そう言っている人もいますし、そうなんですよ、またプレイなんですよ。プレイ3回なんですよ。この後もう1回なんですけど、鬼譜面です。
It also looks like, so for Prey Expert, that was 4199's pick, one of the two of the expert selections. And then Nate has the next song, which is Prey Challenge. So we'll see this song and the following song. These are picked by these two players. So hopefully they should excel really within.
そうそうでアンダーさんが言ってたのはその今回のプレイ劇は4199さんの選曲でもうプレイ鬼譜面はナットさんネイトさんの選曲ですからまあここ2曲に特に注目ですね。
Fun fact, Nate is one of few people in the world to have a MFC on the challenge chart.
I believe he's still the only other person besides Chris to have an 18 MFC period, right? No wonder he picked that. まあご存じない方に向けて言うんですけど、ネイトさんはクリスさん以外で難易度18の MFC 取ったただ一人です。その取った譜面はプレイ鬼という。
Nate is looking extremely comfortable right now.
I agree.
Yeah, after Tohoku and after 888, this probably feels like a little bit of a break.
Definition of a break is getting absurd.
I know. Oh, still gold.
1199さんにとっては、少し体力が落ちてきたように見えますね。最初のプレーに比べたら少しカフェ数上がってるように見えます。
Let's see it. Let's go, Nate.
すごすぎじゃないですか。
Wow. Oh my god.
I'm in disbelief.
Do you have words for this? Because I don't.
I don't.
8 on this.
I was gonna like scream or something to convey the hype and excitement, but I was just speechless.
Wow. Oh, that's gotta feel so good.
This is otherworldly.
Maybe it wasn't a break. Maybe it was. That's so incredible. Nate is such an amazing player. Oh. And 4199 was no slouch either. Like, that was also a very incredible
Absolutely.
showing.
The run is not over though. The next song is Nat himself's pick.
Just wait, there's more prey. Oh my gosh. Nate is
プレー
so
はまだ
psyched.
まだ終わりませんよ。鬼譜面が残ってますから。そこにさらに注目って感じですね。
Oh, so amazing.
It really makes you think like Nat's PB on Expert is 6, and he just managed 8.
Yes,
6 songs into a set.
yes.
What's he gonna get on Challenge?
Oh my gosh. It could be anything.
Props to both of them. I'd be falling apart at this point in the set.
Oh. I mean, Nate has got to be feeling so good going into his pick now.
そうですよね。ちょっとそうですよね。もう MFC ワンチャンあるんじゃないですか。
I thought I would be tired of hearing this song at this point, but I'm not because I'm so excited to see what these two are going to deliver on this chart.
All right, chat. Let's see some hype. I want to see some cheers for both Nate
Yes.
and 4199.
Let's go, Canada. And just to note, they're blazing through their set, so they still
Crowd
have
is cheering.
over 10 minutes to go, so they're just getting through these 18s so quickly.
Let's go!
Ready to see some jumps. I think everyone is holding their breath a little bit right now.
緊張感がすごいです。
Wow.
Neither of them running up.
Ooh.
両方パーフェクトで過ぎました。
4199 with the fist pump, feeling really good.
Oh yeah.
200 combos.
We're both leaning in so close.
Oh yeah, for real.
Go, Nate.
I don't know who to look at.
I know.
300 combos.
This song is so grueling. It's so hard.
Cheering for you.
目で見るネイトさんの安定感が異常すぎます。
400 combos.
Oh, Nate.
That's what I'm talking about.
Twice in a row. Let's go. Wow. This beyond
一言
words.
で言うとやばい。とにかくやばい。
Oh my gosh.
Chat, I'm gonna need you to clip. I'm gonna need someone to clip that. We need clips. Please clip that. Tag Ohio DDR on Twitter.
Please.
Clip that right now. Let's go.
I don't think there's anyone that could have milked the fact that there are 3 praise in this set more than Nate.
You're so right. Back-to-back SDPs on 18s.
You know, over the period, it's a challenging chart in its own right, but like this has got to be a victory lap for Nate at
Yes.
this point.
Yeah, you're shifting into a very different gear going into this song, though.
That's true.
Wow.
How good is your vibe timing?
Oh, Nate is taking a sit, a well-deserved sit down.
Thank you for clipping that, by the way, Chad. Make sure you tag Upbeat Denver on Twitter with that clip.
Chat is popping off. Nate is yelling across the room. He hopes chat is blowing up right now. And you sure are. I mean, 529 viewers, that's what you're all here for. That's what we're here for, is to see
Yeah.
4 perfects on an 18 in a tournament. Whew.
まあこういうことですよ。大会という醍醐味は。こういう瞬間が見たいんですよ。素晴らしい。
Wow.
Ah, there it is. Good ass CDR. Gotta put that on the bingo.
Gotta put that in my lexicon.
Yeah.
Start saying that more. Jeez. Wow. Yeah, I can't believe this is the home stretch for a grueling, brutal song set.
Yeah.
They have made it. I mean, they've both really shown up.
I think anyone who's watching this, and you know, anyone that's made top 8, they know they're gonna be probably, even more than probably, anyone that knows they're gonna be facing up against Nate at this point,
Yeah.
they've got to be sweating.
Yes.
もうすでにまあ決勝トップ8進出が決まった選手が見ているなら、とてつもないプレッシャーを感じているんだろうな。さりげなく好きにするんだ。それにしても、まあオーバーザピリオドは、まあ僕的には、難易度15最難関かもしれないです。とにかく試されるものが多すぎる、まあ、ソフランでもそうですし、210bpm の、16分なんなら
Wow. Notoriously one of the hardest 15s in the game.
Absolutely. There's just so much.
So much, exactly.
There's everything.
You took the words out of my brain.
I think like everything you could think of that you can throw into a 15 is
Yes.
in there.
It's hard to find the window and stay in it. The window is always changing. Nate is nailing this. 4199 is pretty locked in on the timing window too.
ありがとうございます、星ケチさん。
Wow. really locked in.
And a well-deserved pop-off.
Yes. 19. 19.
Wow.
Yeah, and still a 994 money score from 4199, which is incredible.
Absolutely. And they
4199.
left so much time to spare.
I know, right? They did not relax during this. I know 4199 has been putting in a lot of work and a lot of practice recently. They're a Vancouver, BC area player, and I'm in the Seattle area, so he's actually come down to my local arcade quite a few times. So it's been great to see him really putting in the work and the effort, and it's obvious, like it shows so much that he's putting in the time and intensity. So really, really incredible showing from 4199 in this pool.
アンバーさん曰く4199さんは最近めちゃくちゃ残レボに努力しているので、それが実りましたね。それが見れたという。That was some impressive ass CDR.
We've ascended from good to impressive.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, this is so much fun. How are you feeling? How are you feeling after watching, having an experience like that?
Man. It must be a hella nice to be that good at DDR.
We'll get there someday. It is really, really incredible to be here and be a part of this atmosphere, though. Alongside all of you, like seeing these scores come up in real time is, it hits a spot in my soul, unlike so many other things. I think obviously as a competitor, because we're playing both the roles of, competing in this tournament, but also watching as, participants on the other side. You want to play your best, but you're also so invested in people who are going up there and playing this game, and people that have put in a lot of time and work and are incredible players. So I'm feeling just so deeply inspired watching this.
Agreed. And I think inspired is a really good word to describe it.
Yeah. Yeah, like I want to go home and rip some 18s. Maybe not quite like this set, but
Yeah.
a few at a time. More breaks in between.
Yeah, maybe a couple reps of Prey there. I think Kikoya said, casters, how would you rate Prey on a scale of 1 to 10? She's going to ask again at the end of the last set.
Oh, rate it. What is the rating scale for?
I guess like how we feel about it.
Oh, God.
I'd give it a solid 10 after that.
Yeah,
set.
yeah. I'm pretty hype on Prey after seeing back-to-back expert and challenge SVPs in a tournament. So let's bring on more Prey. Let's see what happens with even more Prey on all of our plates.
And
Chat, producer Ajakin tuning in. Now let me tell you, that was some good ass DDR. That DDR was wild. And honestly, this good ass DDR wouldn't have been possible without the lovely people, the lovely organizations making this possible. Shout out to Red Note Gaming for making this happen. Seriously, I said it many times before, and I'll say it again. Without them, this tournament would not be possible. Red Note Gaming is a rhythm game community and venue located in Las Vegas, Nevada. So next time you're on your Vegas vacation and you want to get some good ass DDR and some other rhythm games tuning in, make sure you go ahead and give them a visit. Also, hit them up on Twitter at Red Note Gaming, and also check out their website, rednotegaming.com. They often have tournaments. I hear that they are having a Step Maniacs tournament coming up, and also looking for, well, some eastern side of the U.S. locations. So make sure you thank them, show them some love online. Shout out to Red Note Gaming. Shout out also to Round One here in Denver, Colorado, for hosting this lovely tournament. I'm just without words after that last set. Amazing tournament. Been so awesome for helping us get this started. We couldn't have done it without them. We're so grateful for having them out here, for them having us out here, and also just being amazing in general. Thank you, Round One, for helping just big up the DDR community here in the U.S. and also in Japan. Thank you so much.
Very cool.
Yeah. You heard him. You know,
I mean,
go hit them up on Twitter. You know,
Plus
go
one to all
visit
of
Las
that.
Vegas. Go visit Red Note Gaming.
I mean, if there's one thing I love a lot, it's Dance Dance Revolution, and
It's
by
a spot where you can play Dance Dance Revolution, and they support the Dance Dance Revolution
yes,
community.
yes. We are just starting warm-ups, it looks like, for Cell Anima and Blue Buster. So this should be so much fun.
まあ少し日本語で解説していただくんですけど、そのグループに関しては、とにかく国籍に多様性があって、今プレイしているのがアメリカ勢の2人、ブルーバスターさんとセルアニマさんで、あと、日本勢のヒロさんもいますし、カナダ勢の2人もたった今プレイしましたし、で、プエルトリコ勢のI can't remember. It was Chrono that was Puerto Rico, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So プエルトリコ勢のクロノさんもいますし、あとラテンアメリカのコロンビア勢のポヨさんもいますし、とにかく世界中のプレイヤーが、集まったようなそのアップビートのコンセプトに一番合ったグループじゃないんですかなと思います。It really is cool to see like the diversity in this
Yes.
pool. I feel like it matches the concept of upbeat the most. It's like
Yes.
shining example.
Oh, you're so right. Like it is very, very cool to see. Yeah, there's so much representation in this pool because we just watched 2 Canadian players rip before this. Right now we're watching Cell Anima and Blue Buster, who are American players. But yeah, we have representation in this pool from Puerto Rico, from Colombia, and from Japan, which is really, really amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's a good ass warm up.
the song is really hard.
It is.
Um,
Tough to keep track of your feet.
Right. Yeah, so I think just to introduce these players a little bit too, Cell Anima, I believe is a player from the Massachusetts area. Really amazing score improvements, especially recently.
Oh yes, I do.
Yeah, like I had the chance to play a little bit with him on Tuesday here at round 1, and just like played Neutrino Challenge maybe 8 times in a row, and
Wow.
just to really try and acclimate quickly. But yeah, just a ton of new 18 AAAs, and really ascending in terms of his ability to crush harder songs, and I think especially complex harder songs.
Let's see that pay off this set.
Yeah.
He's definitely gonna need it.
Yes, yeah. And then on the other side we have Blue Buster, who I believe is a St. Louis player.
Yes.
And just outstanding timing. Like, I think he got in one of his
Yeah.
warm-ups earlier this week, 1 on Golden Arrow.
Yeah, right. He almost MFC'd that.
Right.
I feel like he's always been good at timing, but it's kind of been very, I would say, inspiring to
Yeah.
see his skill on uppers in particular progress. Like, to me, I would say like 1 or 2 years ago, my impression of him was that he was very good at timing, but he
Yes.
was a little bit walled on like foot speed
Yeah.
and fast stuff like 18s and stuff. But I think by now he's completely conquered that weakness.
Right. Yeah, I think, both of these players just really showing up at a lot of recent tournaments. So they both played at Mistake on the Lake back in November in Cleveland and had just outstanding performances. So I have pretty high expectations of what we'll see coming out of this set. They're both phenomenal players.
日本語で解説しますと、セルアニマさんはアメリカのマサチューセッツ州出身のプレイヤーで、アンバーさん曰くデンバーに到着したすぐ後に標高に慣れるためにニューチュリーの鬼を8回連続でプレイしたという強靭ですね。であとブルーバスターさんはミズーリ州セイントルイス市出身で彼はDDR チャックさんと2人で、お互いに、励んで ダンレゴを上達したという、ブルーバスターさんに関してはもともとタイミングレベル14とか13とか、そういう感じの曲に関してはめちゃくちゃ精度が高かった印象なんですけど、最近はレベル18とか17とかとにかく難しい体力が求められる曲のスキルもめきめきと上がってきたので、見るのが楽しみな選手です。
These are very interesting warm-up songs. I think they're probably opting to optimize for finding like the timing window
that's true.
and like warm up their legs a little bit before they go
You have a
into
good
this
point.
just beastly set of songs.
Probably the focus is, not spending too much energy and also getting, that timing groove down. on this
Yes,
cabinet.
totally. Yeah, because you have a long haul ahead of you going into the actual tournament set. I think one of the things for me that can be really easy to forget in a tournament atmosphere is you're playing for EX score, so you want to get as many Marvelouses as possible, versus sometimes, when you're just playing at your home arcade or whatever, you're looking more at money score, so what is your overall score?
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, so you're really like trying to find a place where maybe it's okay that you get, a couple greats here and there, but you want to reduce your perfect count as much as possible, convert those into Marvelouses, because that's what will get you tournament song wins.
Definitely something that you'll want to be actively paying attention to, especially when you're playing stuff that's like at the edge of your execution range. Let's say, songs with like very fast runs or like whippy crossovers, or just like, step jump patterns or like jack patterns that you might not be completely comfortable with. Rather than trying to, execute it as an entire pattern, it might be more beneficial to focus on mentally internalizing all the reds and blues and stuff and staying in that window, even if it means dropping a couple of misses.
Totally. That's totally right. And it can be very different than like how you play normally, because sometimes you're just going for a combo and you're like, cool, it's green, or cool, it's it's a good combo, it's a normal combo. But for this, it may be, preferable to get a miss in favor of getting more Marvelouses, because even if you grateful combo something, that might not get you the win if you have a lot of greats or a lot of perfects.
And I think that's especially relevant in America because of how prevalent Life 4 has become.
Yeah.
And, that has a focus on completionist goals. Lots of folder lamping, full combos, PFCs, etc. And obviously those have a focus on, comboing, which is a little bit different than what might be tested in a tournament.
Totally.
Making sure that you're able to switch between those two mindsets
Yep.
can often mean the difference between making it to the next stage or not.
So true. And Life 4 is great. Like, Life 4 is so cool. So it's a way of kind of testing your skill set, and it ranges, from different goals for beginner level players up to really intense, high accuracy, like high intensity scores for elite level players. But it's a great way to understand really the scope and the depth of Dance Dance Revolution, because there's a ton of content. So if you're at all interested in, picking up the game somewhere and really developing as a player, wherever you are in your Dance Dance Revolution journey, definitely worth checking out Life 4.
Yeah, and even if you don't end up, following the ranking system, the community that I think Ben Madsen and the team has fostered is enough alone to check it out. It's such a great way to communicate and interact with players, find rivals, and get an audience that's invested in your progress in the game.
Right. And it's translated into many languages. So just like our international pool here, you can participate no matter where you are. And it's a great community, super supportive, and really, personally for me, has driven me outside of my comfort zone and helped me develop into being a much better, more well-rounded player.
Well, seems like they're starting their set, so let's refocus and let's watch these two closely.
It's our first prey of 3.
All right, let's go.
最初の曲が始ま最初の曲が始まりましたね。ウォームアップの曲は、14、15、15という、結構優しめな曲だったんですけど、いきなり210という両方とも少し苦戦してますかね。やはりいきなり 210BPM の16出されたらこうなりますかもね。でもグレとかミスとか取ってもそれを引きずらないという芯の強さ、その集中力に関しては両方とも結構いい調子なんじゃないですか。
They might not be totally warmed up for this yet. Like it's so hard, those intro runs. You need to be a little loose, and maybe they didn't quite get there with their warm up.
Yeah. I do think with situations like these where you're not particularly you're not executing the section very well, but you still want to maximize your score. It's important to, if you have a bad 16th run or a bad section, you just gotta mentally throw it out and focus on staying in the window. Because if you let that affect you and you just end up streaming more and more grades and perfects, then your score will get dragged down a lot.
Totally right.
So it seems like Blue definitely managed that better than Cell. Cell maybe just not warm enough for this. We'll see how he manages the next time it shows up.
Right, right.
Luckily, we are going back down to a 15.
Right.
With a lot gentler of a foot speed requirement. But they're going to have to stay concentrated anyway in a different way.
Right. Yeah, you're so right too about just every step matters, and you can't drag yourself down too far on if you didn't execute the way that you wanted to, you still should move on and try and refocus, recenter. And I think this song will also be a great example of that. It's so many sections that are easy to slip up, make small mistakes, get more perfects, and you just have to try and refocus and readjust.
アンバーさんが言う通り、この曲はプレイと随分違いますので、ちゃんとメンタル的にも整理して、もう一回集中して、とにかくマーベラスを狙う。それが問われる曲です。そうなんですよ。とにかくブルーバスターさんは。スコアアタックの精度がすごすぎます。で少しそれに関してのお話をしますと、ブルーバスターさんはよく踏んでいた筐体の具合が、そのパネルがめちゃくちゃ深めで。18とか17とか高難易度の曲をプレイするには不利な状態の、ところで、そこからじゃあ15とか16に集中しようということから、これくらいスコアアタックが上達した感じだと思います。
Cell is locked in.
Absolutely. Both of them are handling this very well.
Yeah. Blue Buster's MA is so solid. And Cell is so comfortable with this.
残念ですね。
Wow.
それにしても両者とも素晴らしかったです。
This is, I think, a very hard song to just play once Like for me, this would be a song that I need to play 4 times in a row before I get a score that I'm like kind of happy with.
Yeah.
So just going in and playing
Yes.
this once and just trying to do your absolute best
Brutal.
on it, it's so brutal.
And you know, there's pretty much no other song in this BPM range in the set. There's, you know, over the period that runs at 160 towards the end a little bit, and then there's nothing. This is like the only song that runs in that BPM range, and you have to read it slow scroll, and you're doing all this stuff. All right, so chat, if you didn't know, this coming song, Trip Machine XCC Nano Glide Mix, this is Blue Buster's pick. So clearly Blue will be in his element for this song. Pay close attention to his footwork.
Was his record 7 on this? Wow.
まあ日本語で言いますと、このトリップマシーン、この選曲はブルーバスターさんの選曲でしたから、まあ、どういろんな16部とか、まあ、フリーズを処理するかを見るのがとても大事だと思います。ブルーさんのプレーに注目です。
Beautiful turns.
I love watching Blue play.
Yeah. It's hard to watch both the screen and him play, but I am just so dialed in on him playing. It's so beautiful. Cell's up on his PB right now too.
Nice.
300 combos.
Yeah, there's so many spots in this song, even that freeze section, that it's so easy just to slip up and do something kind of wrong or second guess yourself like you were saying earlier.
I agree. It's tough because you have to balance, you know, your mental energy of staying in the window and, you know, keeping track of like every beat and downbeat,
Yeah.
so that you can keep getting marvelouses, but also balancing, you know, the technicality of how do I do this pattern, how do I need to enter it, how do I place my feet in this way.
Right.
It's a very mentally taxing
Wow.
song.
Wow.
Blue absolutely showed us how it's done.
Closed it out so
28
Wonderfully.
perfect EFC.
oh, that's so good.
ブルーバスターさんはもう頭脳系の爪最強なのでは。
A PFC basically on command is what that felt like. That was such a great pick on his part, and
Absolutely.
really, yeah, just great showing. Like you can tell he knows the chart, he knows
Yeah.
the song, he knows what he's doing.
I think that 28 is going to be hard to beat unless unless you've ascended like Nate. But these next several songs are really going to test both of them. I think even though Blue and Cell have both very much worked on their uppers, it's going to be tough.
Yep. Yeah, and we'll see next. So going into our 4th song for the set, Tohoku Evolved Challenge. This is actually Cell Anima's pick. So we were talking earlier about he's really been focused on and stepping up his game in terms of the 18 folder. I think he has a pretty incredible score on this. He has a triple A. So yeah, we should see him really show up and show out
Oh yeah.
for his song pick here.
ここからはまあ、難易度18の曲が4つ続き4つ立たせもう全日噛んでるんですけど、まあ、その難易度18の曲が連続で4曲あるので、体力の消耗をどうやって最低限にできるのか、それの処理が大事だと思います。そうですね、まあ、日本のその音ゲー界ではよく人間卒業おめでとうとか神とか人間じゃないとか言われるんですけど、 まさにネイトさんに関してはそれが似合う選手だなと思います。とにかくいじける。ひねりに関しては両者ともめちゃくちゃ綺麗ですね。A very nice form on all these fast turns, both of them.
Yeah, Cell Anima is very good at executing on all of the turns and does them super, super well. And yeah, Blue is just a delight to watch.
Absolutely.
Up on his pacemaker score on Blue Buster's side right now. And Cell Anima is pretty close.
If Blue keeps this up and he doesn't run out of gas in the tank,
Yeah.
I would say a triple A is in the cards.
Ugh. I lose my mind. So good. So good. Yes.
ああ、惜しかったですね、セルさん。
I think everyone sat up a little straighter watching Blue's score.
Oh, yeah. It just keeps growing. His
Yeah.
lead over the pacemaker.
Let's see it. Oh. So good.
100点差。
Wow.
They both definitely look pretty gassed.
989.8.
So close to the triple A. この状況の中で自己ベ絞り出せるのはものすごく強いです。
Yeah, something else that a lot of us competitors have been talking about, and you know, maybe you've seen chatter or heard chatter about too, is the elevation here in Denver is much higher than what a lot of us, myself included, normally play at. So I play around sea level here in Denver. I believe it's around 5,500 altitude. And what that really has resulted in for a lot of us is you get winded a lot faster. So maybe, you know, halfway through a song, you're feeling a little bit differently than you would have otherwise, like at your home arcade. So seeing a set like this, it's not just, you know, these 8 songs in a row. They're incredibly taxing in and of themselves. This is such a different environment physically to play in. And I think that's also what makes a lot of this interesting and a little bit more complicated than it otherwise would be.
共感すぎます。デンバーは具体的で言うと標高1600メートルなのでめちゃくちゃ高いです。普段歩き回ったり日常生活だけではあんまり感じないんですけど、まあ運動とかするとすぐに疲れます。多分ないですね、電話ほど高いところにあるゲーセンは。
Like, I can't imagine playing this set just even in an arcade that I'm comfortable with.
It's already so hard, yeah.
Right. And then you're racing the clock too, so you have to get it done quickly.
So neither of them elected to use sudden plus. It's a brutal combo, you know,
Yeah.
like slow scroll plus fast plus you're tired.
Yep.
I feel like it's just so easy to rush, and we're definitely seeing that already for both of them. I feel like all of their perfects have been fast. 疲労が増すと、それが低速地帯とこの曲のスピードと混ざり合って速すぎThat was a long time he held that gold combo.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Elliot is really going in on this. Blue Buster is looking very good. Oh, they've got to be so tired. I'm tired watching them. This song is
I agree.
grueling.
And I said it last set, but I feel like it being at half scroll just increases
Yes.
the exhaustion by like I did like 2-3 times.
Right. Oh.
Perfect.
うわ最後の勝負。
You're a rock star.
Wow.
You're the stage angel they came to see.
Such a technically challenging song. I mean, the patterns themselves are so difficult too. Like even if it were a consistent scroll speed, it would still be a really hard song. So just throwing in, yeah, the speed changes makes it that much harder. But the chart itself is very hard.
Agree. すいません、ちょっと今チャットにいる日本勢に質問があるんですけど、その TDR に限らず音ゲーとかでいう fast とか slow とか early とか late とか日本語でどう表現するのかちょっとわかんないんですけど、どういう風な表現なんでしょうかね。
I think they're much more warmed up this time around for their second Prey Expert.
まあそこら辺でしょうね。ああ、はいはいはい。それは早パフェ、遅パフェと読みますか？But yeah, it definitely will be very, very interesting to see how they score on this now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, on one hand, their legs are certainly loosened up at this point.
Yes.
On the other hand, they just played Tohoku and
Yes.
Tachiyasu back to back.
They're taking a break, which is very good. And they
Wise.
have so much time.
休憩は賢い。時間の使い方もまあ策略の一つ。
There's some real intense energy coming from the dance stage right now, and it's great. It's, I mean, well earned intensity and
yeah.
a well earned break right now between songs.
The look on both of their faces is just
Yeah.
so intense right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Because I think they both want to rip this. I think they're also, they're feeling.
I think those 318s are catching up with them.
Yeah. But I mean, they're both like such incredibly capable players who have
Absolutely.
had monstrous long sessions and, sets of hard things. Thinking even back to qualifiers for Upbeat, those, I know. But yeah, like if they made it through that, they can make it through anything. So I think the break is it's a really good use of time that they're taking right now in order to catch their breath.
Agreed.
And not cool off, entirely, but go in ready to close out really the last 3 songs that they have.
Y'all are cooking up some cursed strats.
Oh no.
But Amber, do you remember that Twitter thread from a while back where we were like discussing, or not really we, but people were discussing like using a ball or like a beanbag to hit 7+?
Yes. Yeah.
Has anyone actually tried that?
I not in this tournament, but
Disclaimer from the producer chat. I will say most tournaments that we run, we will immediately DQ you. But we'll laugh about it, and it will become a meme for about a year straight.
So beanbag at your own risk is what we're hearing.
You can beanbag once per tournament.
Okay, Blue Buster's looking a little refreshed. I think another thing I've noticed a lot watching the pool so far too is just the variety of scroll speeds that
Oh,
people
yeah, yeah.
leverage. And I think, I don't know, I read ridiculously fast. But it's really like, it's interesting to see like a lot
Yeah.
of people are sticking around the 550 scroll BPM range. But I think we've seen probably all the way up to 700 scroll speed or so,
Yeah.
or higher with CRISPR Life. But both of these players, what are they playing this on? 2.5, 2.75?
275. Definitely a song where you could afford to crank that speed mod up a bit since there isn't very much ambiguity as long as you know which way the box runs face.
Right.
Oh. 今回の方がいい調子なんじゃないですか?
Wow, lots of marvelouses.
I'm sure both of their legs are burning. Right
Yeah, yeah. They started out the first few runs with quite a few fasts, but it looked like by the end they had adjusted back to.
now. Pray for Cell's shin.
Yeah.
You're gonna break the meter. Can't wait to see it. Check it out. They're cheering for you. 200 combos.
Yeah, even for players who like 18s, this is a draining, capital D draining set.
Look at their game faces. Just a little longer.
Yeah. And this song, even though it's our second time watching this, I think it's important to talk through just how stamina intense it is. It has a lot of steps. It's a very, very high BPM song. So I think it's such an important reminder, even after watching Tohoku Evolve, even after watching 888, this song is not an easy 18. It is very fast, and you have to keep up with it, and you have to keep your accuracy and, you know, be in the right headspace to do it. So yeah, like just no jokes. Like no 18, you don't look at any 18 and say that's a joke, but Prey I think is one, you know, you can overlook, and yeah, it's really hard.
I think, especially when you get to situations like these where you're so far into the set, something that I don't see people talk about, but I think they think about implicitly, is how to adjust your form when you get tired, how to execute stuff when your legs get tired.
Yeah.
Because I feel like your form when your legs are fresh and your form when your legs are tired and they're burning and stuff is different.
Yeah.
And if you want to succeed in situations like these, tournaments where you're playing hard stuff back-to-back, maybe even cold, you have to know how to adjust your form, or how to execute fast and hard patterns even when your legs are tired.
Yeah.
And for me, frankly, it feels like two separate things when I'm playing
Yeah.
a song fresh versus when I'm playing a song where I'm tired.
Yes. Oh, that's so insightful. Like, I've never really thought about that. Like, I am definitely at this point where I'm trying to gas myself during sessions where
Yeah.
it's like, go a little bit longer and a little bit harder after
Yeah.
you think you have nothing left, just to get a little bit more of that endurance and like stave off. Like that's my technique, is try and stave off the pain.
Yeah.
but
I feel
no,
that too.
that's such an important thing to think about, because you do lose accuracy. You do lose, like, you step a little wider than you normally would, and
You start to, drag your feet a little
Yes.
bit. You might want to start shifting even more of your weight towards your arms to
Right.
compensate.
Right.
Stuff like that. You got to adjust them in minimal ways because
Totally.
the tiredness affects how precisely your legs move.
right. Oh, that's so interesting.
And I can definitely tell both of them are very tired, but I think Blue's managing a little bit better with that than
Right.
Cell is. And that's
Right.
what's making the difference.
Yeah, and I mean, after a set like this, or after, when you get tired, you start to get like weird aches and pains a little bit too, or you'll feel a cramp starting to crop up, and that can
Oh,
be in
yeah.
your calf, it can be in your quad. For me, I'm feeling a lot lately my arms getting fatigued, And when that starts to go, you think about it so deeply while you're playing too.
Yeah.
And the mental focus that it takes away can make or break your score.
Agreed.
So yeah, I think you're so spot on with it's not just, yeah, there's a lot of technique in playing at your absolute best. There's so much technique in playing in less than ideal conditions too.
And it's definitely going to matter here too.
Yes.
You know, 210 jump stream and step
Jump
jumps.
stream. Oh,
And that's something that doesn't really get tested that much in DDR.
right.
Ready, set, step.
This is such a novelty challenge chart. I remember there was a lot of discussion about it when it first came out, and I mean, it is a skill set that requires a lot of focus and accuracy.
令和のエアステですね。まさに。
I find this song, it's really easy to burn out fast too, where you go into it and at this point, you know, you start out strong, you feel really good about the first few sets of jumps, but going into the last few, you feel it.
セルさんは相当疲れてるんでしょうね。4枚抜きが多くなっている気がします。まあ、場合によってはその足を動かしながらジャンプした方が効率いい時もありますと思うからどうでしょう。やっぱり力いきましたかね。
Yeah, this is such an interesting chart to watch different players play too, because you can jump and actually hit the jumps, or you can try and bracket.
Yeah, you can see Blue's really squatting deep towards the end there to, you know, force himself to get those legs up. Blue さん、本当にまだまだいけますよっていう顔してます。ここにまあこれくらいになりますと体力の差、疲れた時の足の使い方のスキルの差が見えますね。
That was a really good rally from Salanima
It was.
on that, because it's so easy to just gas out on that song.
It's terrible. It's not even a song where you can use like minimal form
You
and
can't.
still get through.
Right.
Like maybe if you're on, you know, like super sensitive pads and stuff, but that's not that much the case with this either. The pads are relatively recessed. They are sensitive, but you can't just slide around and hope for the best.
Right. Yeah, and jumps, just, you know, any jump stream, but especially, you know, Prey Challenge, where it's a full song of jumping, is so taxing on every player.
It is.
Because you have to physically pick up your whole body and put it back down and do that over and over and over and over again.
And actually, I feel like that feeling's gonna bleed into this song too.
Yeah.
It's a similar BPM range. You know, you have like half speed 16th drills and bursts and stuff. And in my personal opinion, I find those hard to execute.
Yeah.
When you're tired, and, you know, your legs just won't lift and just end up, you know, streaming grades and like missing and stuff.
Yeah, this is a very challenging song. At any like level of tiredness, whether you're playing it and you feel great, or you're playing it and you know, just ripped through. How many 18s have we seen? 5. So they're going to need to really refocus and reset, and instead of, you know, really relying on their stamina muscles and their endurance muscles, there's a bit of that
Maybe
in this.
Maybe a bit of form compensation too.
Yeah, in
you
this,
know, like sinking a little deeper during those drills, leaning on those arms even more, even though the arms must surely be tired too.
So tired.
And just making it a point to move more like laterally to hit like staircase notes and stuff.
Yeah.
Consciously putting more pressure into your like toes to hit that up arrow and stuff, and make sure that you're not getting misses on that.
Right.
I find that those easily go, especially on less sensitive or recessed pads when you're tired.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, why did I get a miss on that? Oh, it's because I was just like stepping flat-footed.
Right. Yeah, the up arrow feels a little bit further away than it normally does. Yeah, they're just gonna have to go back in and think about accuracy and think about hitting the notes in a very difficult song with as many marvelouses as humanly possible. And again, like, that's what I would expect to see out of both of these players. Is they can rally and they can really hit marvelouses. They're both really incredible at that.
Wow. Previous duo made this thing look easy, but it's not easy by any
Right.
means.
Is Blue Buster's PB on this 9?
It is 19. 19.
Oh, 19, okay. Whew. 19 is still really amazing.
It is.
Any PFC on this is amazing, but
Yeah.
19 is, wow.
Wow.
No bar
Aw.
strat.
Yeah, well, I'm sure his arms are getting tired.
Yeah.
I feel like that's especially the case for tall people that have to,
Yeah.
bend a bit or hunch a bit to use the bar.
Yep.
I see a lot of them complain, it hurts to use the bar, my arms get tired quickly.
Right. Your shoulders start to ache.
Yeah.
Yeah, being on the shorter side, I wouldn't know about that, but I can
Same.
definitely, I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like you have to work with what you have, and DDR bars are pretty narrow, and for tall people, you only have as much space as you have.
まあ、両者とも160へのソフラン問題なく移動できましたね。でもオーバーキリに関しては、この後の時代110にソフランしてからそこが勝負だと思います。
They're both playing this incredibly well.
Yeah. Alright, we gotta pay attention to that drill. ここの一段打ですね。おお。
Wow. They are loving this 15. Cell doing a great job of not getting rattled by that miss and just streaming marvelouses.
まだまだまだ
Wow.
繊維があると示すプレーでしたね。Blue was locked in that
Wow.
outro. Both of them did an amazing job.
Was so good. 7 greats, 1 good, and 1 miss
Yeah.
on Cell Anima side. That's such a
And
great.
actually, this almost the same on Blue side too. 7
Wow.
greats, 1 good. Perfect count to make a difference.
Such a good tournament performance from both of them. Oh,
Agreed.
taking a photo together. Wow.
Was it?
Outstanding players.
思わずお疲れ様と言いたくなりますね。Great. All right, so we are halfway through this poll. What do you think?
I am so blown away by each and every person that we've seen so far. So we saw in the first round 4199, just totally rip. We saw Nate still thinking. I think we're all thinking about
Yeah.
back-to-back 18 SDPs, and yeah, Cell Anima and Blue Buster really showed up here, and just like my cup is so full of dance game stuff right
I
now,
agree.
and I again can't say that I want to go play this set that they just played, but I am so inspired by watching this and just being a part of this experience.
There's
Like,
definitely like an element of like strategy towards how to approach like jank that I kind of miss from being an ITG main that's like, organizing like ITG tournaments now, like I'll put one, like stanky song pick in and then everyone will start yelling at me. But I feel like watching this whole tournament has convinced me that they're just spoiled.
these are your people.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how are you feeling?
I'm pretty hyped.
Uh,
I can't wait to see these next two duos.
I know, and yeah, I think we're gonna get ready to take a short break, but up next, let me check. We will have MDX and Hero playing. So super excited, player
He's
from
very
Texas
exciting.
and player
Love
from Japan.
MDX, and I would love to get to see Hero play.
Oh,
Don't
so
know very
exciting.
much about him, but Nihon.
Yes. Let's go. We'll be back to watch them play in just a little bit.
Yep.
All right, chat, we are back. We are back.
Yo! MDX just got 2 greats on Pluto Relinquish Expert.
Second song of the day. Second song of the day. We're just in warm-ups right now. So MDX and Hero are starting.
May have expended a little bit too much energy to get that score.
Well, good for him. He's adjusted down to the 13 for his warm-up before we go into our monster set of Prey Expert, Streamy Fast 18, Remain 15. That's complicated and very hard to time. Trip Machine, Zach Nanoglide, just a weird 16, very complex. Shahoku Evolve Challenge, just brute force, stamina drainer. 888 is just the hardest thing in the universe. It has a little bit of everything. It's going to push you.
The intent with these picks definitely seems very focused, though, and that's towards, the 3 praise and
Yeah.
Hachiyasaba.
Yeah. Pray, and over the period. They've had some time at this point to sit with these picks, though, since their pool started. So hopefully they're as ready as they'll ever be.
They probably figured, this is their biggest priority, getting their legs loose for all that, 210, 220 bursts that they'll be facing.
So right. Very, very hard but smart warm-up picks for what they're going for.
で、選手たちを紹介すると、MDX さんはアメリカのテキサス州出身のプレイヤーで、なんていうか、総合的にうまいプレイヤーっていうんでしょうか。スコアアタックの精度も素晴らしいですし、17とか18回も難なくこなせるプレイヤーという印象を持ってます。で日本勢のヒロさんはあまり知らないんですけど、ツイッターを一旦観覧した限り彼もものすごくうまいプレイヤーだと思います。なので、またも見るのが楽しみな2人です。
What a great warm-up set.
Yeah.
That was really, really hard.
What I was saying in Japanese was it'll definitely be interesting to see both of them. I don't know Hero's scores very well. I just had a couple of scores on Twitter to go off of. Seems like, they're good at uppers. They're good at 15, 16s. MDX, I feel, is just all around really good.
All around
They're
very
good with, MFCs and accuracy. But they can also absolutely hold their own on, 17s, 18s, and the like.
Yeah, totally. As we just saw in Pluto Relinquish as a warm-up.
Yeah. That emerald shirt isn't for nothing.
Right?
So it seems like they're getting started now.
Yes.
With the first song, at this point, Prey Expert. Last duo that played, Blue and Cell, they had a pretty noticeable difference between their first run of Prey and their second run. But there is something different this time in that while they warmed up with slower 14s and 15s and focused on getting into the window, MDX and Hiro have already played 2 very fast songs with a focus on bursts and stream at 200, 210, which is exactly what's going to be tested here. So I have high hopes for how they'll score.
Yes.
そのウォームアップの曲の選択が差になるのか、それは興味深いですね。ブルーバスターとセルさんはその第1回目のプレーあんまりいいスコア出せなかったんですけど、彼たちのウォームアップは割と優しめな14、15の曲だったんですけど、この2人に関してはもうすでにプルとプリンとボルティシシもやったので、彼らはもう少し準備ができているのかなと。準備ができていると言っても110ですから、めちゃくちゃ調子いいです。 definitely doing better than blue
Yeah.
itself.
Great start. I think everyone so far in this pool has struggled a little bit with this as their first song. So I think it's hard to expect an incredibly high score from any players really like coming out of the gate into this, but they're pulling it off.
And it's definitely a bit of like a, I think if you're not already like, you know, very acclimatized to playing stuff like this and also, you know, being used to the altitude,
Yes.
you're inevitably going to have to ask yourself, how much effort, how much energy do I want to put into this song? Because, you know, if you burn through your legs just with this one song, that's going to have a pretty big effect on how the rest of your set goes.
Yes.
Even if your individual score on this is good, it could mean, you know, you might score like 50, 100 EX worse on your Tohoku or your Chiasawa or even your 2 praise, and
Yes.
even your over the period.
Yeah.
Wow. What are the odds of that?
Chat, can I get a pop off? We got our first high of the tournament. Let's go!
Really, yeah, great scores from both players. Like,
Great start.
always fun to see a tie, but still
I
the
almost
raw
get the
score.
I almost get the feeling that their second run is still going to be even better.
I agree. I completely agree. But you're totally right too on what you were saying earlier. Is, you know, you can burn out quickly on this song. Like I know for me, like I've seen my heart rate go up to like 205 playing this, and that can
Trying to
totally
sync with the song.
trying. Hopefully it doesn't get much higher. But yeah, like that can be at the expense of things that you play later on. So it is important to play to the best of your ability, but also be aware of what is coming up next.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so moving on to Remain, which is a very different vibe, very different chart, very different skill set. This was actually MDX's pick.
Makes sense. It definitely does seem like something he'd be good at. My impression of him is that he's a very comprehensive player. He's thorough with even these kinds of, you know, niche, unorthodox song picks, and that's his weapon. Think that Life 4 training, you know, these are the situations
Yeah.
where it pays off.
Yeah, definitely glad he was not in my pool.
日本語で少し説明すると、そのアメリカではライフコアというその非公式のランキングシステムが主流というかものすごく人気で、でハイレベルになるとレベル14、15、16全 PFC とかそういう系の課題があるので、MDX はライフフォアやり尽くしている人なのでリメインとか、少しマイナーな曲でもしっかり掴んでPFC 取って得意にするというそれが武器だと思うのででも MDX らしい選曲だと思います。としても、ヒロさんも結構いいスコア出しているのでこの曲での997はいい方だと思うので。There's a lot of aggression in that first jump.
You're so right. It's actually very cool here looking out at the audience. Like, there's quite a number of people watching this match pretty intensely. I think there's a lot of buzz and excitement around the international representation overall in this tournament, but specifically within this pool, like, I think a lot of us know how far, you know, our Japanese players, our Colombian players, our Canadian players have traveled, and
wonderful.
So it's really cool to be able to watch this, and you can feel and see that in this room.
今のところは MDX が勝ってますね。やはりその低速地帯に、慣れの違いといいますか MDX の方が少し安心して見てられます。20ぐらいですから、逆転の余地はまだあります。
That was a pretty cool moment. You could see MDX adjusting his sync in real time.
It was.
From getting a bunch of slows to really going a little faster.
You definitely need that skill set to succeed on songs like these,
Yes.
where it's so easy to drift out of the window. You need to have that ability to self-correct.
Right. And he picked up a miss. I think he just misread something a little bit, but still his MA is so on point.
Hero's form is very efficient.
Yes. Also very familiar
Very
with the
nice to
song.
look at.
Yeah.
フォームが美しいですね、ヒロさん。
Wow.
ヒロさんは 300bpm 自体で逆転することができず。29はもう素晴らしいですね。Does that put him in second? Third, maybe?
Yeah.
I forget what blue got on it.
Oh,
But it was also something.
It was pretty.
clean.
Yeah.
It's a pretty high level fight.
Right. And again, very different parts of your brain going from pray into remain.
It's a very evil ordering.
I know. I don't know if any order would make this necessarily better, but
That's true. That's true. Good to know. So MDX is third. Third with 29 perfects.
Wow. It's so funny. I think about this song and the number of times I've played it, and I don't think, and maybe that this is a flaw with me, I don't think I've played this song the same way twice, ever.
Yeah, I feel that. I really do feel that.
Like I sometimes it's a double step, sometimes it's an awkward crossover. But yeah, this chart specifically just has you doing a lot of awkward things because it's very ambiguous. So we'll see how these players handle it.
I almost feel like it'd be easier to play this in Step Mania because there's something about hold or like freeze, like the head notes of freezes not being colored.
Yes.
That just makes it so weird to parse everything that, you know, uses like the freeze double steps and stuff.
Yeah, you're so right. And that happens so often in this song where it's just green and you have to fill in the blank on your own.
Kind of like a similar situation to Delta Max in my
yeah,
opinion.
yep. I'm expecting that we'll see both of these players with some pretty good form.
I am sure this song is on Hero's radar as
Yeah.
well, because I looked at his rival list. All his rivals have it PFC'd.
Yeah. Such good crossovers from Hero.
Agreed.
You're gonna break the meter. Can't wait to see it. 200.
We haven't even talked about his note skin. Is he playing on Vivid?
Yes, Vivid and the Cyber Note skin.
Oh.
So it's a very distinctive look.
As a fellow cyber player, I love that.
Yeah. But like trying to look at his playfield during that slowdown and remain, I just felt like an illiterate child.
Still PFCing.
He is. Wow.
Some ambiguity to go, but he's looking really good, really confident.
I'm sure he's gonna be like adding like Diaz and Unlim and you know all his rivals and stuff if he PFCs this. But they're really neck and neck EX-wise. They're really going back and forth.
Yeah, MDX even with some non-combos keeping up with MA. Oh,
PFC ワンチャン PFC いけるいけるあ
like a shockwave.
ー惜しい
Wow. Oh, was that second to last step? Oh,
でもヒロさんが PFC の可能性に気に取られた可能性もありますね。I almost feel like I know we had that conversation earlier about like, how your playstyle changes between, playing normally at the arcade and playing in tournament. But I can't help but wonder if the possibility of closing out that PFC almost led to Kiro picking up more perfects than he could have managed if he just didn't think about that.
Probably. Yeah.
They were neck and neck up until the very end, and I could see during that ending run, Kiro picked up quite a few perfects.
Yeah.
And that made the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, you're so right, where you kind of revert back into the mindset of, wow, this will be a new PFC for me, or potentially like just a PFC. And I know you can get nervous at the end of a song seeing that gold combo still there, versus if you drop something somewhere, you kind of loosen up a little bit mentally and you're able to relock into to the Marvelous window because you're not as worried about getting the gold combo at the end.
Still, great showing from both people.
So good. And yeah, I mean, I think, watching a score like that, like Hero, he can run that back later tonight. Like, he'll PFC it in no time and probably like cut his perfect count in half.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I think tournament nerves too are still, a big thing. I don't think we've talked about that either.
Yeah.
You feel the eyes on you a little bit. You feel a little bit more of the intensity to play at your absolute best, and that can make things even harder than how you would just normally play on any given day.
Yeah, Chad is pointing out that Kiro has a 997 on Tohoku.
Wait a second.
Insane. Let's see if he can replicate it.
Yes.
It's definitely not, your typical arcade session. There's got to be a lot more, exhaustion hitting him right now, but his turns look really clean, in that last on Trip Machine.
Right.
So I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, and I would also be curious too if he normally plays on a white cab or if he is normally playing on a gold cab.
That's a good question. So actually, it seems like neither from what I could see on his profile.
Okay.
Or at least it looked like it was a Japan X cab.
I see.
But I'm not 100% sure.
Sure. But that's also an adjustment for a lot of players here. We were
is.
talking about that earlier with our Canadian players.
Yes.
Where, you play with whatever you can play on, whatever's local or available to you. And that sometimes results in, even a minor difference between a white cab where it's a K cab versus a J cab, or as much as potentially a gold cab. Or
I'm seeing scores from everything. I'm seeing scores from gold cabs, I'm seeing scores from white cabs, and I'm seeing scores from X cabs.
So just an incredibly adaptable player is what we're learning.
Yes, and I think that's exactly the kind of skill that gets valued in tournaments.
Can't wait to see him rip this.
All right.
MDX struggling a little bit to lock in.
But I think Kiro has found his groove.
Yeah.
Those turns are so satisfying.
Wow. He's in his element.
ひねりがもう美しすぎて言える言葉がない。
Wow. I'm speechless. This is beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Wow.
いけるか？
Oh.
少しちょっと早かったです。Yeah, I think MDX is just accepting that, he's got to save energy.
Yep. And that's
He's just
totally okay.
This song isn't viable, so he's going to put that energy towards the next couple.
Zero might get a 997 on this. Oh, maybe a little bit lower, but still, this is an amazing score. Wow.
尊敬です。とにかく尊敬です。
Wow, the room in here just absolutely lit up. You can tell he's breathing a little hard, but it looked so effortless.
ヒロさんはその東北に山を張ってたのか、それともまだエネルギーが残っているのかどうか。おおそういうことですか。この八夜そば鬼目は実はヒロさんの選曲だったんですよ。ということはとんでもないことが見れるかもしれませんね。MDX さんは his score, yeah, I think he has 1 grade or 2. Either 1 or 2.
Oh my god.
MDX さんは、その東北は、捨てて MDX さんは東北を捨てて八夜そばか、プレイやら、他の曲のために体力を温存しようという判断を打ってこの曲に関してはどういくのか。2人とも頑張れ。
This is so exciting. So this is 888 Challenge is Hero's pick, and we thought we saw him in his element just a moment ago during Tohoku Evolved Challenge, but I think we're really about to see something special.
Agreed.
I mean, a flag on any 18, 1 grade on any 18 is incredible.
そうですよね。東北が準備運動とか基準がぶっ壊れてますよ。
A flag on 888, I can't even begin to comprehend.
Yeah. I'd really like to ask him about, how he times, how he parses patterns in his head.
Yeah.
If he's picking this and, he's playing Vivid and
Yeah.
Cyber, it really makes things bunch up. So I'm guessing that he's very attuned to the individual colors of the notes rather than internalizing by red or blue. But it's definitely something that I can't really comprehend myself.
Yeah, so I play on Cyber, and the reason that I play on Cyber is because it's the highest note density, I think, of
it makes
any
the notes
skin.
feel bigger.
It makes them feel bigger, but it has the least see-through parts.
I see.
So for me, that makes a little bit of a difference. I have to think less about how thick. That's not a word I would use to describe it, but how thick the note is.
Yeah, I get you.
It's just less see-through than other skins. So Cyber really works for
I
me.
used it for a bit too, because they were fatter, so I felt they were easier to visually match with the receptors and kind. But I think after a certain point, I switched over because I found the flashes of the classic note skin easier to catch.
I see. What speed?
Oh, I think 2.5.
Wow.
Yes. 2.5 ということは、ソフランは暗記しているっていうことですよね。Memorize the 444 section in that case. That's definitely a strat I've seen. This was a qualifier for KAC, I think 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think, ITG Alex saying that he memorized the ending as well. And that definitely, it does help a lot. If you can confidently execute that end, really helps with that accuracy.
Yes.
And that's an asset in these tournaments where every perfect matters.
Yes.
So that is a smart pick.
Hero is ripping Marvelouses.
Insane. He was rushing a little bit in the intro, but then he adjusted so quickly.
So well.
対応が早いですね。イントロでは少しこの早タペを出していましたが、対応するのが早かったですね。さて、あと少しで2倍速自体が来るんですけど、悪くない悪くない。
Wow. Wow.
やっぱ MDX さんは体力不足なのかな。
absolutely amazing.
I agree. 本当に怖いところは、ヒロさんがこれくらいのスコア出したにもかかわらず、関わるっていうか、ヒロさんがこれくらいのスコアを出したというのに PB に近くないという、やばいですね、本当に。It's kind of mind-blowing that like even though like he pushed out that kind of score, it's not even close to his first.
Right.
You could tell there was definitely like a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of falling outside the window during that speed up. You couldn't quite lock into there. Maybe there was a little bit of a brain fart, or like might have messed something up, or just something little that threw him off. But
Right. Yeah.
even with that, that's impressive.
Amazing. Yeah. And I think too, like relying on memorization or like very fast pattern recognitions that you're comfortable with. I think hesitation is the right word. Sometimes you second guess yourself, even though you know the pattern. Sometimes you can think, oh wait, is it actually starting on this foot versus the other one? And once you're in it, it's usually fine. But starting into it can be very uncomfortable.
Yeah. And like, speaking to personal experience, there are like 2 songs in the game with 2 speed ups that I memorized and just align myself to lower speed, but they're both very short. It's just Orca and Dopamine.
Yeah.
Dopamine I've basically memorized at this point, but
Yep.
Orca, I can never feel confident in myself to just raw dog it.
Right.
I have to open up the chart in
Yep.
like YouTube or like Sambai Ice Cream or something,
Yes.
or I feel like I'm gonna mess up something.
Right. I mean, you have like your neutrinos, you have your tohokus. There's a lot of micro
I've seen
memorization.
I've seen Pursuer, I think, also as a song that people do.
Yeah, for the end.
At least not like completely doubling it, but like raising it so
Right.
that you can read it at like 800
Right.
or like 900.
Right. You're still recognizing the patterns as they're coming up, but you're not completely relying on reading them as they're on the screen.
そうそう、三大アイスクリームというアプリがあるんですけど、そこからスコアを観覧したり、他にそのユーザー登録している人のスコアを観覧したり、あとその譜面の動画とかのリンクもありますし、その譜面の画像とかもあるので、とても便利なアプリですね。
So we saw these players play this for their first song of the pool, and both had very high, I think 980, so 987, 988 money scores.
I think their perfect counts were somewhere in like the 70s and 80s. We'll see how much they can shave it down here.
Right.
And it seems like Hiro has a 54 perfect PFC on it. MDX, maybe 1 or 2 misses, but certainly close to the PFC.
Right.
But at the same time, Hiro just popped off a Tohoku and Hachiyasoba. I don't know how much energy he has left in the tank.
Sure.
MDX definitely, took it a little bit easier on Tohoku. Struggled a bit with Hachiyasoba. So we'll see. We'll have to see. And it seems like MDX was conserving energy all along.
Strong starts.
Yes.
Wow.
Definitely really nice to see gold combos made by both people this late. And of course, commentators first.
Wow.
Clean.
Both of them.
With MDX actually taking a slight lead. So I think, conserving energy on those 2 songs is definitely working to his advantage right now, but you can't get too comfortable. Hiro is right behind him.
Yeah. And this is a very fun match, I think, to watch, because both of these players on songs like this have been competitive.
Yes.
Even though, within the pool, it really is EX score throughout. Everyone who's playing in the pool, it's very fun to see 2 fairly evenly matched players playing together.
Hiro has taken the lead. It seems like MDX struggled a little bit. They're dropping some misses here and there in that syncopated section. definitely having to concentrate, regroup. This part, you really just have to watch your footing. Very easy to drop misses, disconnected gallops. And the last run.
Ooh. Wow.
And another tie!
They tied on it for their first
What
song,
are
right?
the odds?
Chat, we just got another tie. They tied on their first. They tied on Prey twice.
Is this a PB for MDX? No, not
It
quite.
is not, almost.
Wow.
Chat, can we talk about how they tied on the same song?
This is the epitome of consistency.
Absolutely amazing.
意味がわからないですよね。
Yeah, the
それ
room
に
here
して
is
も、引き分けだったことにも関わらず、両方ともスコアを上げたのもすごいですね。I was saying, like, you know, like, even though they tied, they both raised too, didn't they?
Yeah, yep. Pretty significantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is so fun to watch. So fun to watch. Oh, Ringo coming over for a fist bump.
I think Hiro could use that support right now.
Yeah,
I think he's giving those last 3 songs everything.
everything. Oh, so amazing. Oh, it's so exciting.
MDX さんが一旦有利だと思いきや、結局もう一回引き分けしたのが、まあここからがラストスパート。プレイ鬼とオーバーザピリオド、なんだっけの漢字なんだっけ、その15、あと2曲ということで。MDX は体力的には少し有利なはずですが、この3曲はスコア的にヒロさんがものすごくよくできたのでMDX さん的にはこの2曲にできるだけ体に入っているエネルギーを振り絞りたいところですね。だとしてもスコアを見る限りヒロさんの方がずっと有利ですね。両方とも TFC 持っているのは強い。LFK, wrong tournament. Complain to me later. そうですね。多分ヒロさんの方が疲れてるはずなんですけど、PB を見る限りヒロさんの方がずっとこの面に関しては得意なはずだから、体力ある程度温存してる状態でも MDX さんに勝てる可能性はありますから。
I keep thinking that Hiro might be tired at this point, but I also think he might also be really flying high on adrenaline and
Yes.
the showing that he just had for the past 3 songs.
You know he's going to give it everything.
Yes. And you're looking at, these are the last 2 songs.
Hiro may be more tired, but he definitely has the momentum.
He's gonna dig deep.
And, I mean, looking at the scores, he definitely has a skill advantage on this over MDX too. Unless MDX has, played this offline or, on a Mania setup or something, and he's worked on it.
Right.
Ready, set, step.
And this is a song that I think is very polarizing for players, where
Yes.
it tends to go either one way or another. Like, people will rip it and just absolutely get an incredible score, or get really taxed
I
and
also
burn out.
feel like your level of exhaustion when you're doing this song vastly affects how you do on it.
Yes.
Personally, when I play this, I'll get through, I know this is more on a micro scale, but I'll get through 2/3 of the song. I've gotten to 280 or 290 with a gold combo, and I finished the song with 970.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because my legs just can't take it.
No.
まあ、僕的ではそのプレイ鬼は体力次第ではものすごく崩れやすい曲だと思ってるんですよね。疲れていればジャンプっていうパターンはものすごくミスしやすいと思うので、疲れるとなんかスベスベそのスライドらしいフォームになりがちじゃないですか。だからどれくらい踏ん張れるか。やはりヒロさんの方がずっと有利でしょうね。Hiro with a very comfortable lead on this.
Wow.
But MDX definitely tried.
Yes.
Stage clear.
36.
Wow.
Oh.
I think that miscount's pretty telling. 13 on MDX's side, 4 on Hiro's side.
Yep.
He leaves the last song,
Yes.
which I do think MDX has the advantage on.
I agree.
But does he still have enough energy in his legs to be able to marvelous attack those 16s?
Yes.
Over the period に移るんですけど、移るところなんですけど、まあ本来はこの譜面に関しては MDX の方がずっと有利なはずだと思いますんですけど、まあその200、210の16部は崩れやすい。その体力次第で、まあ、ジャンプ同様、同時押し同様崩れやすい部類のパターンだと思うので、まあ、どうでしょう。
If they tie on this, you owe me $5.
I wouldn't even be mad. I'll give you $5.
Okay, great. There's nothing in this for you other than I get $5 if the tie happens. This has been incredibly fun to watch these two players. The hero is
there's
so
just been
incredible.
so much explosive interactions in this pool.
Oh,
You're right. I could buy McChicken with that $5.
my $5.
Right. Yeah, Amber could buy McChicken with that $5.
I could buy you a McChicken with your $5. Oh. Good for them. They are, I think they're maybe our first players who are taking almost the full 45 minutes. And this is the pool, I mean, honestly, to use your time in.
Oh yeah.
Just like they're both, I hope they both get a really good night's sleep.
I think they will.
This is a hard day of DDR for anyone who plays DDR, tournament or otherwise. But I'm just so impressed by both of these players. Like,
Same.
absolutely, absolutely amazing. Hero with just an incredible show up of, you know, a tournament experience here. Like, been amazing to watch. Someone that, you know, most of us don't interact with very regularly, so always really cool to see.
Man,
And then,
I want to go to Japan right now.
all right, bye. And MDX, like I just love MDX. Like what a great dude, and
Absolutely.
such an incredible DDR player.
Oh, nice. They started with a perfect combo, marvelous combo in Hero's case. And he's doing it no bar.
They're ready.
They are ready. Hero is not giving anything to MDX.
They may actually tie on this. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is such a challenging chart and song to play, and both of these players, you can tell, have put in the time and work to learn it. And I think, I always am so impressed by anyone who, maybe not in this case chooses to play the chart, but is great at this chart.
I know this is like a really weird thing to say, but I almost feel like Hero's form reminds me of all of it, and MDX reminds me of Chris's form of it.
Oh.
With like the way that they angle their feet and how much they lift their feet and stuff. Paul has very crisp, bursts and turns and stuff, and I'm seeing that a lot with Hiro, and kind of the way he orients himself. Maybe I'm being a bit dragged by the pants too, but
No, I can see it. I see what you mean. Very intentional.
yeah. Ironically, this might, or not really ironically, but it's kind of funny that this might be the easiest to find part of the chart.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, wow. They ate that drill.
Beautiful.
NPX takes it by 22.
Beautiful. Wow.
73パフェ対43パフェですね。
I'm holding up 3 and 4 on my fingers. That is so amazing.
Yeah.
2 goods on MDX's side, but still, like, any single-digit non-combos or non-perfects in this song. Oh,
Yeah. In a one-shot.
Chat, just one time, can I get some GGs in chat? Let me get some GGs in chat for a beautiful display from both of those players. Let's see those GGs. Shout out to MDX and Hiro.
GG. お疲れ様でした. They're not going to hear that, but I feel like it was worth saying.
All right,
本当
and
に両者とも本当に頑張りました。
all right. That being said, we are going to go ahead and take one more break, really quick, and just go ahead and stretch our legs out and finish up this poll. But before we go, I do want to thank our lead sponsor, Red Note Gaming, for making this happen. Based out in Vegas, rhythm game community and venue. If you're ever out in Vegas, try to hit them up. See if they have any tournaments, any events going on. Check them out on Twitter at Red Note Gaming and our website at rednotegaming.com. Go for it.
Yeah.
do it.
All right. Yeah, I'll probably go to the bathroom and
Yeah,
stuff.
we'll be
real
back
quick.
in a little bit.
Yeah. Don't go yet, you know.
All right, chats. I hope you're having a good time out there. We're about to go ahead and get started with the end of this pool momentarily, but first, in just a little bit, I have a special guest on here to give a very special introduction for these two. So go ahead and enjoy the rest of this warm-up. We're going to go ahead and let this rock for a little bit. And yeah, enjoy. Also, another production note, another producer note. One more thing, just a couple of, I know a lot of people are going to have questions if you're just joining the stream. I see a lot of you have. How this format has worked is that there are 8 people in each pool. Each player from that pool picks a song. And as you see, it's kind of gotten a little interesting as we have Prey Expert pick twice and then Prey Challenge. So the same song 3 times. The top scorers of the pool, the top scorers of each song get the maximum amount of points. Every player gets at least 1 point for playing each song. The scores are then ranked for each song. They get assigned points, and the top player of the pool overall moves on to top 8 tomorrow. And then the second and third place players move on to the second chance round. None of these are head-to-head. We do have them playing on both of them, so there is a little bit of this kind of competitive spirit, but each player is actually playing against the rest of the pool. Other than that, continue having fun. We've been having a good time with you all out here. So once again, stay tuned. Like I said, we are going to have, this is the last of this pool and this round robin format. The final pool will be coming up immediately after this. So, like I said, we're going to have a very special guest introduce these two in just a moment. So, looking forward to that. Thanks a lot.
That's it. See you next time on the dance floor.
Oh, okay. So I can be here.
Testing, testing. Can you hear us okay?
All right. Chat, I have a special guest that I want to go ahead and bring over to talk a little bit, to introduce these two competitors that we've come up. So let me go ahead and pass off the mic.
Oh, wait. Hola a todos. Ay, me voy a agachar. Hola a todos. ¿Cómo están? Soy Fidel Huerta, más conocido como Fidelín de Chile. Sean todos ustedes bienvenidos a este gran torneo internacional Denver 2023. Quiero que sepan y que estén todos pendientes porque en breves minutos comenzará un gran enfrentamiento entre amigos. Desde Colombia tenemos a nuestro gran amigo Pollox y desde Puerto Rico a nuestro amigo Crono. Así que todos los sudamericanos latinos, démosles con todo y que tengan una gran jornada y que salga todo muy bien. Muchas gracias por todo, por esta invitación. Genial todo. Aquí los dejo con nuestros amigos para que sigan en la transmisión.
So cool. Ah,
Yeah.
so cool.
So yeah, as he said, these last remaining two, are both, representing outside of America, well, sort of, in Puerto Rico, with Chrono being from Puerto Rico and Hoyo being from Colombia. So we got that rep there. Again, very, very diverse pool, and it's just been a delight to see, the diversity in each of these competitors as they play through this.
So very cool. And both of them warmed up with some pretty fast songs, so hopefully they'll have warmed up rubbery legs going into this, rubbery in the right way.
Yep.
But loose, and let's do it. And actually, Chrono, his pick for this pool was one of the two Prey experts, so he should be pretty comfortable going into this. He looks
Chrono さんの選曲は、プレイ、劇という、今やっている曲なんですけど、ウォームアップがエレクリ劇でしたから、適度に足がほぐれているといいですね。英語で説明したんですけど、今プレイしている2人はラテンアメリカ勢で、コヨさんはコロンビアから来まして、クロノさんはアメリカのプエルトリコから、今後の発音は合っているのか分かりませんが、とにかく両方ともラテンアメリカ勢で、とても
Chrono picked up some early grades at the beginning of this song. I think adjusting a little bit to the cab.
But making up for it.
Yeah, his marvelous attack is so amazing.
Yeah.
Both of these players, though.
Wow.
It's really incredible.
What a
scores.
start.
What a start. You're so right. 18 perfects from Chrono.
Does that beat Nate's first?
Wow.
Oh, it does not by one.
By one. Wow, so Nate will win this song within the pool. Chrono loses just by one.
Early errors cost him.
I think maybe asking about the pad, but we'll see.
Hello, chat. Hello, producer Adrian here. So what's happening is we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a tiny little bit of a break. What ended up happening is we ended up kind of noticing that we were having some pad misfires going on right there. And just to keep everything on the up and up, we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of pad maintenance right there. So we went ahead and paused the timer, and both players get a little bit of an extended break. We're going to go ahead and just kind of take a tiny little break just to make sure that the pads are working great. So thank you for your patience. Absolutely love all of you. Much love to all of you watching.
Don't you know I'm a ventriloquist? I can barely move my lips and still talk. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm moving my lips. But just as a clarification on the rules, is Chrono granted a replay, or are they just moving on?
I will go ahead and find that out for you in just a moment.
Cool.
Very important to know.
Yes.
It was definitely very close. And
It was.
if any of those grades were pad,
Yep.
then
They matter.
it's going to go to Chrono.
Yeah. You're totally right, because I'm 1 point difference. I mean, any of those grades. Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in, I think, as a competitor, because you want to win every song and you want to get as many pool points per song as possible. but also this is going against, especially in a set like this, right, where it's full of 18s, you might
Yeah.
cool down.
Yeah.
So I think it's really important to make these calls when you feel it's right and fair.
And it definitely does put pressure on you too. Like, especially in this kind of situation, I don't know if Chrono knows that he was very close to beating
Right.
Nate.
Right.
But if he does, then he's putting pressure on himself for that next run if he gets a rerun. And
Right.
There's no guarantee he's going to be able to match that prior run.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if it, and we're getting clarification on the rules right now. Not sure if it will be a run back, so play the song again.
Or if they're just going to like
adjust.
adjust the score.
Maybe grades
based
into
on-
perfects or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
So
seeing
it's a really
comment,
tough
yeah.
spot.
I'm seeing a comment that says Chrono doesn't even play DDR. That's what's insane.
Yeah.
There is so much talent in Latin America that doesn't really get noticed by the North American DDR community because they have their own thing going and they're on the down low and
Sure.
they don't have official DDR access. And
Right.
stuff.
Right.
It sucks.
We were talking about this earlier too during one of our breaks. Like just access to DDR can be so
Yeah.
challenging where you have to drive 3 hours to a machine, right?
Yeah.
And that's not a reasonable thing to do on a regular basis. And I mean, it would be amazing if
Yeah.
all of us had DDR down the road, but right now it's very, like, for a lot of people you just don't have access.
Yeah.
Um,
And definitely a point that I think is just going to continue to have discourse
yes.
over the next couple to several years.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, looks like they're, from what I can see, testing potentially the up arrow is what we're looking at as being challenged for sensitivity, whether over, under, or something else. And I think that's another thing, that sometimes is lost on me personally with this game is you're mashing your foot on a piece of hardware over and
Yeah.
over and over, and especially, tournament days where this thing is taking brute force for hours at a time. Like, there is a real challenge with the hardware piece
Yes.
of this game.
Absolutely. That's some stomping.
I don't know if you could hear the stomping, but
Yeah.
there's some good stomps happening.
Currently, Fusion is stepping very hard on the bracket.
Yeah.
Not quite the actual panel, but the bracket between right and up and left and up, just to make sure that it's not being triggered just by someone stepping on the bracket or it's not oversensitive.
Yeah, and I mean, as a competitor, like,
It sucks when this
it
happens.
sucks. It sucks so much. Yeah, I mean, but you always want it to be fair,
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, you want your scores to be a reflection of you and your skill, or at least, how you're playing at any moment in time versus having the question of it being something that has to do with the machine.
Yeah.
We've all been there. We've all,
Of course.
gotten our pad misses that have really messed with a new PB. But yeah, in a tournament, it really matters. It really matters to get it right. And fortunately, the team here really cares about that too.
We'll have to hope that once this gets sorted out, Chrono and Poyo are going to be able to pick the momentum back up.
Yep. Yeah, super excited to see these two players play too. So Chrono is such a strong player because he's primarily an ITG player, I think.
Think?
Yeah, just amazing. Really accurate. Obviously very good form, very good skill.
Yeah, I suppose Wampa, the fortunate thing with when the pad started acting up is that the next two songs are easy.
I'm glad that you prefaced it with that because, yeah, they're easy. You're right.
All right. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Producer Ajikin stepping in to just kind of give you an update. So, pad is improved, pad's fixed. We're going to continue on. So, according to the rules, unfortunately, we are not going to go ahead and offer Chrono a replay. What is going to happen is that his score will be recalculated. All of the pad misfires and pad misses, according to the rules, are going to get rounded up to grades.
Okay.
So, the final score on that, we're going to have the results for that
Right.
at the end. It happens, you know, it's part of the tournament. You know, these pads, they're really sensitive. I was just explaining to some bystanders that when you play at a high level, things just have to be just right, just
Right.
perfect. So we're going to go ahead and move forward on that. Once
Got it.
again, all of you, thank you for your patience. Thank you for all the love. We're just going to go ahead and continue on in this pool. Take it away, you two.
Great.
Thank you. So,
Yeah.
you know, recuperating, we've got to get their minds back into it. It's obviously going to be difficult when you've been, you know, sitting around unsure about what's going to happen to your
Right.
set, what you have to do for, you know, several minutes, and then you just have to go in and play the next song.
Yep.
Right? You got to be able to just flip the switch on and
Right.
work with what you have.
Yeah, and I think one of the hard things too about pad maintenance is you never quite know how long it's going to take either. So you can give yourself a little bit of time to check out, but you're trying to keep your legs warm, you're trying to keep
Yeah.
your brain engaged. It's kind of like a flight delay a little bit, where you're like, this could be 15 minutes, this could be 3 minutes, this could be an hour. So fortunately, yeah, it seems like, you know, folks got through pretty quickly. And we'll be able to jump back in pretty immediately. It does look like Chrono and Poyo are swapping sides on the pads.
Ah,
So
interesting.
Chrono may be moving forward playing on P1 and Poyo on P2, which is part of the rule set, so you can totally do that. But we'll see, yeah, if that makes a difference and what that will mean. I think for both of them, honestly, for Chrono as well as for Poyo. Yeah, and I believe Chrono's score on that was 19 perfects and 4 greats. So I think that score will probably stand as is. So there will be no recalc of the greats that were
See,
contested.
So I guess pad misfire rules only apply to goods and misses in that case?
Yes.
Not greats?
Yep, I'm seeing a nod from producer Ajikin.
All right, I see. All right, I guess Chrono will just have to hope
Well,
that...
well, it looks like they're replaying this, so something else may have happened, transpired. Yeah, we'll get some intel and update you.
Timer. Timer.
Yeah. Timer is good.
So we are replaying this.
Yeah, I wonder if they're replaying this for score or if they're replaying this just to stay warm for it. So we'll get some answers and we'll report back. But either way, they're going to see how does the other side of the stage feel. And both at least have an opportunity at this point to feel out, yeah, how does the opposite player side go? They both have white combos.
I think I completely forgot about the Japanese. I think I haven't spoken any of that. And I haven't
please.
Yes. So 今の状況を少しですね、いただくと、黒野さんが、パネルのなんていうんですかね、反応、パネルが故障しているっていう主張をして、そこから5、6分ぐらいそのパネルの具合とかを一旦検証することになって、そこから結果的にもう一回こうやり直すっていうことになってるっぽいです。これはスコア的に有効なのか、ただウォーミングアップとしてやっているのかどうかは分かりませんが。
Oh my god. Oh. Chrono.
He certainly made the most of that.
18-1.
That's consistency.
That's consistency, baby. Wow.
So, for hi, producer Adrian right back here. So what we ended up doing is that, for now, ignore the timer. It's the end of the poll. We're going to go ahead and just kind of exclude it from there. But they decided to go ahead and replay it with the side swap. We are going to disregard the first scores, and they are going to have to accept what they get on the second.
Great.
There it is, folks. ということは、やり直すっていう結果になりましたね。結果的に、クロノの、今回の 1909EX が有効となって。ということは、この1回目のプレイに関しては、1位に上がりますね。ネイトさんが1904でしたから。
So, does that mean that Chrono took first?
Yes.
Wow. So for at least the first song within this pool, we do know for the results, Chrono is.
Oh, Chrono is second on Prey?
On first Prey or
Really?
second or third Prey?
I think it's,
Because
at
I know
least-
Nate got
yeah.
8 on his second play
Yes.
of Prey Expert.
but he got more on his first run.
Correct. Yeah.
No, at least according to the sheet that everyone
I
at
see, I
Live 4
see.
is updating. That's kind of what I'm going with. You know, it's
Cool.
not definitive, but
Unofficially.
gives me a good idea.
Again, very different song that we're going to see here.
Is this the first person in this group we've seen use Sudden Plus on the main?
Yeah.
I'll be interested in seeing where he decides to remove it. There's certainly a couple of spots,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, we'll see how Chrono does on this.
Yeah.
I don't believe he'll be super familiar with this.
Chrono definitely is struggling a bit. They're getting some stray perfects and greats here and there, just falling out of the window. Koyo also struggling. He had a bit of a lead over Chrono going into the slowdown, but Chrono has managed better.
Koyo found a really good spot to turn off Sudden Plus. I think there are a couple places you can turn it off within the song, but
Yeah.
the distance again from the stage to the toggle is challenging. So good choice to just go conservative and turn it off where you
You're
can.
ballsy like Paul. Maybe you could turn it off during those up fourth notes.
Oh, yeah. All right, and I think both players should be fairly comfortable with this section. Yeah.
Definitely locked in now.
Oh, a miss on Koyo's side. Chrono has such amazing form to watch. Very, very minimal. Like absolutely just brushing against the inner sensors of the
Definitely
arrows.
found his stride towards the second half
Absolutely gorgeous. Wow, these players are so good.
too. Yeah.
This is such a good song pick for a tournament.
It is.
It really is, because you can know it. Like you can study it, you can play it, you can learn it, but really like day of performance, it can go so many different ways.
Agreed.
Yeah, and this is the brief little breather before we get into some weird and difficult songs. So I saw you just yawn, and I think no. I think one of the other things that I think about a lot too is the timing of these pools.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you can a lot of people have a lot of different preferences as to when or what time in the day they play. Like I'm definitely a morning player. Like I will go to my arcade around 10 or 11 a.m. So it was really challenging to have my pool and my match start yesterday at 10 p.m. Because that's so outside of how I normally play. So I'm also wondering too, how that is affecting other players, within this pool and the pool that is coming up, because you're sitting around or like waiting, all day to play within your pool. And you're sitting with nervous energy, you're standing around a lot, you're watching some really hyped matches, your adrenaline is spiking a little bit. So I think that might also start to affect some of these players too.
I definitely feel like I don't. Okay, I'm just gonna like segue into this specific chart, but I feel like I don't know what to expect with them because like they just don't like Chrono and Mario just don't have very many scores. It seems recorded on EMUs. And you just get surprised by like what they end up ripping on or what they end up struggling with.
Right, and I would expect Chrono is a very elite, top tier player, very very adaptable. I think he's just very experienced in a lot of like ITG tech, and should be able to adapt as we're seeing even to a wacky chart like this one.
He seems like he knows this chart by the back of his hand. But I guess I probably should have noticed that based on how he's using Mirror for this.
Right.
Which means, he's developed a strategy for it.
Yeah. And Koyo is still showing up too. Like,
absolutely.
I don't think quite locked into the timing window yet, but I think knows the chart and knows what to expect out of it.
これこそハイレベルなダウンレベルの大会です。こういう譜面でもなんでもないようにこなしてます。それが一人だけじゃなくてみんななんですよ。
Oh.
Stage cleared.
22 and 1.
20 is incredibly good.
It is.
Wow. Well, it looks like we're pausing here. So we might be doing some pad checks.
Interesting.
Is
So
what it looks like.
this score from Chrono beats Blues by 1.
By 1.
By 1.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like.
This pool is so cutthroat.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we might be taking another break in order to check out some of the sensors in the pad, see what's up.
Yeah, they're taking a look at P2 up again.
Yeah, the word from them is that the P2 up arrow is just a little oversensitive, actually. So it's kind of a thing that it might not affect your actual like combo ability per se, but it definitely will affect
Gets you like
your
early
timing.
grades.
Yeah, you'll throw a lot more grades, and depending on the BPM of the song, you may throw a good or two. It just kind of depends on your style of a player. Some people it might not affect them, but if you tend to be a player that hits that up arrow with like your toes, you're definitely gonna hit it quite a bit.
Probably also affects people with a slidier form more. Because you'll be like, grazing those brackets and stuff, and maybe grazing, the very edge of that panel just a little bit.
Yep.
And if your pad isn't overly sensitive, then it's usually not a problem.
Right.
But when it is,
You'll know if you play anything with chalk arrows. Yeah, I will say though, it's pretty amazing just watching the team here rally and really like run in to help and adjust right away. There's 3 people right now that I can see pitching in on this up arrow, so it's a whole team effort, and I think everyone really wants everything to work really well. Obviously has like very technical expertise to make it happen. because we all want to get back to the gameplay, right? Like, and it is really cool that everyone is taking it so seriously and so it's happening so quickly.
You know, to an ITG player, this is just content. I don't know how familiar you are with like ITG streams, but like if you look at a Stamina player stream, like half of it is Padmon.
Half of it is bad mods.
And that kind of rings true for like tech streams too.
Yeah.
Especially people with L techs.
Yeah. Just a normal day at the
Yeah,
office.
It is.
Oh. Yeah, this is all magic to me. Like I just step on the arrow and hope it works, and usually it does.
Are we getting copy pastas in Spanish now?
Good. I will say it's been very fun to commentate with you.
It has.
Like, I don't know if
Yeah.
we've really had an opportunity to talk
Yeah.
like this much. But this
It's
has been
been
great. It's always so cool to like know people on the internet and
It
then
is.
like chat face to face. But like you know so much. And it's just always so fun.
It's
to,
been very,
like,
very exciting.
Ah,
you know.
so good.
It's like, I almost feel like commentary is a bit daunting, but it also feels like, you know, I get to just let so many of my thoughts that I just have
Right.
like sitting in my mind about
Right.
dance gaming out.
I know. In
It's
good
really
company,
cool,
right,
yeah.
right. Because like my friends who don't play dance games, they just smile and nod sometimes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I'm doing the rambling
Yeah,
thing again.
yeah.
But for you, you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's really fun. No. It is like it's nice to know like there are other people who
Yeah.
think and dream and breathe
Yeah.
this game as much as I do.
Yeah, I mean, that's why everyone's come to this tournament,
Yes,
right?
right. That's why
We're
we
all
have
this passionate about the game and its community.
475 people who also really love this game, which is also really amazing.
Thank
so,
you, chat.
Yes, thank you guys for hanging out with us. You
So-
also make it extremely fun.
Hi, chat. So I went over there, and it's really sometimes we can understand the frustration. When you have to start, stop, maintain the pads like this. But I let those two know about all of the support that you are throwing at them in chat. I told them how this is now transformed into the Spanish-speaking chat. All of the love. You see Pollo right there. They know about the memes, and you wanted some Spanish speaking in the chat. Here you go. I'm making it happen.
¿Cómo vamos, amigos? Vamos. Gracias por estar aquí, por el apoyo. Sí. Vamos, apoyo también a Crono. Gracias por estar todos. Gracias por esperar. Los pollitos. Estamos haciendo una pequeña pausa, entonces están arreglando el panel. Vamos a ver si hacemos un poco mejor las cosas y... ¿Cómo van todos? Me tocó escaparme mientras acaban de ajustar esto. Listo, muchachos. Entonces vamos a seguir. Mucho apoyo a Crono, que está siendo de los mejores. Fuercita, vamos a ver lo que se puede y vamos a seguir. Ok, me quedo acá. Espero que todos estén disfrutando el evento. De verdad que ha sido un evento muy, muy bueno. Espero que más gente de Latinoamérica siga viniendo.
No, not yet. No. So what's going to happen is we're still they did a little bit of maintenance on it. Not entirely sure of the status, so we're going to go ahead and for now, let's just going to go ahead and test out the pad for one song and see how it goes. So thanks, shout out to Pollo. Oh, he's shout out to Pollo for coming on. Thank you so much. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and pass it right back to Amber and Talkion once again as we go ahead and test out this pad.
And thank you to everyone in the Spanish-speaking dance game community for turning up. It's been really exciting. You know, like, I can't understand everything you guys are saying, but the hype Like that transcends language.
International language of DDR.
Oh, we're getting a lot of Get Chrono on the mic.
I think they're doing a final test of the pads. So the players were beckoned back to the stages.
Yeah, we got Renatolus testing right now. What's that? It's a Paranoia song?
Yep.
Is it Evolution?
I think it's Evolution X Special? Question mark?
Okay, okay. Oh, is he like playing it on a turn mod? So that's like a hub or something?
Could be. I don't see a turn mod.
We gotta play
Oh.
beach. He's foot switching everything. That's glorious.
That is beautiful.
All right, well, it seems like there aren't any issues. Hopefully they don't crop up again.
Yeah.
So I would really hate for my set to, you know, be continually interrupted by this.
Right. Yeah, I know. It looks like Chrono and Poyo are pretty eager to play, so hopefully they're feeling good. Yeah, I don't know. Have we talked about the player jackets? They're so great. This is yours. They're so good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're so comfy.
I feel like an Olympian. They're really nice, and like they're very thick, which has been very great for Denver weather.
They're very useful for like when you're at the hotel. You want to know where people are. It's very easy to spot them.
yeah. But it's very cool. Like really amazingly done design.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
grateful for them.
I know, and it has upbeat on the back. I don't know if you can see that. I'm swiveling all the way around. Very cool. So next upbeat, got to qualify because you might get a cool jacket. Did you know that they have waist cinches on the inside?
Oh.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
Right there.
Oh, what? I didn't even know about that. That's wild.
Yeah, the secrets of the upbeat jacket. But yeah, they're all personalized. So we have our player names and our country flag. So very cool. Yeah, super nice.
Yeah, it's a real reason to come.
Watch some good ass DDR and get a cool jacket.
Yeah,
Get a good ass jacket.
it's a good ass jacket.
It's a good ass jacket. Okay, looks like we're doing maybe a few minor pad refinements, but maybe wrapping up. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging in there with us. We should be back to gameplay pretty soon.
That's so true, Kikoya. Oh, I see you. こんにちは、ゾリアクさん。見に来てくれてありがとうございます。We would get Chrono on the mic, but it seems like things are very close to getting started again.
Yep. Yeah, we can see Renatolus, who's the head TO, is talking right now to Poyo and Chrono. Jovial spirits. Everyone's got
見てますか
some smiles, but we'll
まあそのクロノさんとポヨさんがプレー終わった後すぐ後に、まあ、リンゴさんのグループがいますからいやもうまあできる限りやってます、まあ、噛みまくりなんですけど一応解説しようとしてます。 think chat's getting to that state.
Yeah, looks like we're super close here to resuming gameplay. But yeah, again, thank you guys so much for your patience with this. We're all excited to see these amazing players play. So thanks for hanging in there with us.
Yeah, I agree. Y'all deserve a round one. Yeah, Puerto Rico needs a round one.
Yes, please.
Who's playing next? So Chrono and Payo are currently playing. We're ironing out some pad issues and then just tournament organizers talking with them over how the rest of the set will be played.
Yeah, they're in pretty active discussions right now, so there's a little huddle happening behind the machine. With I can see from here 4 of the tournament organizers. Oh, they just broke up. Players are approaching
looks like
the
things
stage.
are going now. Yeah, they just did pad maintenance, but it happened, we had issues twice in a short period of time, so required a bit of a more thorough look and some discussion about the structure of the set.
All right, so what we are going to do is we had a long discussion with both Poyo and Chrono about this. We are going to continue the set.
Great.
We think that we kind of have it a little bit more dialed in. Poyo is on the side that is affected, so we said that if at any point it doesn't feel right, it's whatever, he can just go ahead and step off the pad and we'll go ahead and continue from there. We will take Chrono's score off of that, but we're going to kind of suss out what we want to do with that. So that being said, that's how we're going to proceed.
You said take Chrono's score off of that, like if he walks off? Or you
No, so Chrono is on the unaffected side. He's on P1 side. We're having P2
so what
side
you're
issues.
saying is Poyo might get a replay, but if Chrono finishes up his song, then they're going to take that score?
Yeah, we
Okay.
explicitly told Chrono to finish playing the song, just as
Okay.
normal.
Makes sense. 日本語で解説しますと、そのパネルの故障はその右側の上だけですから、ここからは通常通りプレイして、もしも、ミスとか過反応とかもし問題がまた起きてしまったら、ポヨさん、その右側でやっているポヨさんだけ降りて、黒野さんは、通常通り最後までやりきって、その黒野さんに関してはその最後までやりきったスコアを使って、ポヨさんだけはもう1回やらせて、その再度プレイした時のスコアをカウントされる。
Actually, sorry to cut you off in the middle of the explanation. We decided to change their mind. So we originally offered if they wanted to just kind of get a test, do a play test of a song just to test it out. Originally they said that they just wanted to continue with the set because they said that they don't want to play more songs than they have to. But after kind of mulling it over, change their mind. So Poyo and Chrono are going to go ahead and just play just a song that's not on the playlist. Gently, not hard or anything, to just test out the pad.
Is that active there?
Yeah,
Like, is it going to the stream?
Oh yeah, we'll just go ahead and just casually just take a look at it.
Oh yeah, what I mean is like, is what you're saying, like, does the
Yes.
chat
Yeah,
hear?
yeah, yeah. Check it.
Great. So, 特別としていろいろあって、特別にウォームアップの曲一つだけ許可されました。なので、今やっている桜ミラージュは、そのウォームアップ曲にな なりますね。
Make some noise.
Wow, looks like the player was made for this.
I know, I don't want to say anything.
You're right, you're right. Commentators first.
This is pretty amazing. Okay, Poyo. Oh. Still, I mean, one.
This does feel like such a nice ass song to time when you're on.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
and
like when you can lock into it, it just feels so good.
yeah, and a great stress test for the up arrow here.
Yeah.
Come on, everybody. Make some noise.
Yeah, and hopefully this will give our players a little bit of time to adjust back to game
Absolutely.
face mindset and shake out their legs a little bit because, you know, as we know and as we've seen, this is a very difficult set.
Oh, yes.
So
We got what, 18s waiting for them now? Because they got through the first 3 songs.
oh yeah.
Which means, you know, they have that Hell Gauntlet waiting for them. Which, as I'm sure everyone in chat can see, Tohoku, 18.
Yep.
888, 18. Prey, 18. Prey Challenge, 18. And Over the Period, 15.
Yep.
So you got that, you know, 4 18s back to back.
Real fun.
So
Love
probably
that.
wise to choose that warm-up song.
Yes.
ここからは通常通りやるので、ここからは東北八夜そばプレイ2回という、ものすごくしんどい、4曲が待っているので、ウォームアップしたのは賢いでしょうね。
Cool. And we just had Renatalis, who's the head TO, come over and give us the thumbs up, so we should be good to resume. So they may just be going, deep breath, straight away into Tohoku Challenge.
Yeah.
Which, wow.
I appreciate the dedication. You know, you're watching even during your set. So I am Japanese, but I grew up in America. So the Japanese I know is learned from my mother.
Okay. All right, I think
Right.
we're all ready to see these two players just rip. They, for better or worse, had a little bit of time between songs.
Very interested in seeing how they do.
Yes.
We know at this point that we can't hold too much stock in the scores that they have recorded.
Yeah.
First stage.
And again, just
You
want
know,
to say,
Chrono can definitely manage a lot better than what he has on the 17.
yeah. And
Sorry, what were you saying?
No. Just wanted to thank you guys again for bearing with us too. Like we just really appreciate you hanging in there. Because we're all excited to see these two players play. And,
Wow.
and they are playing.
It's like they never even had, you know, that downtime. Just attacking the song.
Wow.
Polio seems to be getting a little bit of like that, oh no!
So
Pad?
it may be, but we were told with this that Chrono will continue to play through the song and not stop. So we'll continue to see this get played out on Chrono's side while we figure out what's next for Poyo.
ポヨさんに関しては、多分パネルの故障が、出てきて、それで降りることになったっぽいんですけど、それまでのスコアはめちゃくちゃ良かったと思うので、残念なところ。
So good.
Stage cleared. Way to bring it.
Okay. We'll see. We're getting a photo of a chrono score before we have our tournament team hop onto the pads.
So this score does put Chrono into 4th for this song. You know, Hero and Blue Buster just popped off
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah.
It is frustrating. Pad maintenance is often not something that can just be linearly solved by doing a single thing. You know, you have to troubleshoot different things that might be causing the pad to act up. And we appreciate the patience.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see what happens. They're actively working on it. Is what we can see from here. Again, we have our maintenance team digging into the second player side up arrow, taking a look at some of the sensors, doing what they can to solve whatever is happening.
All right, and by the way, once again, chat, thank you so much once again for being patient. To kind of give a little perspective on what pad maintenance does look like, to kind of put it simply, Roger Clark and I, we were talking about this yesterday on stream, is that there are levels to pad maintenance. Sometimes it can be just as easy as you just take the panel off, make sure everything's good, and reseat it, and everything is worth it. And then you kind of get into some 200 level where it could be something like maybe the sensor needs to be moved a little, maybe there needs to be some little bit of double-sided tape. There's so many factors that go into it. One thing about pad maintenance and DDR caps, especially at a high level, and on top of it, this being a publicly available cab, is that all sorts of feet come across this every day. Everyone from professional players to your 4-year-old child.
Drunks and high heels.
You never know what goes on to it. We put in a lot of work. We put in a lot of hours to get these pads up to tip-top shape. That being said, anything can happen. There are different play styles that play this. Some people are a lot more active. Some people tend to step more on the center of the panel. Some people tend to step on the edges. So sometimes it is really hard to make sure that the pad is just right, that it can be rewarding for every single play style out there.
Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot of messages in chat asking for the cam to be switched to the pad. They want to see like the pad maintenance cam. Do you think that's something that we could do, or?
I don't know necessarily, because we do have the player cams. They are mounted a little bit high. You could see it, but it's not like you would necessarily see, the internals of what they're doing, if that does make any sense.
It may be more entertaining to see the pad being worked on than our faces, though.
Oh, okay, all right. I mean, that is up to you. But that being said, also,
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
also, another thing was brought up. They're stock pads. They're used pads. Here's the thing: most DDR players do not prefer brand new pads. They are not great to play on. Getting pads broken in is an art in itself. And then also, these pads, they are a little bit mad. They are modded. They are countersunk. So they do cater to a lot of the top players. That's why you are starting to see a lot of these players get absolutely wild scores. So just kind of a little bit of inside baseball for all of you. We're going to continue to work on the pads, continue to test them. I mean, it might be a little bit delay. It might be a little,
Oh yeah, wait.
momentum
do you think
breaking.
This would be a decent time to get Chrono on the mic.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I'll go ahead. I'll go over there and ask him if he wants to go ahead and say hi to everyone. Keep it going. But yeah, it may be breaking momentum, but at the same time, we want these players to have the most fair shot. Oh, thank you, Pat. Thank you, Paul. The pads are not countersunk. We want these players to have the play in the most prime experience. So if something like this is a little bit off, we will happily, go ahead and pause it and work on it so that way it is going to be satisfactory because, it may be off for one person, but who knows? It could if we don't take care of it, it could be that way for someone else next. So let me go ahead and talk to Chrono and see if he wants to say hi. It's purely up to him. That being said, keep on going. Once again, thank you, all of you, for all of your patience, whatever, and your kind understanding. You are the best. You are the best. All 473 of you stream monsters from around the world. You are awesome. Thank you very much.
日本勢の皆さんにも本当に申し訳ないんですが、待っていてくれてありがとうございます。I will say, I know it doesn't really mean much to provide my own personal opinion as a player because I'm just one player, but besides the fact that the screws aren't countersunk, I would say they're modded pretty well. Like, they're not the most sensitive pads in the world, but I could bracket on them. And I have small feet. I'd say they're at least good.
¡Ey, qué es la que hay, Puerto Rico! ¿Dónde están mis latinos? Esas banderas, ¿dónde están las banderas, gente? Veo a Domi. Erebus, dímelo. I see people from Puerto Rico. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Love you too, man. Giving them some mofongo. Let's go. Vertexquillo, I see you in the chat. Te veo en el chat, Vertexquillo. De verdad nos hace mucha falta, mano. Hubiésemos querido que estés aquí. Nada, voy a seguir jugando, so quédense aquí, por favor, apoyen. Esto está bueno, so los quiero mucho, ¿ok?
Chrono has been called up by Renalis, so things are moving again.
Yay. Ah, Chrono, what a treat.
Love the energy from the chat.
Ah, so good. The people want to see Chrono.
And they will.
And they will. All right. And the play will play on.
Right, Amber, I don't live in Ohio. Are there any Ohio facts that you know that are interesting?
I don't live in Ohio.
It has 2 round 1s.
Oh, I do have one.
Oh
really
wait, does it? I guess the Erie one's in Pennsylvania. It has 3 round
I think it has 3. No, 2. 2. One in Dayton. Dayton. I don't know why I said Dayton.
Okay. It does have 2 round 1s.
Dayton and outside of Cleveland. I do have a really good, fun Ohio fact, and it is, you ready? The state of Ohio has the only state flag that is not a rectangle.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, it has a weird, like, tapered shape
right.
at
It's
the
like
end.
the, yeah.
Yeah. Learned that on Jeopardy. Stuck with me in my brain.
All right, Tohoku, redo.
Tohoku again.
Tohoku is not the kind of song I would want to run back.
And it looks like, from what I can see here, Poyo will be running this back on his own. Chrono will be sitting this one out as his score was already accepted. So let's go, Poyo.
This form is quite interesting to watch here. He has some pretty cool like heel tone technique. So if you look especially from like up to left to right, there are some parts of this double set. Very efficient.
Yeah.
It's still very dynamic when when he has the whippy crossovers and stuff. He goes all the way for them.
Right. And this is a song that will push you on your crossover form so much.
Yes.
So you're going to see it
Gotta have the crossover form.
potentially at its best and or its worst, depending on how you're feeling at any point in the song.
He's definitely owning this though.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like his crossover form is pretty dialed in. Seems to be a little bit of a toe player too, like on the up arrow, which I resonate with.
Yeah, like I haven't talked to you about your form, but your form is really interesting to watch too.
You mean wrong? No.
No, I wouldn't call it wrong. It's like I almost feel like it combines like the best of like stamina form and old studio player form.
Oh, interesting. We'll need to unpack that.
Yeah.
Okay, Poyo is.
Poyo maybe ran out of energy a bit.
Yeah. Just getting through the song at this point, you know.
That's right for the last jump.
Yeah.
That's a great, but we can
Hey.
do that.
Chatting with our head TO. Great.
All right, Poyo said pad worked good. As you guys called it, just a little bit of exhaustion going into that. He did have to play some of the songs 3 times.
Yeah.
So in this next song, we're going to continue the timer and we're going to keep it going.
Right.
So Chrono didn't play that one because he played it earlier when Poyo walked off, and that score from that run was accepted.
Right. Okay. It looks like we will.
Hopefully we'll be able to get through the rest of the set in tandem. Now I don't know if that's like better or worse for them at this point,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm sure their legs have to be like super confused at this point
Right.
between all the constant warming up and cooling down.
Right. Yeah, it can be pretty challenging when you go into first starting your set, like you get your game face on, you're ready to give it your all, and then you have a pad issue and you have to wait a little bit. I mean, even, in
You
normal.
just lose that.
Right. Your
If
momentum.
you get into the flow, it's just
Yep.
gone.
Right. And physically exhausting. I think it's, there's the mental component of it, but like the physical component as well of your legs having some time to like rest, maybe a little too much time. And your brain maybe firing pretty frequently for some period of time. So we'll see how they do on 888. This will warm them up one way or another. So I think, yeah, they're just gonna jump right into it.
ポヨさんは体力的に持つのかが問題です。興味深いのは、黒野さんはヒロさんみたいなみたいに222に合わせてタイスキを設定してます。っていうことは、高速自体は安定しているっていうことですね。そこで、がっつりスコアアタックして、高速自体でヒロさんと差をつければ、ポイント的にとても美味しいです。すごくないですか、これ。
Can I just say that Chrono did not come here to play? Like he did not, like he did because it's a
I
dance
did
game,
not
but
see like a single marvelous for several seconds. Or not a single marvelous, a single perfect.
yeah, like he is.
Yeah, Toyo's definitely struggling. I'm sure the hiccups in his set couldn't
Wow.
help, but wow. Chrono is really picking up where Hero left
Whoa.
off. Sorry, yes, Asia can move my mic closer to my mouth, so.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
991 money score. 2242.
And nice fight, Toyo.
Yeah. Really good rally.
And as expected, that puts Chrono comfortably in first
Wow.
for that
That's
song.
amazing. you know, all the other competitors here have to be watching Chrono very, very closely.
Yes. This
Based on
competition is just so interesting with
Yeah.
the amount of, like hidden players or like slept on players that just go out and fucking rip it.
Yes.
And the people active in the community, the Twitter score posters and stuff, they have to stay on their toes. They got to be watching this.
Right, absolutely. I mean, Chrono is absolutely someone to look out for top 8 of this tournament, top 4 of this tournament. Just extremely, extremely accurate, extremely form efficient, and I think any player would be a little bit rattled having any sort of slight delay within their set, and with Chrono you can't tell.
Yes.
So I think there's something here to really look out for
So
with Chrono.
Hiro's score on 888 was 2164.
Wow.
Nate's was 2167. So Chrono took a humongous lead on that.
2242, huh?
Yes.
Wow. And then right back into it with Prey Expert, which again was Chrono's pick. And I'm not going to say anything, but he's crushing it.
Yes. And Poyo seems to be faring better with the
Yep.
song than he did on 888. I'm guessing he was saving a little energy so that he could let loose a little bit better on this.
Yo, make some noise. That's what I'm talking about. You got the magic touch, baby.
It's rather insane to think that Chrono might beat his previous score
Right.
with the second run, even after the interruption.
Right.
300 combos.
It's always ready.
Yeah. Chrono just coming into this with extreme confidence, and I mean, it just shows. There is something so fun about watching this. Like, this is DDR at its finest.
It is. Yeah. Poyo definitely struggling a bit, starting to minimize his form even more. Chrono ripping it.
Wow. Ugh. I don't know what that was, but I know Nate's is 8 to beat. 21. I mean, 21 BFC.
Yeah, I mean,
on an
that
18
ain't no
in a
slouch.
tournament. Let's go, Chrono. There's a curse word I want to throw in there, but I'm not going to. But Chrono, let's go.
Oh, should I be watching my language?
I don't know.
I feel like I've been like dropping like shit and like fucking stuff.
I mean, with a score like that, I'm not going to stop you. Wow. I'm just
All right.
kind of sitting here in disbelief. Ugh. I
Man.
think you can start to feel like some of the energy like
Yeah.
coming off of Chrono too, where he's getting back in his element, back in like his form, warming back up after a nice, great warm up of 888 and Prey.
His mental game's strong.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a fairly long day of watching competition. Kind of analyzing your competitors, thinking about like what are your song picks going to be. I know for me that was a very stressful part of this tournament, is just the wait to see what are the songs within your pool, and then getting there, and here we are. Like he's really showing up, like mental and physical strength. So I think we're all just Chrono fans now. Like I think we're just Chrono fans. Welcome to the Chrono fan club, us and 464 other people. It's a great place to be.
All right, so next song you already know, Prey Challenge. This one is, I don't know what to expect. None
Yeah.
of the other charts they've played so far have been step jump heavy, and Poyo's tired, Chrono's locked the fuck in. I don't know what to expect.
Yes.
First stage.
Yeah. And this is a song, you know, as we've all seen and we all know, it is not rhythmically challenging. It is physically challenging and draining because you're just jumping for 2 minutes. And in the points like right now that you're not doing jumps in the chart, you're thinking about the jumps that are coming up and what are you going to do.
You know it's coming.
You know it's coming, so you're thinking about them. And both of them seem to be sinking in.
Koyo picking up a few misses here and there, Chrono as well.
Look at all that bling. Yeah, the combo king.
Okay.
Yo, check the crowd. Love it. 100 combos.
I know, I'm kind of winded watching this a little bit.
黒野さんを止めませんね。
Chrono seemed to get, I think, three goods in about 6 or 7 steps.
They're cheering for you and only you.
Would probably put him around like second or third. He keeps it up.
This final stream, I think, is really challenging, whether, you know, you're deciding whether to jump it or whether to bracket it. And
Wow.
both of them close it out. Chrono with pretty monstrous MA, but 6 goods is what it looks like on his side. Koyo still with a 953 money score, which is, I think, still really incredible for this song, for this chart.
Music Psychola.
Yes, that does put Chrono in second for Frey.
Wow. To what we saw earlier, Nate with a 4 perfect PFC.
Absurd.
Absurd. Absurd. They're making it through to their final song. And in some ways, most challenging song of the set. Just different from 18s.
You know, when you're
difficult.
tired from playing 4 18s in a row, you
Yeah.
don't want to use your brain.
Right.
You don't want to watch out for, you know, microscopic self-lands and stuff. You know,
Right.
what are those words even? You just want to, like, lie down. You just want to, like, vibe. This chart doesn't give you any of that.
Right. But they are, I mean, this is such an amazing example, I think, of, you know, DDR competition,
Yes.
too, where both of these players really, you can tell they really love the game, right? Like, they're going to be here, they're going to play to the best of their abilities, they're going to keep pushing and keep muscling their way through. I think, one, because it's an amazing tournament and you want to show up. The qualifier period, as we discussed, was really, really hard. They deserve to be here. They deserve to show what they can. But two, like, you love the game. Like, you love the game.
Also, chat, want to point out, even after all the pad maintenance, it's kind of easy to forget that they actually have played way more songs than we actually expect.
Yeah.
They had to play Prey, probably Prey Expert, about 4 to 5 times. So at this point, they both have signed off on the pads and said that they're good. Koyo said the
Yeah.
pads are good, but he said he's just very tired at
Yeah.
this moment.
I
So
think-
he's just
yes.
basically kind of pushing
And
through.
you know, and when you're tired and you're playing on sensitive pads, it is easy to trigger early grades and goods, especially in a chart as jump heavy or potentially bracket heavy as Prey challenge.
Both starting out with a grade on the first step, which is
Appropriate.
I mean, this song is,
Yeah.
it's basically you're going to get a grade in the first 25 steps of the song.
少し日本語で解説すると鳥でこの曲はある意味鬼畜ですね。やっぱりまあ英語で少しナンバーさんが話したんですけど、こういう風に4曲同時でレベル18の曲やった後でなんか頭使いたくないじゃないですか。オバビリの 55はバリバリの頭脳派譜面だと思うんですよね。ソフランが多すぎる上に、まあそのリズムとかが変わったりいろいろな要素があるので。
I will say, super quick, this was actually Poyo's pick. So Poyo, within this pool of songs, had selected over the period difficult. So, I mean, you can see it. Like,
Yeah, I mean, 30 perfect PFC. TV.
Wow, that's so impressive. But he's ripping this
Poyo
song.
is owning it.
Ooh. Poyo, what a, so good. This is such a good song
Alright,
to
Chow,
be
let's
good
hype
at.
Poyo up.
Yeah, let's go, Poyo.
Let's go.
Wow.
I
30
think
perfects
that, yeah.
in 7 grades.
I'm pretty sure that puts him in second for that song.
Oh. Wow.
So exciting.
These
That
players
someone
should
always has something up their sleeve.
yes, they should be so proud of their performances. I mean,
Chat, so as we get some GGs, first of all, can I get some GGs in the chat? And for all of my Hispanic, my Espanol crowd, can I get an eso one time? Eso!
And for the Japanese players, 日本勢の皆さん、こういうやつもお疲れ。I don't know how to phrase it in Japanese because I don't know what Japanese Switch culture is like.
do the best you can.
YouTube, just Nico YouTube live streams. Should get the same.
Woo! That was a great pool. That was
みんな本当にお疲れ様です。
Chat,
It was a journey.
chat.
it was a journey.
Yes, it definitely has been a journey, but can we also give it up to our two special guest commentators, Ambones and Talkion, with the Japanese commentary. Chat, can we show them some love in chat? Thank you so much, you two, for coming on.
It's been fun.
Yeah,
Talk
super
about
fun.
Puerto Rico in Japanese. Well, first of all, I don't know how to pronounce it in Japanese. I gotta look that up first.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll just
Yeah.
say thanks for having me. No, this has been super fun. Like I think everybody knows this about me, and if you don't, you'll know it now. I just really love Dance Dance Revolution so much, and events like this like give such an incredible space to share something and share in something that I really deeply care about.
Okay.
So yeah, just always grateful for like the opportunity and like the space to talk about things that really like are a part of my brain and a part of my life. But we just love DDR and love hanging out with DDR players. And if you don't play DDR, go to your arcade, go support your local arcades like Red Note, and it's so much fun. It's so much fun, so welcoming, it's so wonderful. It's all you.
Right. プエルトリコでしたね。そのプエルトリコはそのアメリカ合衆国の領域で、僕の印象ではそのラテン地域の人たちが多く住む地域で、正式なその州ではないですけど、その独特なカルチャーとかあったり、とても興味深いところだと思います。All right. Keep watching.
There's more to come.
There's still another pool to go.
Yes.
All right, chat, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Don't go far. We'll be right back. All right, chat. We will be fully back in a second. Right now, we are getting started with Pool F, the last pool of the day. We happen to have Desk Lamp and Bar X getting their warm-ups in. And once again, I want to thank all of y'all for being patient with us, being awesome, being amazing, and just being absolutely beautiful people while we dealt with the delays and the pad issues that we happen to have early on.
Yeah, it's honestly, I feel like it's surprising that it didn't happen already. You know what I mean? EDR tournaments tend to have these kind of pad things happen, and you know, we got through a day and a half without really big trouble. So,
all right, so chat, because you get to see us do it live, you get to see this next playlist updated in real time.
nice.
Oh, I know, right? So, here we go. We are going to start off with Squid's pick. Tohoku Evolved Expert.
Oh,
Nagaki Noki Challenge. Death Lamp with his pick. Antimatter Challenge. You all know it. You all love it. You can't get enough of it. You like some more of it, so you're getting it. Officially the most played song of the tournament, Ringo picking Dead End Groove Radar Special. Andrew with his pick, Sandblow. Next up, we have Air Heroes Challenge. And then lastly, due to the fact that we do have a shortened pool, we are only going to have 7 songs in the playlist, 7 performances, 7 players. We have Hootsman, aka T-Swag, with Paranoia Hades.
oh wow. Let's go. All right. Yeah, so these songs, I gotta say, I'm looking forward to Paranoia Hades and Nagaki no Ki the most. Have these come up yet in the tournament?
I
don't
know.
not
This
as
is
far
the
as
first
I
time
know.
that we're seeing Nagaki, and this is also the first time we're seeing Air Heroes, Sandblow, and Antimatter and Hades. So the only songs that we have
Fresh.
seen repeated are Tohoku and Dead End Groove Radar.
Yeah, I just got to give mad props to Amber and Takion for doing commentary for, was it 3 or 4 hours?
It was actually, if I look at the clock, and if we're going to be completely accurate, it was about almost 5 hours
Damn.
of commentary. They were putting in the work, and I'm so glad that not only were they able to give both of us a break, but that they were able to not only communicate to the Japanese audience, communicate cross borders, but keep all of you entertained the entire time.
Yeah.
And also, we happen to have the results of the previous poll.
Yeah, so the results of the previous pool are Nat 8 with 122 points, Chrono, 99 points. Blue Buster, 73 points. And in fourth place is Hero. So, Nat 8 directly moves on to top 8. And Chrono and Blue Buster are headed to the second chance pool.
Yeah, so Sir Nathan absolutely popping off, going crazy in that set, that legendary set earlier on. So Canada gets a representative in top 8. And Chrono and Blue Buster moving on to that second chance killers bracket. We do have to kind of point out that Hero was just a few points off of third
Yeah,
place.
just 68 compared to Blue Buster's 73.
So absolutely impressive. Everyone, that whole entire bracket put in mad amounts of work. So tomorrow is going to continue to be incredibly spicy, I'm just saying. So continue to look forward to it. But also, what you should be looking forward to is
What?
this.
This pair up, I guess. And the playlist that we've got, like I said, pretty excited for these new 18s. Naigeki no Ki is a really good tournament song. It's got that that 24th drill in the middle of it, and gotta say, I love 24th notes. It's an amazing innovation. If you said 24th note to any musician, they would be like, "What are you talking about?" But if you said that to a dance game player, they'd be like, "Oh, let's go."
Yes, I know what that note is. I know the exact color of that note. So we're gonna head right back into Tohoku Evolved. Shout out to everyone out there who was setting up the Pray for All, especially during that last set. Pray, we were praying on the pray to pray, and then praying for all.
Yeah, that's. I was wondering about that when I saw that list, and it said, pray 3 times in the same playlist. That's I don't know. You gotta say, you gotta recognize that says something about the players who are picking them.
All right, so speaking of which, we are getting it started. Both players nailing a grade on the first step, but keeping it going. BarX maintaining that full combo. Deslam did pick up a miss. So we're going to go ahead and see how we're doing. They're within 10 points of each other, keeping it strong on Tohoku Expert. And
BarX loses the combo.
So that being said, that does kind of close the gap between the two. They are trading about a few points back and forth between each other. Once again, this is not head-to-head. This is the beginning of the round-robin pool. So while they are playing against each other, motivating each other, they are playing against everybody else in the pool. So their scores do matter, and these two are going to set the pace for the rest of the pool. All right, BarX doing a great job nailing that crossover. Deslam still maintaining that combo after the break.
Damn. Pretty close.
And BarX picking up a good right after the slowdown, and Deslam picking up a miss right there. Still pretty close between the two.
This song is just a test of crossover execution. That's pretty much all it is. Those gimmicks.
All right, Deslam getting the last step with the Marvelous. We have BarX 1896, 1999, 1919 from Deslam, 74 perfect, 7 and 1 with 3 misses from Deslam, 76 10, 2 and 7 misses from BarX. Both of them with a 98 on that.
I'm still kind of curious as to where Desclamp's name came from.
That is a good question.
I mean, he's a California player, so I should know this, but the name Desclamp, we just kind of kept saying it over and over again, but the origins are mysterious.
I mean, I like Lamp. Desks are cool, so why not combine them together to make a power player? But also, shout out to BarX, part of Team Australia, coming the biggest distance of all to be here for this weekend. Glad to have him here. And if you happen to know, there are 2 facts about Bar X. One, in his time here in America, he has been going absolutely crazy with scores, posting ridiculous scores. The second thing is, he is our birthday boy. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday. Wish him happy birthday in the chat.
Hey,
Also, I saw him earlier on. He might be busy, but happy birthday to prominent Northeastern player, Tommy Don't Miss. Happy birthday out there, Tommy. Today's a good day for some dance game players to be born.
All right, Nageki no Ki. This song is full of 24ths, 16th runs, and some really interesting jumps.
On a scale of 18s, in terms of passability and combo ability, this tends to be a little bit easier. However,
Agreed.
in terms of scoring, in terms of MAing this is quite difficult just because of that 24 pattern that you mentioned. This song originated as the final unlock from 2DX Distorted, the 13th version. And it was infamous for being one of the hardest songs at the time due to the 24 session that you are about to see coming up very soon. So far, Bar X picking up his first grade around 285, and then picking up a couple of misses.
16th note jump combos there. It's pretty tough to execute no matter what kind of player you are.
Both players doing a good job of recovering from the combo breaks that they suffered a little bit, just a little bit ago. Death Slam making it snow over here with the combo. Absolutely great display.
It's like Death Slam's having some trouble with those crossovers.
Here we go, chat. Yeah, that one gave them both some trouble. But let's see them both finish strong right out of that. Good
Nice
show
job.
from both players. 21-14 from Barlamp, 21-98. I'm sorry, 21-14 for Deslam, 21-98 for Bar X. So money score of 94-8 and 97-7.
That song, I feel like it really depends on how warmed up you are and like whether you've been playing songs with a lot of crossovers, and which they just did with Tohoku. So yeah, I wonder what's
Chat, I appreciate you blowing me up for Barlamp. These two are fusing to become Barlamp. This is the Barlamp set.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something to mention, actually. Amber and Talkion talked about it quite a bit, that even though you get those 3 warm-ups, you tend not to be fully warmed up until after this set.
Yeah.
And it tends to be coincidental that a lot of like the intense picks, the hard picks that we've seen throughout the pools today have been in that first set.
Yeah.
Correct. And we continue it with Antimatter CSP. Roger, I have opinions on this chart. I mean, I think the song goes crazy. I love this song, but what do you think about this chart?
Well, it's a lot like the 17.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, personally, I like it. It's really kind of DDR, especially back then. This was one of the only songs that was just kind of pure 200 BPM 16th note runs, and you know, it's a pretty solid 18, I think. I will say though that given the kinds of scores that we saw on this, like Chris was SDPing it pretty early, and might have something to say about the difficulty.
Yeah, that being said, Antimatter, this is going to be the first time, and it's definitely, we're going to see this a lot more throughout the day. Yes, this is a song that is moving at, if I'm correct, 400 BPM. So you're doing those 8 patterns at 400 BPM, and it's pretty easy, you know, air quotes, pretty easy, going into the slowdown right here for an 18. That being said, it is a stamina drainer. So if your stamina isn't well adjusted to this, you are going to be gassed at the end of this.
It's, yeah, the stamina and the foot speed combo. I mean, 200 BPM for 400, it doesn't sound like that much, but when you have to keep doing these runs the entire song, it really does drain you.
But I mean, so I didn't want to point this out, but Deathlamp PFCing it all the way up to 465.
That's crazy.
Doing an absolutely amazing job. Barex did pick up a miss and kept the PFC going up until about 152 steps. Great showing from the both of them. 2089. 2089 from Deathlamp, 2025
so
for
just
Barex.
one non-combo on Deathslamp's side. Very few on Barex. That's a AAA to a AA.
82 and 8 with one miss. That's pretty crazy. That's a pretty crazy score. Shout out to Deathlamp for absolutely dropping some heat on that. Very good score. So actually, coincidentally, that was Deathlamp's pick. So that
makes
worked
sense
out for
to
him.
me.
So Deathlamp setting a pretty good bar for that antimatter score. So we're going to see how everyone else
Desk
is going
bar.
to. The desk bar. Oh my God!
Bar,
It
yeah.
keeps on going. The desk bar has been set. So
Daggers again?
yeah. So next up we have Neil deGrasse Tyson, aka 98 Degrees, the boy band from the 90s, aka Degris, aka Degreaser, Degrease, if you are from the Francais part of the world. Dead End Groove Radar Special.
So how did Daggers go earlier?
So how did Deggers go earlier? It went about as expected. There's not much to say. It went about as expected. We did have a full combo out of it, which was pretty unreal, which was pretty
From
awesome.
June? Or who? I was out taking a break.
Yes, yeah. Oh my
So-
God, chat,
so what
chat.
happened exactly?
But I mean, it's.
So who was the full combo?
I do believe it was June. Chat will correct me on this. It's been a very long day. That's not to say that it's not been a fun day, but shout out to the energy drinks out there. And chat,
Yeah, I got the prime lemon lime.
ooh, that's right. This is your third can check of the stream. Chat, your reminder to can check, stay awesome, but also stay hydrated. No one likes it when you're thirsty. Keep it up. Stay lovely out there. Ooh, I like that. DeGauss. Ooh, that's a good one. Adding that to the lexicon for this one. So as we look at previous scores, both players pretty similar. They both have double A's. Deathlamp with a 94.5 and Barex with a 96.
So chat says that June was not the one.
Okay, thank you.
FCA.
I will replay the tape on that one and figure it out.
Of course, Evil Dave full comboed it yesterday, and so did J-Boy, I believe.
All right, here we go into this next set. We have seen it. We've seen it before, so we all kind of know what to expect.
Sorry.
J-Boy, I think J-Boy got one on it. Both players sitting on the full combo. Dropping the PSC, so now we're sitting on great full combos. So we have Deathlamp opting to shuffle this one, and Barex playing it on left.
No sudden plus on Deathlamp's side. Instead, he's using hidden plus.
Yeah, Deathlamp, one of the few players that consistently plays with hidden plus, covering half of the lane. And I looked at that and I was like, that's a pretty good tech, actually. I might want to give that a try and see how that treats me. But you see that Deathlamp did just kind of drop the combo right out of that freeze, and it checks out. This is one of the most demonic sections of the chart.
Oh, man.
Barex nailing all of the triple jumps right there.
Steps are just brutal.
All right, Barex getting the slap. Like most players, choosing to opt for the drop just to get the sudden plus, to trade for it. And here we go in the end burst of the song. And
Nice
both
combo
players
of that ending part by Desk Lamp.
absolutely finishing strong within 14 points of each other. 14-13 from Desk Lamp and 14-27 from Bar X. So, like I said, you know, even off of their personal best, still relatively close to each other. So the consistency kind of kept up, as we saw right there. Really kind of proved that they are just about on the same skill level. Like most players in this tournament that have been matched up in these pools. So next up, we are going to take it down to the only 15 in this playlist, Sandblow.
Sandblow, when you're running through the 15 folder, this can give people a little bit of trouble because it has a couple gimmicky sections and there are some quick 16th note crossovers. But besides that, I feel like top level players should be able to easily crush this.
And one thing I can definitely contribute is because there's a lot of discussion about using the hidden modifier on there. It's very uncommon for one, hidden plus. But as a 2DX player, hidden you tend to see hidden, or you know it ends up being sudden plus because the default stream is vertical on that case. What it ends up doing is it gives you less kind of real estate for your eyes to work with, and it gives this perception of the notes actually moving a little bit faster than they actually are. So you kind of get way more breathing room to play with your speed mods on that.
So Sandblow was a pick by
Andrew,
aka Androopy. So both of these players crushing it so far, as expected.
All right. Bar X picking up a great right after MFCing all the way up to 85.
MA on this, I would say, you know, no one should really have any trouble MAing this song.
And neither one of these players are. Just kind of a couple, you know, little bit of some mishaps on their timing, and they are within about 5 points of each other going into the. Handling that slowdown really well. Beautiful MA coming out of these two. Definitely making it snow on the pads here in Denver, Colorado.
I feel like it's pretty refreshing to see such a straightforward MA track in one of these lists. It just reminds you, like, that's what's, you know, just proves these players are top 48.
Both players, full combo, 8-point difference between the two. I'm pretty sure I was correct. I was mentally correct. So we have Bar X with 10 perfects, only picking up 3 greats, and Desk Lamp with 22 and just 1 great.
Yeah, so just tiny little mistakes, both on the gimmicks and, you know, it's, other than that, Bar X was pretty clean. 22, also quite clean.
Yeah, absolutely great showing from both of those. Yeah, 10 perfects is absolutely solid. 22, also a really respectable score in a tournament. We are going to go in to the final song of this second set. Song number 6 out of 7, Air Heroes Challenge.
Yeah, just back to our, back to 18s. So this song was changed to an 18 from a 17.
Correct.
That could be kind of controversial. MA-wise, I would say this, again, is not too difficult. But, of course, the crossovers are pretty hard to nail consistently.
Yes, this song, what makes this song brutal is specifically that, the crossovers. I always like I always like to describe this chart as being very active. It goes, it goes, it goes. Tail of the tape, Desk Lamp has a 30 perfect PSC, However, Bar X without a PFC, but very, very, very close to one with a 99-2.
Yeah, it's very likely that it, so if Desklamp has 30, Bar X probably has like 30 and a grade or something like that.
Yeah, that totally checks out on that.
Or a few grades, maybe a miss or two. But I just know that like pretty much any player who's going to be playing in this tournament is going to have the ability to get, a 30 pace on this.
All right, so both players taking that little bit of a break, chatting it out, having a good time. We talked about Desklamp earlier on, one of like the most positive players out here. Always super jovial, happy to be around you. No matter who you are, is just really damn glad to see you. And it's going to make sure you have a good time. And it's showing right there as he's just chatting it out with Ben and Fusion RTO. All right, so we are going to get ready to move on. That being said, in terms of the timer, with one player with us being down one player, all that is happening is that the timer that was 45 minutes is being reduced to 42. So 3 minutes is off. Both players kind of blasting through this set, so they are taking a little bit of that time for that extended break to kind of catch themselves and get themselves ready. Taking that last sip of that good water, we are about to go ahead and get started for song number 6.
Yeah, so based on the score that Desklamp has, I would assume that he would crush this. Although I think earlier in the playlist with Nageki no Ki, the crossovers, both of these players kind of struggled with that. Was that due to warm up? I wonder. Mm-hmm. I think this will be a good test of what's going to happen in Paranoia Hades, another crossover heavy song.
All right, here we go into song number 6. Let's see how we do. Chat, get hype for both players. Let's go.
All right. White combos are normal for the beginning of this track. Desklamp with a great. The stream is really fun. All right, now the sort of light crossovers happening. The song ramps up with the crossovers. Eventually it turns into a really long turny stream.
Bar X still sitting on that PFC. Love to see it. Desklamp picking up a grade early on, but the MA is so crisp that he is within 8 points of Bar X's score. And Bar X and Desklamp picking up a miss right there. So the gap still maintains about the same, but both of them maintaining a perfect combo right outside of it.
Their accuracy is still on point. Nice. All right. Conclusion of the song is coming.
And yeah, those crossovers that we mentioned, giving them a little bit of trouble.
This run right here.
And both players making easy work of
Nice.
that ending. 1897 for Desklamp, 1932 for Bar X.
Yeah, so this breakdown looks like what we thought it might look like. Bar X
very, very happy with that score.
His MA
26 and 2.
extremely accurate.
Desklamp very happy with his 39 and 10 with 1 good and 3 misses.
Bar X improved his score on that.
I mean, you could call it the birthday buff if you want. We're not gonna. The evidence is showing that birthday buff might be real. We don't have the equipment to conduct a very thorough experiment, but just off the observation, it's looking pretty strong right now. All right, so chat, we are going to get ready to move on to the last song of this bracket. We go from 118 to another 18. A pretty controversial 18.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Air Heroes again, the crossovers in that are a warm-up for Paranoia Hades. The end stream especially. Hades is, I think, a pretty unique 18 in that it has a lot of step jumps, 16 step jumps, or eighth notes with double BPM. A lot of players have trouble with that. And that mixed in with some crossovers at the end, I gotta say, it's like when that chart came out, everyone was wondering exactly what they thought these players were capable of. You know, could anyone even do this? And they can. We'll have to see if these guys have what it takes.
Looking forward to it. So, one thing also to mention, Paranoia Hades, compared to Air Heroes, has BPM changes. In the middle of the song, you kind of have an abrupt slowdown. That's pretty dense, and then you go into a pretty jack-heavy section. That, once again, you said that a lot of people have trouble with step jumps. There are a lot of people that have trouble just doing consistent jacks at a consistent BPM.
Especially after you're already tired from the beginning of the song.
All right, both players have a double A on this. It does look like Bar X does have a full combo on this, a good full combo.
So neither player is using a turn mod. It's sometimes common to use a turn mod like Mirror or Shuffle on Hades.
So, as we said, we've been using the term, coining the term that they are playing this, they're going vanilla on this chart, no turn mods at all. So, as I'm going to fact check myself before I'm going to check myself before I wreck myself, chat. Little fun, just to make sure that I'm correct on this little fun piece of trivia that I'm about to offer out.
With what?
With Paranoia Hades. Oh wow, I did. There's some high-level nerdage. So actually, we're just gonna go ahead straight into it. If I'm correct, isn't that June in the background of Hades?
With the laughing?
Yes.
It's possible. It could be just a sample, but she did produce the song.
Correct. All right, both players starting off powerful on this. And would you believe it that this is actually the easiest part of the song right here. Handling the crossovers beautifully. Both of them sitting on the PFC right now. And I accidentally cursed Deathslap as he picked up a miss and a good right there.
Still gold on the right with Bar X. Oh, very nice. Very nice.
All right, Bar X breaking that PFC, but still maintaining that combo.
Comboing this part really requires some either super honed step jump skills or bracketing.
All right, here we go into the slowdown. Dense part, slowest part of the song. We're going to go ahead and get a little bit of a speed up. You see Deathlamp going ahead and navigating those turns gracefully. And here are the jacks. Yeah, and both players having a little bit of trouble with that jack section right there as they both broke combo.
This is a bit of a rest, this part with the bells.
Here we go, back into the speed up.
And here we go, the death run. Gonna throw in some jumps here in a sec. Oh, there we go.
Here we go, chat.
Oh, nice work on Bar X's side.
Bar X popping off at his score, very, very happy as they hug it out.
Sick.
1731 for Desk Lamps, 1791 for Bar X. Chat, two things. First of all, can I get some GGs in the chat? And then also, can I get a happy birthday for Bar X? So I'm gonna take this mic off. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get the arcade to wish Bar X a happy birthday. One moment.
Let's go! Jamario's going over there and congratulating him. So that was the end of that pairing, and great showing from both of these players. We had California versus Australia.
All right, the love from not only both of the competitors, but the entire audience, the entire arcade wishing BarX a happy birthday right there.
Yeah.
You love it. So wholesome. That birthday buff was not only real, but you could see not only the joy coming from BarX as he surprised himself with his performance, but also Desklamp, as I said, super positive player, just
Yeah.
going ahead and just like, yeah!
I have mad respect for Desklamp. His skill, like I said earlier, has just been consistently on the rise for the past few years, and I'm kind of jealous of some of his scores now. It's just that PFC on Air Heroes,
Wild.
damn.
Crazy. That being said, is it jealousy or is it inspiration and motivation?
It's inspiration. Yeah.
You should be inspired. I'm inspired. I'm motivated to go ahead and stomp on some arrows.
For sure.
It's going to be super.
I wish I could play and do commentary at the same time.
The technology has not been invented
Yeah,
yet.
I don't think I could really talk while I'm playing.
And very few people can do that are out there. He's in the chat. Shout out to Omi. Shout out to Demo in chat. Content streamer of not only DDR and RTG, but also just recently finished up a showcase of Stepmania for Games Done Quick. Joining the Games Done Quick. How I like to put it.
Right?
Yes, alumni,
Yeah.
the club, the rhythm game crew, raising, and I do believe one of the highest. He's one of the highest. How do I put this?
The most people donated.
Yeah, the
during
most
that.
people donated up in like I want to say like the top 20
That's crazy.
in terms of donations for that entire marathon, which actually broke its record and raised over $3 million.
So
for a
really,
week.
the secret to solving all the world's problems is stepping on arrows.
It's almost like nature heals better when there's some good ass DDR and arrow stomping going on.
You just press the up.
You
It's,
you hit a little bit of that right, that left, that up, down, up, down. Let me hear you say down.
So, the next two
Thank
players.
you for sandbagging that.
The
I
next
appreciate
two
it.
players are we got Squid. Squid is a Florida area player, and
Actually, we have an all Florida. Let's just call it what it is. We have the Florida gang about to pop off. The brothers. Shout out to the Florida rhythm gaming scene, the OGs, but even so, getting even more of a boost recently with a lot more access to official cabinets being done in that area.
yeah, it's the cool thing about these guys. Again, they're brothers. They're at like really similar skill levels.
Yes.
With DDR, and like, are there any other instances of that?
There's
Like top level players, I guess Hibiki and his brother.
yes.
Does that happen?
Yeah, it kind of, you don't really see it that much anymore. Back in years ago, many years ago, we had Kevin Bodie and his brother that constantly were in tournaments all the time. Kevin Bodie, as you saw earlier on, is still playing.
Both Bogo and V, also siblings.
Bogo
in
and
the
V, also
tournament.
siblings, yes. So it sounds like the family that plays together, rips together, stays together, and qualifies for upbeat
It's
together.
the secret.
It is the secret tech. Be nice to not only yourself, but also be nice to your siblings. They're some of the only family that you got out there. But here we go, chat. We are going to go ahead and tune in to these warm-ups.
Yeah, the facial hair on these guys has really changed their vibe. They look like the mirror universe versions of themselves.
That's awesome. I wasn't expecting that. That caught me off guard a little bit. So we are about to get ready to start the timer. Thumbs up from Fusion whenever you're ready. All right, so, and like I said, just as a reminder for those of you who want a refresher or are just joining us on the stream, these are pool plays. These are not head-to-head, despite the fact that they are playing each other. We will occasionally compare their scores just for pacing because it is relevant that there are two players on at the same time that will be pushing each other. These scores are going to be reserved. They're going to be added to the score sheet, and they are playing against everyone else in the pool.
In a round-robin fashion.
In a round-robin fashion, correct. So what is going to happen at the end of all of this is that the scores for each song are going to get ranked, and each player is going to get assigned a point value based on their placement on that song. And you repeat that for the remaining songs of the playlist. The winner, the player with the highest point value of all those scores added up, will move on to top 8 tomorrow. The second and third place will move on to the second chance pool, starting tomorrow as well.
Second chance pool being essentially a sort of loser's bracket for the tournament, where we're going to see people clawing their way out of that with like extreme force.
I like to say they are fighting for their life. You know, not literally fighting for their tournament life to get another chance at getting their share of that $10,000 prize pot that is being offered for this tournament. So, that being said, we are starting off with Tohoku Evolved, Nagaki no Ki, Antimatter Challenge, Dead End Group Radar Special, Sandblow, Air Heroes, and Paranoia Hades. Traditionally, there are 8 people in the pools. However, we did have one player, Kyo, who was unable to attend due to issues with visa approval. Kyo, I saw Kyo pop up in chat. We love you. Thank you so much. We are still sending you a jacket. We really wish you all could have been here. We want to see you rip, and a lot of people are looking forward to the day that we actually get to get you out here.
So Caveman and Squid warming up here with Hardbrain. Everybody's favorite Shron's.
Squid
Techno.
ripping. Look at Squid rip 20 though. No big deal. Easy. Easy for Squid. Still very impressive. So, that being said, before we start, we're giving each pair of players a chance to warm up. They get 3 songs. The only limitation to those 3 songs is that they cannot play any of the songs that are in that playlist. And yeah, next up on the warm-up, we're seeing Cosmic Hurricane, both Hardbrain and Cosmic Hurricane. Pretty common in the warm-ups amongst all the players this week.
It's a good 15 to just kind of stretch it out. Not really any hard tech in this, but you do have to move quick, so those muscles get warmed up.
And both of the brothers, very similar scores, actually within about 8 perfects of each other. Both have the PFC on this chart. And chat, once again, thank you all of you. So far, 428 of you eyeballs on the stream. Going crazy. We like you, we love you. Thank you so much for being here. You could have been anywhere else at this time, but you chose to have it on some good-ass DDR as we get ready to finish up for day 2 with this last set of pool play today.
Yeah, Friday night epic tournament. Thanks for watching. We're here because of round 1. Our host, round 1 in Littleton, Colorado, close to Denver, and got to shout out our sponsor, Red Note Gaming. Check them out at rednotegaming.com. They're promoting rhythm games in the Southwest and maybe the East Coast.
Ooh, maybe.
Squid's up on his PB on this warm-up. Let's see if he can carry it to the end. Ooh, even with his PB. Let's go.
Squid looking mighty crispy so far in these warm-ups.
That's,
boy
that's
rips-
a 7.
he just rips-
That's a 7 perfect.
Just ripped the lucky 7. Yo, these Florida boys have come to let us all know what's going on down there. I mean, let's be fair. When you have to constantly defend yourself from Florida Man, and also go ahead and rip some good scores, you tend to come out swinging. You tend to be built a little bit different out there, and both of them are showing that to us. And we're going to go ahead and finish this warm up with Golden Arrow, Zek's first song in DDR. Originally, this song was part of the Golden League Challenge, which was originally only available on the Gold Cavs, and then very slowly they started releasing a lot of those songs out to the White Cavs, and we are here to play it today.
Also a pretty good warm-up song. Yeah, so the website right now is being updated. There was a slight error on the standings. In a few minutes, the deployment will succeed, and you'll be able to. I'll update when that's changed.
Both of them piffing this chart so far.
I'm literally deploying code here from the commentary desk.
Speaking of which, shout out to SF Evolve and Ohio DDR for making this production possible. Whether we are over here with Fusion and Telepron doing the TOing for this entire tournament, whether you have Roger and myself doing the commentary, stream production, and the website maintenance, and then you have lovely Cygnus Ann with the videography, and also a nice assist from Duncan, who decided he wanted to give back and contribute what we can. And everyone else running around, as well as head coordinator and TO, Renatalis, just coordinating and just wrangling us around. And also shout out to Tizza, your moderator in stream. Thank you very much, all of you, for.
Yeah, everyone's doing an amazing job. Nine perfects and a great on Golden Arrow on Squid's side. I'd say he's warmed up.
I would say these boys is looking ready to go.
Florida Man is, I think they've got the DDR in them.
I think some people say they got that dog in them.
Yeah.
We've been saying that them boys got that Florida in them, and it kind of hit different just a little bit. So we are about to see these brothers. They're happy and they're singing, and they're about to step on some arrows. We're going to go ahead and knock it out with Tohoku Evolved. Then we're going to go ahead and slide into Nagaki no Ki Challenge. Then lastly, Antimatter Challenge. So pretty crazy starting off with a pretty hard set. Shout out to the people in the chat who picked up on that very, very obscure joke that I just laid down. That joke was for you. That joke was for you. I'm not going to ruin it. You knew what it was. So here we go. Starting off, we're going to go ahead and get into Tohoku Evolved.
And both of these guys are really familiar with this.
Squid with a 25 perfect, and Caveman, not quite a PFC, but relatively close. It looks like he had maybe about 3 greats on it. Still pretty close. I would say it looks like, if I know the scoring pretty well, he probably has somewhere around like 35 perfects on it. All right, get hype. Florida, whether you are a resident of Florida, you have met the Florida Man, or you are just a big fan, get hype for these two. Let's get it. All right, Caveman did pick up a grade pretty early on. So, going to go ahead and kind of play with that little bit of a deficit, but doing a good job of piffing right out of it.
These guys are going hard.
Both of them nailing that run beautifully. Caveman did pick up one grade. Squid still sitting on that PFC right now.
These triples here on the offbeat. Kind of tricky.
All right, so now they get a chance to kind of slow it down, recenter themselves.
Just for a sec until this happens.
Both of those players crushing the jumps and the crossovers. And the speed up. Oh, both of them piffed it. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, these guys know what's up.
All right, here we go. We're about in the tail end of the song. Caveman picking up his first grade after about 280 steps after his last combo break.
Oh, very nice on both sides.
All right, last step. Oh, no. Chat.
We got some great execution by the Florida men here on Tohoku Evolve. Squid getting a grade on the very last step.
39 perfects, and Caveman picking up a good on the last step. So, chat, first thing, it's really easy. We want to put F in the chat, but can I just get a prayer emoji as we pray for that misfortune that we had at the end of that. So, on top of it, if you are very unfamiliar with that chart is very special in the game. That last note is completely randomized.
Yeah, so there's obviously just a limited number of jumps that you can have, but you don't know which one it is. So the standard strategy is to kind of bracket and hit all of them.
Yeah, bracketing meaning that you place your feet over the bracket that separates the panels, and you try to hit one arrow with the top of your foot and the other arrow with your heel. And
So
generally you put a lot of force into it as well. Yeah, so it's not completely random. It's more that it's always going to be a corner, but you don't know what corner it's going to be. So you still always want to bracket it. You never know. It's always that. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Your PFC, as you notice, can live or die by the guess on that.
As we just saw. All right, Nagaki no Ki. Based on the execution that we just saw on Tohoku Evolve, a crossover heavy song, we're going to see that again here. Except this time, we've got those 24th notes mixed in. So we'll see what happens.
Squid with a 99.4 and Caveman with a 99.6. So both players with a very high AAA on this song. Skill level about the same on this one, so we should see a very similar score. Both of them are giving a thumbs up. We are tapping in. We are ready to go, chat. Song number 2, Nagaki no Ki, translated in English, The Tree of Lamentation.
Show me.
Both still gold.
I crown you king, the combo king.
All right, and that's to be expected so far with these two, with the high AAAs. It looks like Squid did pick up a miss right there. Going into the freeze. Caveman still sitting on that full combo.
Steps are very crisp, sound great.
Handling these early step jumps very well.
200 combos.
This is kind of your chill moment before the song ramps up.
And it ramps up right now as you kind of go into these step jumps in the 16ths. Caveman picking up his first miss as we go into the crossover screen. Both players handling it with ease. both players showing that they have the crossover execution to nail that. Squid, so far, only with one combo break. PFCing his way out of it. Team Florida going crazy right now. This last little burst right before we get into the absolutely devious section. Here we go, chat. Let's see how we do.
Oh, man. Squid is just crushing.
Squid PFCing the entire section up until the last two. All right, the last little run at the end. Here we go.
Full combo on Squid's side.
Now Squid actually ended up. He
He did get a miss.
He did get a
Yeah.
miss, but
Sorry
he only
about
got
that.
one miss.
Only got one miss.
64-4 and
It was
one
early
miss.
on, yeah.
92-9 and 6 misses from Caveman. Stellar scores from the both of them. That's actually an up score for Squid. So, what is it that I like to say? The best score is the up score. So we got our first up score of the pool. Love to see it. Love to see it. Love to see it. And now to round out this set, the first set of these first 3 songs, we're going to have Antimatter Challenge. Looks like Squid does have a PFC of 48 perfects. Caveman, not quite yet, but does have a AAA on it. So both players have pretty good execution on that. They are going to handle this song pretty well. As we did mention before, this is a pretty intense first set of 3 songs. So we're going to kind of start to see either of them start to settle in, or feel a little, and also on top to feel a little bit of that stamina burn.
I think based on the past 2 songs, we can kind of expect that they will handle this pretty well.
Absolutely.
Antimatter, 400 BPM, which is double BPM of 200. So essentially 16th note runs the entire song with a couple slowdowns, which the slowdown parts in Antimatter Challenge, in my opinion, are a little simpler than the expert one.
I happily agree on that. And I know that they're going to go ahead and crush this song because you can see the spirit energy coming from the Florida watchers, the Team Florida gang out there. That's right. We see you. They can feel you. Make sure you continue to send them that love because, man, I'm enjoying all this good-ass DDR. I hope you are too. It's been an absolutely crazy day. And we still have one more day of this to go as we round out the last pool of the week, and then we go into the death bracket, the death pools. All right, both of them kind of chatting it out a little bit. Taking a little bit of a break, taking a little bit of that breather. Absolutely to be expected after playing Nagaki Challenge right there. But that's something to be said, chat. I mean, so we've been talking about how with this being Denver, the Mile High City, the altitude is quite a challenge for a lot of people that are not from here. So it's taking a little bit of time for some people to acclimate and adjust. Some people still have it. Some, maybe a couple people have. It tends to be a lot harder to pick up your breath. Your stamina is a little bit less than usual. But on top of it, these people in this pool, they were the last ones to play into this pool. So they've kind of been hanging out all night. So there's a little bit of also kind of like some fatigue coming in on that end.
All right, Florida men starting up Antimatter Challenge. A lot of 18s in this tournament.
Both of them crushing the early runs.
Let's go.
All right, in the first slowdown, Squid still sitting on the PFC. Caveman did pick up a combo break, but is using his PA and his MA to make up for it.
This song is both fast and late.
You would think it wouldn't be possible, but it totally is. Just based off the construction of the song. The slowdowns always cause charts to drift a little bit, but again, this song flies at the speed of sound. So we're going to see a little bit of a sync drift, but both of them, with the chart knowledge, just so that they are adjusting pretty well. Caveman did pick up a couple misses right there.
Kind of lost it at the end with Caveman. Squid kept it together.
Squid with not only a full combo, but
34 perfects, 2 greats, and he improved his EX score?
by about 11, actually.
Crazy.
So these Florida boys said, you know what, we nice. Y'all didn't think we nice, but we nice out here. Putting up an amazing showing for the first 3 songs of this round. I mean, I see the Florida gang in the chat popping off. You should be proud of your boys.
Yeah,
they
definitely.
putting on a clinic
These guys
out here.
are hardcore.
You love to see it. You love to see it. So we are going to go ahead and rally into the next 3 songs of the set. We are starting off with, God, what was 90? We're starting off with Degrassi High,
Dead End
Groove
Group
Radar
Special.
Spatial.
And these guys seem to be playing a lot of 18s. If you look at their scores, they have great scores on all these songs. So
Correct.
you gotta kind of wonder what they got on this. Probably pretty good too.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing
Everybody
it.
loves it. Everybody loves Deggers.
Looking forward to seeing what they put out. After that, we are going to go into the only 15 in this set. We're going to go to Sandblow, a very MA-focused song. So curious to see how they get that chance to take advantage of that calibration, that reset, and a little bit of the break.
Kind of a rest.
Kind of a rest, exactly. Then we're going to go ahead and end it off with Air Heroes Challenge.
Yeah, so the chat mentioned that Caveman took a bit of a break from DDR, and he's back into it now.
Yeah, and on top of it, we saw it yesterday with Spencer, who took quite an extended break due to injury, surgery, and also was actually immobile for quite a while. Spencer ended up qualifying for the second chance bracket, and Caveman taking a little bit of a break, coming back to qualify to be here for this tournament, one of the top 48 people in the world.
So they both have AAAs on Dead End Group Radar Special.
That's crazy impressive.
That's a rare thing already, and you got 2 brothers, both with AAAs on Dead End Group Radar Special.
So once again, we're going to see a very similar
Rare
scores.
AF. Both playing it on shuffle. Both seem to have the same shuffle because they put it on at the same time.
So far, within about 15 points of each other. This is, dare I say, the easiest part of the song. But we're going to go ahead into the slowdown.
Pretty, they both got the same shuffle, so that's, what is the chances? 1 out of 8?
All right, here we go. Break time over. All right, so both of them breaking combo at about around the same time out of the slowdown. So we are about to get ready to come into these brackets. Now the triple jump, catching both of them, but they both dialed it in for the second triple jumps and nailed it.
All right, here's the conclusion of the song here. They both got, they're not too far off from their PBs, considering it's Deggers.
Beautiful.
Oh, so it's apparently 1 out of 20, the odds.
All right, 1551 from Squid, 1452. 97 money score and 94 for Caveman.
Thanks, Tizza, for the math. I definitely misremembered the mechanic on when how shuffle worked. It was, I believe it was like that in the previous version of DDR.
Yeah, isn't it that shuffle is that it's based off of it's RNG, but it's based off of the exact frame that you selected. It kind of selects it in the background, so to speak. Correct. There are only 8 shuffles. However, the odds of it happening for 2 players. We're getting in the weeds here.
Okay, yeah.
Math.
We're not trying to do math, but we're doing commentary here.
We're math. This is math. Speaking of math, some quick mots. Chew plus chew, that's 4. Squid with an impressive 10 perfects on this, and also equally impressive 23 from Caveman. So as you mentioned earlier on, Roger, the thing that's pretty pertinent about this chart is that this is a very MA-focused chart.
Yeah, it's compared to these other tracks, it's really just not hard. So this is a good chance for them to chill out a little bit and just focus their timing.
Chat, I want to apologize for getting you so in the weeds over math.
Yeah, I think we can just avoid all math in the future.
I
Do
mean,
we really need numbers anyway?
all we need are Konami original songs. What do
I
maths?
think that's true.
What do mots? What is these mots? Please explain. But in all seriousness, chat, thank you so much. I've said it all weekend. Thank you for keeping us on our toes and correcting us whenever we're wrong. We aren't perfect. We're barely walking. We are barely walking encyclopedia in this
Sandblow.
game.
Sandblow with Squid and Caveman. Florida men.
Both players expectedly going in with the PFC so far.
100 combos.
Caveman picking up a couple of rates right there.
You got the step, you got the flow.
Still within 10 points of each other.
Perfect combo. 200 combos. That's perfect.
But the MA is looking really good on both sides, actually. So both players definitely taking advantage of the MA opportunities on this song and refocusing, recalibrating themselves. Squid still sitting on the PFC so far as we go into 330 free section. Squid picking up a break right outside the freeze. Caveman with some really excellent MA right there, just only picking up 2 perfects after a long run of Marvelous.
His PB pacemaker is going down.
And Squid with a straight great right there. And both of them finished with the full combo. 1650 from Squid, 1624 from Caveman. 16-1 out of Squid, 32-6 from Caveman. Both players kind of suffering a little bit of fatigue. You can kind of see it on them.
We're returning to 18s mode here with Air Heroes. Bumped up from 17. And the sync is pretty good. The steps are hard. The steps are hard because there's a lot of tricky footwork, crossovers, and long runs with you having to twist your body in a couple different directions.
Yeah, there's not many spaces for taking a break, for kind of recatching yourself. The song starts off, and then after that, it just flies, it goes. It's a very active song. You are actively engaged quite a bit with this song. As some people poured out, and we talked about earlier on, can you remember when this was a 17 at one point, and everyone questions it why it was. Now it is adequately an 18. That being said, compared to some other 18s, may not be as challenging to score, but it's very fast. It's very fast. Very stamina draining, as I like to call it.
Yeah, I expect great things from this song and these two guys.
Come on, starting off extraordinarily strong. Caveman picked up a good. Even with that good, still MA looking crisp. Squid also picking up a good. So we are looking at, combo break. Unfortunate combo break from Caveman. But the MA is looking mighty sharp from these two. Into these step jumps right here. Beautiful output from both of them. Squid actually +2 up on his PB. Both of them nailing that run.
Oh, these guys are really good at turns.
Nailing those crossovers. Ooh, the ASMR coming off the pad mics on this. All right, good run from both of them. 1933 from Squid, 1876 from Caveman.
I want to see this MA. 32. 32 on Squid's side. Just one great, one good, one miss.
And then 80 on Caveman's side. So both of these players,
kind of godlike.
It's plenty godlike. So now we're going to go ahead, and they're just going to go ahead and catch a little bit of their breath as we go into the last song of the set, Paranoia Hades.
Paranoia Hades.
Yeah, of course, you know, compared to some of the other pools where the last song tended to be a 15 or something a little bit easier, we take another step up. We ramp it up even more.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Deggers has its own challenges, but this might be the most draining of the set.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can tell that both these players they're quite gassed actually.
They're breathing heavy.
Both breathing heavy. Caveman kind of had to lean on it, and you know his brother helping him up a little bit.
I think Florida is pretty much the definition of sea level, and they're coming all the way up here to Denver, where there's a lot less oxygen.
Oh, it's quite thin, and the moisture is sparse up here. So that being said, keep that in mind, but also it's a testament to how impressive it is that
these guys,
they're putting out these scores in this environment.
So sick.
In this environment, in this economy, scores like this, ripping it this hard, jeesh. So, Paranoia Hades, 99.7 out of Squid, 99.2 out of Caveman, both with a AAA. Absolutely impressive scores, both full combos for both.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's insane, dude.
They just play these songs regularly. I guess that's just what they do.
Hey, I mean, when you're at this level, when you get the invitation to Upbeat, you know, it's not surprising to see that these players play 18s like this on the regular.
And they do it at Dave & Buster's in Orlando.
Correct. Actually, shout out to Orlando. Just getting a round one that just opened up recently.
Oh, really?
Not too far from there, actually.
Amazing. Yeah, so I would say definitely hit up that round 1 in Orlando.
And some chat, correct me, Florida crew, remind me of where that round 1 is. I don't want to be wrong.
Oh,
Isn't it?
3 hours away. Okay, yeah.
I thought it was 1
kinda-
hour out. It's closer to Miami.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so the one I was thinking of was in Pembroke Pines.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
However, I do know a lot of that Orlando crew made that trip out for the grand opening.
I
out
see.
there. I was seeing a lot of people post scores out there. I mean, Florida has been just pining for round 1 for ages, dude, and then they got it.
Ajiken is the GOAT commentator.
I appreciate
Just
the love out there.
Keeps the energy up pretty much the entire day. He's doing this for, like a 10-hour shift. Kind of ridiculous.
I appreciate the gas. Thank you so much, y'all. Orlando representing out here. Shout out to the local scene out there. One of the closest tight-knit communities of rhythm gators that I've ever come across. They push each other, motivate each other so much, and now they get to send 2 representatives, brothers, up here to participate in Upbeat. It's a beautiful thing. It's a very beautiful thing. They hug it out for their last song. Here we go, chat. Final song of the set for these 2. Paranoia Hades Challenge. So far, Squid's still sitting on a PSC. However, something to not overlook, and it has been pointed out quite a bit by chat. Caveman, very active on his crossovers. Very visually pleasing to watch him execute those crossovers right there. And it is paying off. That MA is looking godlike.
Wow. These guys, both comboing this extremely difficult section.
All right, Squid picking up his first miss right before the slowdown.
You got the beat, you got the song, you can do no wrong.
All right, here we go into the jacks.
These guys are incredibly consistent. That's the thing that's really surprising me about watching them play, is that, compared to their personal bests, they don't seem to be very far off on any of these songs.
All right, and Caveman finally getting a combo break 500 steps in. Very impressive display as we see these 2 turn it out on these crossovers and Scoobies. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and get to the finish.
Oh, yeah. So almost 1886, almost 1900 on Squid side.
Very impressive showing from both of them. 68 and 4
Yeah.
from Squid. 124 and 24 on Caveman side. Chat.
Top level score on both of these competitors. Closing it out for the Florida men. Team Florida.
Show them some love. Florida gang in chat, be proud. These boys ripped it, put their all out there. Love to see it. Show some love. Let me see some GGs in the chat for the brothers Squid and Caveman. All right, chat. Here we go. So we are about to go ahead and go into our next set. We are going to take a little bit of a break. Going to go ahead and stretch out our legs. I'm almost out of water. I need to go ahead and refill that.
I need some kind of sustenance here.
Oh yeah, I am getting a little famished. So we're going to go ahead and take care of that. Don't go anywhere. Go ahead and take your opportunity to take your break. Take a walk. Go get a snack. Hydrate. Walk the dog. Pet your cat. Handle your business around the house. But don't go too far because we're going to be right back.
Just stare at your computer screen the entire time until
if that's
we get
what you
back.
want to do. So we are going to be right back. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you in just a little bit. Chat. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We are back. Ringo just got a full combo on Fax. And speaking of Ringo being back, you know what that means.
Hello, hello. Hi. I'm back.
Yes, so right now, this is a warm-up.
Here's a warm-up. 日本勢こんにちは。戻ってきました。
In which, by the way, we just went from Fax, and now we're going, there's no way. There's no way he's deciding to warm up with Prevo CS.
missing?
What is this man doing? What is this man doing?
Truly the embodiment of fucking with ball energy. Oh, and he's doing a no bar.
Yeah, Ringo, one of the best, arguably probably the best no-bar player in the world, blessing us with a 19 no-bar.
Holy shit. The way that he just handles the speed. Totally blowing my mind.
Chat, I'm sorry that it's silent, but if you could only see our faces, and both of us are just jaw agape right now watching what's going on.
My eyes are glued to the screen.
Oh my God. Chat, eyes open, take a look at this.
Alright, I know y'all are tired of hearing this, but altitude. This dude flew from Japan to Colorado, showed up, warming up with his hands on his hips, doing a 19.
If that isn't just a taste of what's about to come right here. Sheesh. This man decided, I'm ready to put on a show. We're going to go ahead and warm up.
いや、本当にさすがっていう一言ですね。
So, all right, so let's mental reset. Mental reset. Hi, welcome back.
Yes. Hello, I'm back. Tolkien. I'm here because I speak Japanese, sort of. So
Sort
I
of.
will attempt to commentate in Japanese while Ringo plays.
And
リン
yeah,
ゴさんがプレイしてる間は日本語での解説をやりますので。
we got to hang out with Talkion earlier on during the previous pool. Once again, thank you so much for sticking out in the pool. You and Amber held it down
It's a lot of fun.
quite well. So this time we are going to go ahead and cut over to Ringo. As you just saw, no need for introduction. No bar player, one of the only no bar players in the tournament, along with no bar Ben. Completely built. He is constructed in a different manner than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Up against Hootsman.
That's the most eloquent way I've ever heard anyone say he's built different.
And he's going up against Hootsman, aka T-Swag.
Yeah.
To start off this set, the third set of pairs in this pool. We're starting off with Tohoku Evolve Expert.
It's ought to be interesting. I wonder how Norbar players manage with, you know, songs with Blippi crossovers like Tohoku.
They
But he
fully
does have
commit.
it PFC'd, so.
All right, here we go.
とにかく体感がすごいですね。ノンバー勢のペアのプレーを見るときって大抵腕が結構動くんですよ。リンゴさんに関してはもう本当にただ無駄な動きなく動いてる感じがして見てて夢中になれますね。So the 8th song in the list is grayed out because, yeah, there are 7 players. The 8th one couldn't make it.
So that being said, Ringo still sitting, both players actually still sitting on the full combo. And all right, you know what? I'm sorry. That was me. That was me. That was me. That was me.
It seems like T-Swag's pulling ahead a little bit in this section. Can they both make it? Ringo nailed that.
All right, so both players have now broken their combo. Very impressive showing from Ringo, picking up his second miss right there. But still, getting a PFC right out of it. T-Swag picking up the PFC right out of his miss. All right, here we go. What is the mix-up going to be? Oh, Ringo so eloquently taps it with a marvelous on his toes. 1877 to
とにかくスタイ
1898.
リッシュなプレーしますね。
すごいかっこいいはい
Yeah, you gotta say it like the girl in the new decade does it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
there we go,
can't.
there we go.
I can't. Fun fact, chat. Fun fact, chat. I did grow up speaking Japanese. My second family was
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. However, I then moved to Cleveland, and Japanese go away because no one speaks it. So
Sucks.
I still have some of a little bit trace kind of going on into it. Definitely going to have to brush up on it as I head to Osaka this summer. Looking
That's
forward to
fine.
meeting a lot of you. It's going to be fun times, fun times.
All right, Nageki, a very, very physically intensive song, but most of it is, 160 16ths. There's a burst section that's a bit of a bottleneck, but otherwise, I think, you got to move your body, you got to move those hips.
Yes. We saw it earlier on in the first two pools. A lot of people starting off really strong. It seems to be that the M8 is strong for just about everyone that's been in this pool on this song. However, then you start to get into some parts that tend to give some players trouble depending on their skill sets, be it that the step jump section kind of wrecks people, or the burst patterns and the middle with the piano glissandos.
Oh,
the
yeah.
24 sections have
I
kind of combo.
definitely
They've
struggle
combo
with that
broke
one,
everyone.
yeah. I definitely struggle with that one personally.
All right, 99.3 from Ringo, 98.9 from T-Swag. Close scores. Let's see how they do.
リンゴさんは気合を入れて始めます。
PFC, picks up a great right there.
今のところはめちゃくちゃ接戦ですね。
T-Swag still rocking that PFC as we get ready to come up into the freeze pattern.
もしかして4枚抜き
Full combo still coming out from both. T-Swag dropping a good and a miss right there.
Ringo definitely very, very comfortable with his positioning on the pad, nailing those step jumps. Almost looked like he was heel toeing a little bit there. requires a lot of confidence in his balance.
Definitely a skill you develop as a no-bar player.
Absolutely.
However, something to mention, both players within a few points of each other.
Yes. And I am noticing that Ringo's spending a lot of time facing right. It seems like he's doing his best to minimize the amount of direction changes that he's making.
All right,
Which
that eyes open. The 24
might
section.
start
Okay.
adding up.
600 combo.
Ringo is heel-toeing this entire sequence.
Oh, when he picks up a miss right there, right before that last burst. Ooh, very close score between the two. 21-25, 21-17. Very close.
Yep. Seems like it's that miscount and stuff that kind of added up.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, it's been kind of slapping people all throughout this bracket, all throughout this pool so far. But we like it when it's really close. So now to round out this very difficult first set, we have Antimatter Challenge.
And better hope that those bursts and Nageki got your legs loose, because definitely going to need it for this.
Absolutely. And it looks like Ringo with a very impressive 99.7 on this. Hootsman, aka T-Swag, with a 98.5, a still very impressive score on this.
Absolutely.
An 18, just flying at 400 BPM, while not incredibly, while a lot of people like this because it's very easy to combo, or, you know, easy in air quotes if you happen to be a player that plays 18s. It is a little bit difficult to time just because of the sync changing off of the slowdowns and that speed ups going on to it. So you kind of need to be focused.
It's definitely late all around, but definitely those like 200 BPM slowdowns with the gallops, those feel especially late.
Mm-hmm.
So
But so far,
scoring
throughout this pool, everyone has adapted really well to those. So it hasn't been throwing anyone off in this at all.
まあその判定の遅さを、判定の遅さに気をつけつつ、ちゃんと16部の滝をガーってアグレッシブにいくのが両方保ちながらパワータップするのが難しいですね。
All right, both players coming out of the slow section, dropping a great right there. So now we are both sitting on a great full combo for both players, within about 15 points of each other.
今のところはフースマンさんの方が少しスコアが高いです。自己で997強いですね。
T-Swag upscoring his EX score right now, jumping between 1 and 3. Good burst from both players right into the speed up.
Agreed. I think Ringo caught up a little bit. He was down maybe like 30, but he caught up a little bit.
Ringo suffering a combo break right there.
Maybe Ringo's starting to struggle a bit with the burst. Ringo is starting to pick up more perfects. You make up the gap in the flat string. 最後のギアどうか。
Very nice from both players. Impressive.
Ringo definitely caught up in that last stream, but it just wasn't enough.
All right, 1978 to 1998, 20 points between the two of them. So that now we are finishing up the first 3 songs of this first set. Both players going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. T-Swag, heavy breathing right there. And Ringo, big smile, but feeling a little bit of the gas right there as he's recentering himself. I mean, it's such a good thing to see when you see players at a high level affirming the fact that, man, these charts are hard.
Yeah,
These charts
people
are
do
really
get
hard.
tired, even top players.
It turns out that, yeah,
Yeah,
they get tired too.
18s are pretty damn physically intensive.
We are all human beings over here. So, next up, we have one of the bottles that's over there in the back. If you were to ask a round one tech that, hey, it's a little bit greasy over here. Could you please go and get some degrease? We have Dead End Group Radar Special. So, as we look at the picks, I want to point out.
And who picked this time? Who picked Daggers this time?
You want to guess? You want to take a guess who picked this song?
Is it Ringo?
It was absolutely Ringo who picked this song. However, look at that score, 99.4, a AAA on Degris.
Yeah, he has good reason to pick it.
And Hootsman T-Swag with a 98.5.
That's also really impressive.
Impressive showings out of both of them. So that being said, hopefully both of them got enough of a little bit of a break. Ringo laughing at him and T-Swag shaking his head like, oh God, I'm going to take a little bit of that break.
いやーもう今大会何回目だよペンタエンド。It's like this. How many times has the song gotten picked at this point?
It has been picked in every pool except two of them.
Wow.
So someone in the chat pointing out that Ringo, a dancer outside of this, also is a professional dancer along with Chaos, who we saw in pools yesterday. Both of them having the same style of dance, pop and lock, a little bit more of a classic style of hip-hop style of dance. Love to see it also as a professional dancer myself. I love the energy, and Chaos yesterday saying that DDR was one of his biggest motivations for getting into dance.
That's cool.
It's super cool. You love to see it.
I know. Shaking the nerves out. Oh, and Ringo opting to go with ×3 means he's memorized the ending.
Playing on left, Hootsman choosing to play this on Sudden Plus with Shuffle. So hopefully he gets a very beneficial shuffle.
Neck and neck right now.
So far, it looks like it's doing pretty good. Made it to 83 before dropping his first grade. Both players sitting on a full combo right now. Ringo picking up his first miss. It looks like he kind of misses his placement on the right step over there.
今のところリンゴさんの方が少し勝っている感じでしょうか。まあこの大会はいろいろその8やそばやら暗記テクニックがいろいろあったんですけど、ペンタエンドに関しては初めてかもしれませんね。
Bingo picking up another miss right there on that bracket section. Totally understandable. Very difficult to execute with no bar. Ringo having a little bit of difficulty on the triple dunk. Meanwhile, T-Swag nailing that part.
But he is up by, I would say, around 25 right now.
Yep. As we go into the slowdown, T-Swag,
Final stretch.
one of the few players absolutely nailing that sudden plus slap.
すごい。おー。
8 points. Ringo, 1,500 flat. Hootsman, 1,492. and you didn't, Chad, I'm not sure if you heard it, but T-Swag walking up and screamed out, how did I just get one miss? One miss?
Yeah. What?
He is taking a picture of that. Absolutely incredible performance from both of them. Wild.
Oh, should not be getting this much enjoyment out of such a dumpster fire of a chart.
But here we are, getting enjoyment out of the fact that
Yeah.
these top players have been going crazy on this chart and showing that despite the fact that the chart is incredibly complex and technical, that they are well equipped to adapt to it and handle whatever it throws at them and still put up incredibly impressive scores.
Agree.
So next up we have Sandblow. As we look at the scores, T-Swag has a 22 PFC on it. And it looks like Ringo
hasn't played it yet on whatever the latest score database is.
Yeah, so that makes me think that if he might either have a score on Gold Cabinet, or he just played it a long time and just kind of had one of those days where you're like, whatever.
Definitely possible that he's played it in 2014, knows the chart, or maybe he doesn't, but we'll have to see.
That being said, Sandblow, thankfully compared to the other charts, compared to the chart that we just came from, a lot more straightforward. It is a very MA focused chart, so I expect to see Ringo put up an incredibly great score on this chart.
Let's see it.
Tear it up, y'all.
そのリンゴさんがどれくらいのなんていうかね、プレイしたかどうか、ソフランやらどれくらい知ってるのか、どれくらい体に染み込んでいるのか気になりますね。これは知り尽くしているんでしょうね。
Alright, so far both sitting on a full combo, and Ringo picking up his first drop. T-Swag still sitting on a PFC, however. Still within about 8 points of each other. And you gotta admire not only the no-bar play from Ringo, but just like the focus. It's almost just like Ringo has his head fixated right on the screen and just rotating his body right below it.
Definitely getting to the point in the song where you really don't want to be dropping any more perfects. Especially for Ringo, who's down by about 13 perfects. He's going to have to go practically errorless if he wants to catch up to T-Swag. ここからはもうできるだけパフェを落とさないようにしたいところですね。リンゴさんにとっては、結構不利な状況になりつつありますけど。
Beautiful showing from both of them. T-Swag picks up the PFC. 49-1 out of Ringo, one miss. 32 for T-Swag.
悪くないですけど、リンゴさんにとっては、49は痛いかもしれませんね。
All right, so we are going to go ahead and end this 6th song with Air Hero CSP. That being said, I do believe someone earlier on mentioned, earlier on in the second poll, mentioned that Ringo, while he is primarily a no-bar player, he does occasionally play bar, so he's not completely inexperienced at leading back on the bar and playing with it.
頭もひねりが多い曲ですね。前の曲でも東北やら嘆きやら、いろんな曲見た限りひねりに関しては、両者とも得意分野のはずですから本領発揮っていう感じでしょうね。
Alright,
どれく
so
らいのスコア叩き出せるのか楽しみにしてます。
So as we look at it, Ringo does have a PFC on it. He does have a pretty high perfect PFC.
So, which means that I'm pretty sure that Gold Lamp carried over from 2014, but his score from ace onwards is 995.
Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. Both players putting their talents on display. T-Swag did pick up a miss earlier on, however, is doing a good job of comboing out of it.
Ringo definitely with the advantage right now, but T-Swag is not letting himself get behind anymore.
T-Swag having some pretty crisp MA, making up for those misses that he got earlier on. Ringo still sitting with it. PFC.
リンゴさんもちょっとパペース、ここでパーフェクト出しすぎたら危ないですもんね。追い越される可能性はまだある。
Both players picking up a couple misses just a little bit before, but look at that run. Look at those runs from both of them.
Wow.
Absolutely impressive.
You see Ringo's form? He's like double stepping so much of that. It's insane.
Absolutely crazy. 16 points difference between the two. 1889 for Ringo.
That Kyoto technique is blowing my mind.
1873 for T-Swag. 79.5 and 80, and I do believe it was 89 perfects. Lower great count for Ringo. All right. We are about to get ready. I don't want this set to end.
I don't either.
But we are about to get ready to play the last song of this set, Paranoia Hades.
I think I'm seeing a lot of. I'm going to expect to see a lot of heel towing from Ringo for this one.
It's almost vital in that part. One thing I will say that is going to be kind of a little bit of a built-in advantage for Ringo with him playing no bars so much is that he's pretty experienced with having to like shift his weight on certain points and handle some of those jack patterns. So I can see him not having too much of a pattern in that slowdown section. And, you know, there would be one point, my opinion might be a little bit different. However, we did see him warm up with Paranoia Revolution Challenge earlier on. So I think it's safe to say.
We saw a double stepping skill on full display there.
Yeah, it's safe to say that he got this.
I think they both got it.
And actually, pretty crazy scores for both of them. Both of them with very high AAAs. Ringo with the 99.6, T-Swag with the 99.4. Which, considering that this is Paranoia Hades, the challenge, in 18, absolutely wild.
Definitely very
wild.
vicious to raise once you get up to that near PFC range because how many, very uncomfortable choke points there are, like those step jumps in the stream at the very end. All the numerous like weird crossover into jump section, the entirety of the slowdown. There's just so many places where it's easy to get a miss or something and just tanks your money score. Both of them have it in full combos.
And that 2K difference between the two is practically negligible. So I expect to see similar scores maybe, but overall an impressive performance that we're going to get to finish out this absolutely just beautiful display of rhythm gaming from both of these players.
I believe Andrew has yet to play, but I'm not sure how that's being handled. Is he just playing alone or?
Andrew will be playing alone at this point.
Gotcha.
So, chat, that's also why if you see at the bottom, that last song is grayed out. Just because there is not an 8th person, because Keo unfortunately could not make it due to visa issues.
Unfortunately, we will not be playing Summer Fantasy Darwin Remix.
Nah, song is a gentle banger, but we're not going to be playing it on this side.
両方とも、エアヒーローズやら、東北見た限り、ひねりめちゃくちゃうまいので。でも リンゴさんに関してはどれくらいひねるのか、どれくらい2枚抜きやらスライドで済ますのか、それも見どころだと思いますし、ティースワックさんに関しても多分体力的にもしんどくなっているはずですから、どれだけ力を絞れるか。とにかく迫力がやばい楽曲ですね。一人としてはふさわしいと思います。
So a quick thing to address, a good question. So this pool only has to play 7 while the other competitors play 8. How is scoring factored? So the pools are all independent of each other. They're all isolated from each other. So the amount of songs that you play doesn't really matter per se. All that mattered, all that we're going to be looking at is we're going to be looking at the number 1 scorer. Final set, here we go.
大きな歓声が上がりました。
The number 1 scorer will move out the top 8. 2 and 3 will go into the second chance bracket tomorrow.
ティースワックさんは正規で、リンゴさんはミラーで挑戦しています。今のところはリンゴさんめっちゃ安定してますね。ティースワックさんが、最初の方に結構カフェ落とした感じでしょうか。リンゴさんうまく2枚抜き活用してますね。
Full combo out of both of them right there. T-Swag picking up a miss right before the slowdown.
Ringo very usefully making use of brackets. Ringo's sitting very pretty right now. T-Swag doing his best to keep up. Oh! A window has been opened. Can T-Swag take it? He'll come down to this last stream.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, chat.
まさかの逆転勝利。
1838, Ringo, 1861, 96 and 7 out of T-Swag, 89 and 19 for.
Very nice recovery from T-Swag.
Beautiful, beautiful. Chat, can I get a yabai? Can I get a yabai? Yabai!
まさにやばいですね。
Yabai desu ne for a beautiful, incredible, just gorgeous display of 2 different styles of DDR right here. No bar and bar from 2 amazing players.
何がやばいか
Such a incredibly beautiful display of talent. Oh my, Japan.
Wonderful. Loved both of their crossovers. And love to see Ringo's form in particular.
Ringo
Interesting,
just
you
going
know.
ahead and giving high fives and dap to all the players out there. So many people. If you weren't a fan of Ringo before this, I guarantee you, you're a fan now. Such an inspirational player for not only the people who are no bar, but also all of you people out there. This is motivating me to go out and play more. This is some good ass DDR, chat. This is some good ass DDR.
That's some great ass DDR.
And yet, like, his energy is just so infectious. Everyone is just full of smiles now after that set for both of them. So beautiful. So, chat, we're going to go ahead and take one last break for this stream. Talkian, thank you so much once again for lending your talents.
Yeah, you know, it's fun. It's been fun.
I'm glad that you've been having so much fun. The chat has enjoyed you. the Japanese community that has their eyeballs on this have enjoyed you. Thank you so much for being that gap and showcasing some of the international presence that we have at this tournament.
Absolutely. I'd like to think I tried my best.
1 month old at home and the wife watching. If you could give him a shout out.
I will do that. Okay. Continue. So, oh yeah, continue on. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I mean, like, yeah. It's great. I'm glad I could do that. It does make me motivated to improve my Japanese even more. You know, have like this opportunity is like help me kind of figure out like oh, I could improve this way. Like oh, there's just like there's I don't know about like this term and stuff. And it's a lot I have to learn.
Yeah, I mean, as a fellow polyglot as well, somewhat multilingual person, being able to translate on the fly, bounce back and forth between two languages that you know really well is super tough. And like I can't stress just how impressive and how awesome it is that we had you here to go ahead and
Thank
do
you.
that, offer that to us. So, chat, make sure you give a shout out to Talkion, send them some love. Not
Thank
only
you. And
not
thank
only
you,
an
chat.
amazing player, but also probably one of your at any given point of the day your favorite Stepmania charter or your most hated Stepmania charter, depending on what you choose to put out on any given day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm at a DDR tournament, so I don't really want to talk about it. But yeah, I write Stepmania charts,
So
and
yes,
people play them. So
make
go
sure you
play my
follow
stuff
him.
too.
Make sure you follow him. Check him out. Check it. You can check out the player page on upbeatdenver.com. Click his name. You can go ahead and see. You can go ahead and give him a follow. Show him some love, chat.
This dude's so nice.
You deserve it.
He's so
You
nice.
absolutely deserve it. All right, chat. We're going to go ahead and take the final
y'all.
break of this stream. Thank you so much. Don't go too far. We're about to go ahead and wrap this thing up for today. Day 2 pools ending. Let's get it. Be right back. All right, chat. We are in the last bit of Pool F. So literally the last set of the day, the final pool up until the last day tomorrow.
Yes. And we just have Andrew all by himself. You know, we had one more competitor who couldn't make it, but we got his jacket there signed by everybody here. Just to commemorate him. So.
Oh my God. First of all, move the mic closer. First of all, I'm trying to stop myself from tearing up right there.
Yeah.
In honor of Kyo not being able to make it, I mentioned earlier on multiple times in this tournament that all of the competitors that did qualify but were unable to make it due to diplomatic reasons, time constraints, or even family issues and emergencies, we still are going to be sending them a jacket. Kyo was the last player in this pool that just couldn't make it due to getting issues with getting his visa approved. So Kyo, was going to be a surprise, but in honor of us missing you here at the tournament, we had every single player that is here at the tournament, all of the staff here, sign your jacket. And in honor of you, we are hanging his jacket right there on the P2 side.
Yes.
We miss you, Kyo. Can't wait to see you. We are looking forward to the time that we can finally get you over here and share some DDR with us.
Most wholesome moment, or one of rather, in all of this whole competition so far. So give it up for Kyo.
So that being said, Andrew is going to be solo closing out. He's going to be solo closing out this pool. And a little bit right before the pool, a little bit during the pool, during the break, Andrew came up here with such energy. Also had some news just to kind of inform me with and share with me that just happened with him. But first, before we start, who is this person right here? That's not Talkion.
Oh wait, you guys thought I was Talkion? Uh-oh. Hi guys, we are doing an impromptu meet at Kemi TCG. I flew in just last night just to support everyone in the crew, so I just want to say hi to everyone. What's up guys?
Akemi, as some of you may know, one of the brilliant videographers that you'll see at many tournaments all around, also a stellar player in his own right. Also, you'll see him also in tournaments as well, putting up really good scores, often in the top half of the bracket, and putting up dumb, crazy numbers, all the way up from that northeastern part of the world up that way.
Ooh, it's somewhere in New England. I think that's where Peabody, Dwayne, Sal, Sesu too.
Sesu, yes, both people that we've seen in this tournament. The New England hype is real this tournament, and decided to bring them in and have someone pretty awesome close out the stream with me.
Hell yeah, thank you, brother.
So, speaking of closing out the stream, we're just going to get right into it. Andrew, starting off with Tohoku Evolved. Last time we were going to see this chart for the day.
He's starting off really, really strong with a couple of crossover runs and also the little tail jumps into that. Really, really good start so far.
Absolutely. A little bit, no head-to-head by himself, Kyo here in spirit. So the spotlight is totally on him. Depending on, that could be a plus or that could be a little bit of a boon. You don't have anyone that you can kind of bounce off of, no one that you can kind of motivate you and challenge you to push that. So Andrew going completely off of his own merit, as well as Andrew holding the fate of many people in this bracket.
Right.
A lot of our independent scorekeepers in the chat have pointed out that our top two players have pretty much have it locked in. So it's going to be up to Andrew to determine who moves on, be it himself or some other players based off of the scoring.
Right. We do have a tie right now for third. So it really depends on how, Andrew performs to see who moves on in this particular pool.
Fantastic. Andrew putting up a good performance, only dropping one miss right before the slowdown section.
See the final run here.
And the rando
Nice.
hits it.
Hits it. There we go. I also want to point out that sometimes he's playing by himself well. So there, you may get tournament nerves, especially looking at the other side, especially if your opponent is doing better than you. So this may actually be a benefit for Andrew. He's playing just by himself, just knowing that, you know, it's just him and the song, nobody else. So it could be a benefit for him, and depending on how he interprets it.
I also do want to point out, like I said, many other players they couldn't make it. Shout out to Malikwa, TC19, a legendary youth player, on the same level as Harajun, a very young player. Malikwa, I would say the lifeblood and the force of the South African DDR scene out there. Was really looking forward to getting her out here, but just the same, had to kind of make a last-minute announcement that she was unable to make it. So we will be sending her a jacket as well. Nice. And then also I want to shout out to Shupa, who was actually here at the event, but had to leave due to an emergency that came up and had to fly out that same day. So shout out to everyone that couldn't be here. We like you, we love you, we miss you all so much. But we're going to see Andrew go into Nagaki Noki Challenge. So
really good MA starting.
Yes,
very
doing
good.
pretty good. So we've seen this early on. We've seen this early on with the other people in the bracket. There have been different parts that have been giving everyone trouble throughout this chart. While in terms of combo ability or even passing it, Nagaki Noki pretty easy to get. However, in terms of scoring, your MA, your PA, incredibly difficult because this chart has a little bit of everything that gives some people some trouble. As you see right here, you have some of these step into these patterns right here, these crossovers, these turns.
Right. This whole chart is just a test of, you know, how much stamina do you have, because you're doing all of these crossovers leading up to like the crescendo of the really, really hard part of the middle, where you're doing all these piano runs, and then all of a sudden you have a final run with jumps and then like patterns into it, and it's very, very draining.
Yeah, and then you also have step jumps that you have to hit, like combined with runs right out of it. And the step jumps give a lot of people trouble. However, in these runs, Andrew making it look easy. The MA only picking up about 2 perfects during that. Here we go into the run.
Oh, the crispy.
Oh my God. Andrew, only picking up just a couple of greats and a miss right there. But that MA was godlike right there.
So solid. I 100% agree. No.
Good performance from Andrew. With 2169 EX on Nagaki Noki CSP. Yeah, that run was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, insane. Anybody who can do Nageki Noki, absolutely insane. It's a very, very, very hard song.
Yes, and also, fun fact, congratulations to Andrew. Just became a brand new father a month ago.
Whoa. Everybody in the chat, say congratulations to him.
Yo, yeah,
That's amazing.
Congrats, everyone, send out your congrats to Andrew for achieving dad status out here. He was telling me that he, you know, with the newborn baby, you know, it's such a massive life-changing event. Mm-hmm. All hands on deck. You kind of have to prioritize this new child that you brought into the world. Right. And he qualified, and it was like, you know what, I'm not gonna go. You know, we just had this baby, and his wife said, no, I insist, please go. This means so much. This is an awesome once in a lifetime opportunity. Please go. And here he is today, closing out this awesome, incredible day.
Yes.
And also, from what I was told, hi wife, hi newborn baby, in the chat, eyes on the stream, tuning in. Love to have you. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for supporting, for being such an awesome support system. And also, I mean, let's be real, you just developed a whole entire human being
Yeah,
That's.
I can't imagine.
I mean, DDR is hard, but you just PFC'd pregnancy, and here you are. Shout out to not only Andrew, but his lovely, the lovely wife, the lovely mama and papa, and a newborn baby. Looking forward to seeing him. Looking forward to seeing the baby grow strong and maybe follow dad in the footsteps of putting out some good ass DDR with this next generation that we see coming up.
Harujun 2.0? Question mark?
Ooh, Harujun. Harujun, the sequel. Let's get it.
So this is one of the foot speed songs. 200 BPM, going into 400, wicked fast. Slowdowns have a ton of crossovers, so you have to be really, really careful where you're placing your foot in it. It's really, really tricky.
On top of that, the sync on this song is a little crazy at times. It does drift. It's already pretty late, but the BPM changes kind of really make that slide all over the place. Normally that would give a lot of people trouble. However, in this pool, we've seen pretty much everyone have it on download, and we're seeing it with Andrew. He was doing pretty good. Picked up only just a couple of goods right there. Dialing it right back into the speed up.
Okay, he's really picking up his momentum right now.
Looking good, looking good. All right, a little bit of a stumble right there. A little bit of a combo break, but we're about to go into this last speed up. All right,
Closing
and
strong.
beautiful. 1962 coming out of Andrew. A little bit of exhaustion. And this has been the pattern that we've seen out of just about everyone in this bracket. I mean, in this pool. These first three songs are intense.
Right, and it gets harder and harder, and I know this has been spoken before, but the elevation is not a joke here at all.
It has been bodying people left and right, but that also shows just the athleticism and the talent of everyone, that they are still ripping all of these scores while a mile high above sea level, where the air is thinner and the moisture is a little less present.
Yeah, the air is wicked dry here, and you have to drink so much water. You have to stay wicked hydrated, or else you're gonna have problems.
And that's exactly what's been happening. It's why we've been taking a little bit of behind baseball. It's why we've been taking so many breaks, because we've had to constantly drink so much water this entire time. So going right back into it, Andrew playing. God, oh God, I gotta pick one out of this.
All right, what are you gonna say? What is it called?
We're gonna go outside, even though it's winter here in Denver, a little bit of snow out there. We're gonna go outside and touch Degrassi.
No, it's Degrassi. 100%.
Degrassi Junior High?
Degrassi.
I don't know. I'm trying to go out there and touch the grass. Either way, we're about to
I
play.
like that.
We're about to go out here and play Dead End Groove Radar Special for one more time for the rest of this night. And as we look at it, it looks like Andrew has an 87 on it, a pretty expected score, knowing just how ridiculous this song is.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. If you play it, especially on regular.
Yeah, and that definitely makes me say that, like most of us, Andrew went up and played this song and said, like, "Oh, are you serious? Come on now." But that's still a pretty good score for what I would imagine is just like one of your first times go ahead and playing this song.
Shuffle, there we go. So he's praying that he's going to get a good, shuffle mix, so it's much easier that way.
Yeah, and he does have the chart knowledge to play it on shuffle and go ahead and use that sudden plus modifier to control for the changes that are going to be happening in the song. so far, starting off, he's ripping it pretty good. Just picked up a miss on that last roll right there.
Well, that pattern is really, really hard to execute. Does a wonderful job doing that.
All right, in a slowdown, Steve Jacks doing a pretty good job of hitting these. All right, one more little part of density. We're going to get these jumps.
He MA'd that whole section.
Well done.
Very well
But
done.
here we go. We are opening up to the song where Degris gets real. These triplet step jumps, the brackets right there.
Oh,
Nails the triple jumps.
he nails it
Nails
twice.
all of
Whoa.
them. Something that we actually haven't seen any of the players in this pool do. Andrew hits it. All right. Like many players, trades a miss for the sudden plus.
That has
14.
to be an up score. That 100% has to be.
Oh, that is an up score, without question. 14.99. Yo! 96!
From an 87, bro.
Yo! Shout out to the marvelous up score that we see right there.
That's the Degrassi up score. It's so good.
Telephone looking over at me just like, yo. Yo.
He's touching grass right now. That's great.
That man went out and just not only just touched the grass, he slapped the grass on that with the cleanest up score. So now gets to kind of ease himself a little bit and coincidentally go into his own pick, Sand Blow.
Such a peaceful song. Feels like a 17 in the beginning, but you know the rest of it's pretty clean.
And as we look at his score, we see why he picked it. Has a PFC with 17 on it.
17.
Not bad, not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty
On
good.
Sandblow, that's pretty good.
So after getting that marvelous up score on Degris, we now get to see, hopefully he carries that momentum into Sandblow and pops off either with another up score or just giving us a damn good performance in general. In which honestly, he's been doing that. Let's keep it real. All right, he's rolling it out, rolling the neck out.
Doing some stretches, getting ready.
Taking a second. And with him being the only one, he's just taking it easy. With there being 7 people in this pool, instead of it being 45 minutes for the pool, we took 3 minutes off. So as long as he completes all of his songs in 42 minutes, he is good. So we are going to go ahead.
I think that might be close.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to go ahead and get it going. All right, so far, Andrew has only got 1 perfect. Picks up his second one right there. Still doing marvelously. Now on pace for upscoring by just 1.
Wow, MA'ing that whole section.
So far, so good. He picks up another perfect, so he is now a little bit down on his personal best, but still sitting on a PFC, looking mighty crisp. All right, picked up a perfect in that freeze pattern. Nails the slowdown. Putting on a good performance. As we go into 430, still maintaining that perfect full combo. All right, let's see him finish strong. Here we go.
Here we go. And a PFC from Andrew.
1641. 27. Well done. Very good score. Only 10 off of his PB. Big Dad energy. Big Dad. Big Dad. Big Dad. Big Dad. That's, you know, people have been talking about that Colorado buff. We also have the birthday buff. I mean, what do we got to say about that dad buff?
It's strong.
That dad buff is kicking in right there on Sandblow and the Dead End Groove Radar upscore. So now we are going to go to Air Heroes CSP for the penultimate song of the night. His score, his previous score, his best score is 97.9. And curious to see how he's going to do. For most of the part of this set, I've noticed that a lot of the foot speed has been giving him trouble. It totally makes sense, not only with the altitude, but he is literally the last player of the night. Someone mentioned that relative to his time zone, it is 1 a.m. relative to his time zone. Yeah. So there's a little bit of fatigue going in from playing these intense songs, but also just trying to keep yourself in alertness for, I mean, as I look at the clock, for 10 hours since we've been here.
Yeah, and he's been playing on gold the whole time, so he must be exhausted.
All right, picks up a great really early on, but still sitting on the combo.
Clean, marvelous run.
Yep, and upscoring so far into that first freeze.
So there's multiple ways you can do this section. You can either double step or do the turns, and most people opt to double step this section because it's so hard to do every single turn.
Yeah, Andrew choosing a double step as well, and it's paying off, still maintaining that upscore. MA is looking incredible, chat!
I just see white, I don't see anything else. Hold on.
Picks up his first miss after a stunning display of crispy marvelouses.
Very close on nailing that turn there. Alright, here's the fun turny part.
Gorgeous run from him, gorgeous run.
Absolutely amazing performance on that song. That MA was immaculate.
That's an upscore.
That's a 38.
38 perfects. Goes from a 97 to a 99. That's substantial upscore.
That's the Giga Dad buff.
The dad buff, chat.
So
the
strong.
dad buff is real. The dad buff is real, chat.
Insane.
Someone in chat said, "This is for my child." Oh my god.
Insane.
The dad buff is real. Andrew, back-to-back upscored, or just not so much back-to-back, with 2 upscores in the same set.
Yes.
About to play the last song of the night.
And he's going to finish very strong. I can feel it in my bones.
Oh, I can too. I'm getting goosebumps already. Chat.
Excited.
So he is going to go ahead and play Paranoia Hades. Curious to see what his score is on that. And from what I can see, the buzzing in the chat, he has shaken up the entire standings of
right now
of this. So depending on how he does on Paranoia Hades, he might move on to the second chance bracket today. No pressure.
It
no pressure.
all comes down to this.
No pressure. I'm not going to spoil it for those of you who, want to do so. Someone has put out the magic number in the chat that he needs to hit.
I see
So if he hits this magic number, the dad buff, that's not to say that the dad buff isn't real. It's just going to show that the dad buff is a buff that some people might want to, channel in the future. Not saying that you should force yourself to be a dad. That's ridiculous. But some of you other dads out there, you might want to reach into you might want to rearrange your stats, so to speak, and invest into the dad buff. But, regardless, no matter how he did, it's been a very impressive set, a solo set at that.
Playing by himself with so many people watching, so many things on the line, and putting on such an impressive show.
No matter how he does, Mama Bear at home, we're so glad that you gave him the blessing to come out here. He's putting on, honestly, he's putting on one of the best performances to end this today. Chat, I'm going to need for you to put your hands in the air, send Andrew your spirit energy, and continue on this trend and put a bow on this day, long day, some ups and downs with some good-ass DDR.
I agree, and it's going to be interesting. He does not have a score on Paranoia Hades Challenge, so he definitely has been watching the chart from everybody else in the pool that's been playing it, but this is a toss-up. We have nothing to look back at to see what his previous score is. So it's time.
Yeah,
for
he's hyping everyone else.
some good-ass DDR.
So depending on his score, he could either take third and move on to second chance, or he could cause a tie for second. And what an intense chart to go ahead and have to face up to. I'm not sure if he's aware of where he's at in this bracket, but the pressure is high. Send him your spirit energy, chat. So far, he is whipping it. Granted, yes, this is what I like to call the easier part of the song, despite all these crossovers. Very intense, but he's doing a good job of nailing all of this.
Who's opting to bracket some of these jumps, which is usually the preferred trap for this song.
All right, yeah, some of those crossovers, the foot speed is getting him. All right, to the slowdown. Yo, that PA is looking pretty good. Picked up a miss right there.
Turns here. Jax.
Oh, PA'd that entire section.
No.
Beautiful.
Now we're getting ready to the final crossover run. Chat, believe.
Let's see it, chat.
Oh. Wait! Oh! Andrew! Andrew! Did he do it? Wait, was that the number?
Chat.
That was the number!
Chat, Chat! The dad buff is real, chat!
That's so strong.
The
Going
dad
on
buff
solo
is real!
and just ripping it by himself.
1753, the dad buff is real, chat! The dad buff is
Dad
strong!
with the purple towel, he did it! Oh. Right in the clutch. He clutched the last song. Oh my god, I'm speechless.
With no score! With no score on top of that! Unbelievable.
No score.
Okay, all right. So some of you,
he just
found out what happened. What a heartwarming moment.
That's
so
good ass DDR.
Our TOs are calculating the actual final scoring, but our independent scorers in the chat and at home have already kind of assessed the results, but I'm awaiting official confirmation of our results. Yeah, people know I'm saying, like, that's definitely not a site read, so it might just be a different card. Either way, what an impressive showing.
Right. The only player in this whole tournament to have to play the pool by himself, and he clutches it.
Goes crazy. So, all right, just like I said, we're awaiting official results. But man, what a good ass pool. What an awesome day. Some good ass DDR. This is the second course, chat. Some good ass DDR has been had. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope it was tasty for all of you, because I know I enjoyed it.
Oh, I was clenching my booty. I was like, please. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you on the chat were too, so.
Oh, man. But once again, thank you, all of you, for coming and hanging out with us, tuning in with us. It's been a hell of a day. A lot of you have stayed with us from damn near the beginning. We have been live for just about 11 hours at this point. It's been a very long day, but it's been a fun day. And not only shout out to all of you out there, but shout out to all of the players that have graced us through this entire stream. These pools started out incredibly ridiculous. The pool that a lot of people were deeming the death pool.
Yes.
Absolutely super competitive set. We had the interesting set, the second pool, where not only did we have Hiro, or one of the Japanese players, but we had the all Espanol set that was unfortunately played with pad maintenance, and just kind of pulling the wind out of some of their sails. But we kept on persevering. Pad maintenance was done. We got good results out of it. And then lastly, finishing up with this set right there. So it's been absolutely fantastic. Shout outs to everyone that has competed today. Shout out to, actually at that point, everyone has played. So shout out to all of the players that qualified for Upbeat Denver. Thank you so much. So glad that we were able to have you out there. We are about to get the official results. I think they're going over it with all of the players over there, actually.
Yeah, there's a little commotion going on, so we're just trying to.
Nothing bad, just kind of
crazy.
Kind of just more like, oh wow, are you serious? So, good feelings, excitements out of all, and shout out to Bar X. Happy birthday, Bar X, for 4 more minutes here in the U.S. He is the birthday boy.
I did not know that.
Yes, happy birthday to him. So, waiting to get the final results. And by the way, the results will be uploaded to the website very soon. So thank you very much, all of you. We were blessed to see not one, but 2 no-bar players go crazy during the set.
Oh, that Ringo. Ringo, if you guys missed it, watch back in the VOD later. But Ringo's match was insane.
Absolutely crazy. Completely ripped it. Inspired every single person in this venue. Nothing but smiles from every single person in this venue after Ringo's set. And then we get to Andrew to round off the night. Brand new dad, newborn baby at home, just 1 month old, coming out to Denver, and as far as we can tell, snatching that 3rd place set at the last minute. All right. So we're gonna have Vernatalis on the mic to chat with us for a little bit.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Let me get into camera view here. Yeah, move over please. Thank you very much.
All right.
How is everybody? How are you all doing?
Vernatalis,
I'm very tired.
First of all, shout out to you. I want to say thank you for basically spearheading this event, getting it going, and helping us and providing all of us with such a beautiful experience this entire week. We can't thank you enough.
Yes.
You have been running yourself ragged So that's the first thing we want to get off. So thank you, and you see all the love from the chat over there.
Yeah, everybody says thank you to Steve in the chat, please. And he's still smiling. I know he's tired, but he's smiling.
Yeah, that's about all the energy that I've got left for today.
All right, and the second thing is, talk to us. So what's going on?
All right, so Squid pretty well ran away with it. Squid took first place with, let me pull that back up, with 95 ranking points. In second was Bar X with 54 ranking points.
Ooh.
And the rest of the field was incredibly close. There was a total of 8 ranking points separating the remaining players. In third place, barely edging it out by 22 EX on the last song, is Andrew. He will be moving on with 45 points.
Well done. We talked about how Andrew just became a father a month ago.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, so
Shout outs to kids.
shout out to children. So we've been singing praises of the dad buff that Andrew has been going on.
Yeah, too tired to realize how exhausted you are.
And oh yeah, no, it's gonna set in. But I think he's on another level. He is on an emotional high in the Mile High City right now.
Absolutely. So also, I did want to cover how tomorrow is going to go. Tomorrow we're going to have the 2 last chance pools, again starting at 1 p.m. Mountain Time. The first group is going to be Bar X, Dr. D, Kaze, Blastoise, No Bar Ben, and Blue Buster.
That's a heck of a pool.
Oh, you're
Nasty.
the winner of that pool will advance to the top 8 as the 7th seed. And then after that, we have the other pool. Because there's some names I haven't said yet. In the second pool is Chrono, Harujun, Spencer, Bogo, Evil Dave, and the new dad, Andrew.
These pools are. This is the true death pool.
I mean, every single one of these pools, when we were first announced, every single player was like, I hate my pool. I do not want to be in this pool. This is awful. And I asked them, well, what other pool would you rather be in? And their answer is like, I don't want any of them. I want none of this.
Can I just not be in a pool at all? Can I stay above water? How about that?
Yeah. Right. So then after that, that winner will advance on as the 8th seed. And then we will have our top 8, which so far is pretty much exactly as it is scheduled and should have worked out. So we've got Chris as the 1st seed, Chunka as the 2nd, Mark as the 3rd, Kevbo as 4th, Nate in 5th, and Squid in 6th.
Fantastic.
That is going to be very close competition for sure.
I mean, what else is to be expected when you bring 48 of the best players across the world into one place, and they all duke it out over a $10,000 prize pot?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what kind of play there is out there across the world, and we're going to see more of it tomorrow. But as it is right now, I think we're pretty much done for the night.
Yeah.
We're going to go prepare for tomorrow. We hope to see all of you back and more. Muchas gracias por los jugadores hispanos. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Forgot the rest of the sentence. I'm too tired. I apologize. Yes. But for now, that's all.
So
thank you, everybody, for watching. We will see you back here tomorrow.
Yes, and once again, just going to want to reiterate one more time the beautiful people that helped make this happen. I want to give a shout out starting off with round one and round one here in Denver. Thank you so much for being the host, for being graciously, see, I'm running on fumes too, for being awesome enough to host us here. They've been so accommodating, so awesome at getting this going, and we really could not do this without them. Thank you so much, all of you, for extending your love to us. Also want to give a shout out to Red Note Gaming. Honestly, this wouldn't have happened without them. Let's keep it real. Red Note Gaming, as you may already know, is a rhythm game community and also a lovely, awesome venue that just opened recently out in the Las Vegas area. They hold regular events, and soon we'll be having a pretty major event for Step Maniacs come out. So if you want to find out more, hit them up on Twitter, not only just to say thank you, but to find out more information. Also check out their website, rednotegaming.com. I hear they're also looking at locations over on the East Coast too, so stay tuned for that. Then lastly, I just want to give a shout out to the crew that is bringing the stream to you, SF Evolved and Ohio DDR. We have Cygnus running around doing videography. We had Dalton and a few other people who helped bring this awesome layout to you. We have Telepron and Fusion, our TOs with the mostest. Roger Clark sitting here with me doing commentary and also getting the website together.
And additionally, also want to give shout outs to some of the other graphic designers. Omar Omneb was the one who designed the jackets, the one who designed the logo. Major Bean was the one who created all of the animated versions of the logo that you've seen and a lot of the other interstitial screens. And again, I absolutely need to shout out Cygnus again. The intro video that you all saw yesterday, the filming for that began Tuesday at noon. And it was ready to go at the start of the pools on Thursday. And we got more coming.
Ooh.
So I hope y'all are excited.
More sauce.
I am incredibly hyped about tomorrow's intro video. So make sure you're here when we get the stream started.
Yes.
Because you are going to regret it if you miss this.
Yes, yes. And then also, I want to give a shout out to Tiza, your stream moderator in Twitch. Tiza unfortunately ended up coming down with the flu upon arrival here. So still wanted to step up and has been choosing to take upon moderation, which is a full-time job in itself.
And it's not a fun or thankful one. Yeah, Tiza's absolutely been really good helping us out from the remote studio out at our hotel location. But he seems to be feeling a little bit better. It's possible he might be getting on the mic tomorrow. We'll see. I'm really hoping he'll feel better because I think the rest of us could use a little bit of a break.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But that's about it. That's about all we got today.
He might be better. Fingers crossed.
Might be
Fingers
better.
crossed, knock on wood. Everybody out there, go to bed. Just tie those fingers crossed. Don't do that. That's actually terrible.
That's a terrible
Do
idea.
not do that.
Let's not do that. But yeah, without not much else to say, thank you so much, all of you out there, for tuning in. We like you. We love you. You are the best. Stay safe out there. You know what I like to say. I always say, first off, make sure you wash your hands. Stay safe. Stay healthy out there. Stay healthy out there. Be nice to each other, but also be nice to yourself. It's
And if
really
you're here
easy.
in Denver, put on some chapstick. You need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, stay hydrated, drink water, stay moisturized. Don't ever forget Black Lives Matter, trans lives, and lives are human rights. And lastly, stay winning out there. We love to see you. See you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Until then, we're out. Peace out, y'all. Take care.
Bye, guys.